All right, we're good now, guys. My fault. Didn't have us potted up. What's up, everybody? I swear it's been the longest week of all time, too.
Yeah, this isn't an easy one.
Johnny G, West Side Kings fan. Russ. Greg, what's up?
Really struggling here. Come on, Wolf. Good morning. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me in the booth today is Jesse Tapia.
We're in here.
We've got Jesse. What's up, dude?
Nothing much. I'm always excited when I get to fill in, too.
Really?
There's an aspect of I love this job and stuff like that. So I do get pretty amped and energized as soon as we get into this.
Okay, so I always wonder because I'm someone who like this is what I do. But what is it for you? Are you like, oh man, I got to fill in today, or are you like, no, this is awesome?
No, sometimes not I got to fill in, but you're tired sometimes or whatever. But just mainly it's all just it's awesome and stuff like that because this job is fun. So it's I try to stay grateful for it.
It is fun. Yeah, and I think staying grateful for it, that's totally the way that I've always looked at this. I've always told my wife, the moment that I don't enjoy covering the Sacramento Kings every day, then I won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
because it's so taxing on every aspect of your life. There's I've sat there and watched games and done game recaps from a soccer field. Literally while my son is playing on the soccer field.
You're watching U12 soccer or whatever at the time. It's I got to talk about for Francisco Garcia or whatever.
Yeah, and seriously watching games and then writing recaps while watching games on my screen, on the field, and then having to write. And, there's so many times where you're out to dinner with your wife and she's like, why do you have your laptop? And it's why I've got my laptop.
Yeah.
And then halfway through dinner, something breaks and I'm literally writing at the dinner table at a nice restaurant. And then I hand my laptop to my wife who edits everything. Shout out to Sarah.
Shout out to the significant others in this field.
Yes. Yeah. The significant others. There's a couple of things I tell young reporters, right? So if you want to do this game, right? First of all, learn how to eat. Because if you don't learn how to eat, and again, at my age, I've been doing a horrible job of it, maybe the last year and a half. And I've not fallen through with my own principles, which is bad. But if you don't learn how to eat, I know people get annoyed with me when I talk to them about this. And I remember Logan Murdoch. I told him when he came on at NBC and he was gonna partner with Monty Poole.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, hey man, the biggest advice I'll tell you is be careful about your diet because it's the worst job. You get out at midnight and you're driving home and
we don't work normal hours.
No, you look over and there's Taco Bell and you're thinking I had media dinner at 6 o'clock. That was 6 hours ago.
Could really go for a crunch wrap right now.
Right. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
You
no, I get it.
You're in line in the middle of the night in a Taco Bell.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning and here's James Ham at Taco Bell.
That's right. You pull up to the window and they're like, hey, what's going on? Good game tonight. You're like, thanks. I need my Taco Bell fix.
Yeah, every time they hit you. You want the usual, James?
That's right. So it becomes this brutal cycle where you're always trying to figure things out. And I remember Logan came to me about a year later and he's like, dude, I have gained so much weight. Right off the bat, I it's a brutal lifestyle. Especially for people who are traveling everywhere. You'll see a lot of beat writers are totally unhealthy. They let the job overrule their basic life and add into that having a family and everything else. So I've always appreciated it, but I've also been okay, look, there's a tipping point for everyone where you're okay.
I feel that's every job too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But our job, my job, like to cover a team like this, I don't think people think it's like there's so many people who like give their right arm to do it.
Mhm.
And so you're always like, okay, I understand that. And I'm like very well aware that it's a dream job for like 1 million people
Mhm.
or more. People who never, you wouldn't even think that you would want to do this job until you get into it and you're like, okay, this is crazy. So anyway, I like not to get sidetracked, but we got sidetracked, Jesse, right off the bat.
It's all good, bro. It's 13:20. We do sidetracking all the time, yeah.
Yesterday we got sidetracked a lot, Jesse.
Did you guys?
No, not us.
Oh, you talking on the show on D-Lo and KC?
On D-Lo and
that
KC.
that was wild. As soon as Kenny walked up to the bathroom, the show was cooked after that.
The show was cooked.
Yeah, it was over.
I don't know if anyone.
And the fact that he comes back and his mic just cuts, like it's just dead after that, was just hilarious.
Yeah, just absolutely wild.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. The great Kyle Madsen is out today, tomorrow, and Monday, celebrating his lovely bride's birthday. So shout out to the Madsons. And I believe if you're at Disneyland, just search for Kyle.
Yeah.
He told me what he was going to wear, and I'm not going to tell everybody what he's going to wear, but like he's a Disney dude. Like you've seen his tattoos.
Yeah.
So he's a fan. So when he goes to Disneyland,
yeah, he goes all out.
He doesn't just show up like in an Insider sweatshirt. No,
makes sense. He's probably got like the Mickey ears or something.
I think he's got the whole he's got a whole look.
You got to do it up when you go to the amusement parks or whatever. If you're gonna go and pay all that money, you got to do it up.
I guess I don't know that I could walk into.
I'm not putting on the ears, but I'll we can Disney it up a little bit.
I think he's got a fit. He's got a whole entire fit. Like
shout out to our guy Kyle Madsen.
Yeah, shout out to Kyle. So I don't think I am doing that at all, but that's okay. Jesse, we have a huge game for you tonight.
Yeah, as far as this is just 5 hours, 6 hours of my day I need to get through so I can get home and watch the game.
Yeah, you don't care about what's happening today. You just want to wait for tonight, right?
Oh, yeah.
What is the biggest thing you're looking forward to? For those who don't know, Jesse is a huge Miami Dolphins fan. He's got his Dolphins sweatshirt on.
We've been miserable for about 25 years. This is the year, though.
Yeah, and the worst part is you weren't even around to see like the near glory.
Yeah, no, Marino literally was done as I was like, I don't even have no recollection of Marino. I was born in '96, but like Jay Fiedler was the first quarterback I ever remember for the Dolphins. And he's, oh God, don't even bring it up, James.
So you lived through the Chad Pennington.
Yes, I went through Chad Pennington is literally the best quarterback of my franchise, if not for Tua.
Oh, no, that's horrible. Yeah, I definitely, I grew up in a different era, and some of my best memories are of the '84 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With Marino against Montana, and just like it's just incredible.
Yeah, because my family, like my uncles and my dad, like they're Dolphins fans and stuff, so they got to watch Marino and all that. And we tell them like, why did you guys do this to us? Because as soon as he left, it's been all bad for us since. Like my cousins and all that.
Even for years, he was the best quarterback in the league, but he just couldn't win.
Yeah.
And I mean, just like absolutely brutal. Like I remember watching, like all of it. Like my brother's a huge Miami Dolphins fan, and so Mark Clayton, Mark Duper, but Jimmy Cephalo.
My first dog's name was Duper.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It was Duper. Shout out Duper.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So what are you looking forward to tonight? Because this is a big game for them.
Honestly, simply put, don't get your ass kicked by the Bills again. I think they're 1-11, I think, in their last 12 against Buffalo.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's bad, James.
So this is like Domantas Sabonis and Anthony Davis?
Precisely.
Oof.
Yes, it's bad. Like Josh Allen is Domantas Sabonis when it comes to the Miami Dolphins, and we're Anthony Davis.
Oh, that's not good.
So honestly, like that's what I'm looking for. Like you got to like just prove that you can hang with these guys finally.
After watching week 1 of the Miami Dolphins, I talked to Kyle about this. First of all, I'm not sure I'm down with your head coach's his look, like what he's got going on.
What do you mean he's always styled out?
I think he's definitely like living the
Miami lifestyle a bit.
The Miami lifestyle.
I believe it. I can see that.
So he definitely looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
But I didn't like that the screen passes. It was like, every single play was a wide receiver screen for, and sometimes it worked, but a lot of times it didn't. And it just felt like, are you going to let Tua actually throw, or is this what we're doing?
Well, I think the Jags were taking a lot of the middle of the field away from them. They couldn't run the ball at all that game. So I think they were kind of taking what they could get. Also, you're missing, like they have Waddle and Hill, but the receivers after that, a lot of them are all banged up.
Okay.
So they're kind of working with what they got right now. But yeah, I'd like to see them open it up a little bit more today.
Yeah. me and Kyle last week, we kind of got into this discussion about the fact that the Thursday night football opening week was like one of the best games. It could be one of the best games of the year, right? And we're kind of the opinion that maybe you don't want to have that game be the first game of the season, and because you want to see the Chiefs and the Ravens more like mid-season when they're both at like their top form. But we were wrong. I thought that was one of the most tremendous games we've watched, right?
Yeah.
It's probably, top 2 or 3 games of the entire weekend.
It'll probably end up a top 5 game this season, I think.
Yeah, and then we get to this week, and I feel the same way. Like this Bills-Dolphins matchup, it's like spectacular.
Mhm.
I am so excited to see these two teams kind of battle at it. Do you think that Thursday night football, that the NFL may have figured it out? Because, a couple of years ago when it first started, remember we had all the games where it was like, there were 17 punts in this game.
It was essentially Jags versus Titans, it felt like, every Thursday.
Yeah, it was just, and not the good Jags.
Yes.
And not,
it was the mustard uniform Jags.
Yeah, and maybe a better Titans team, but
Yeah.
nothing like saucy. They were like, we watched Travis Henry carry the ball 32 times. Derrick Henry, sorry. Yeah, that's what it was like. It wasn't good football. Right?
Yeah, I feel like they're starting to do better with the matchups, but I don't think Thursday night football could ever be fixed. It's too short of a turnaround time from Sunday to that. Like, guys are going to be banged up. Like, Mostert's already not playing. HN is a game time decision. I think he'll play, though. But it's just guys that are dealing with stuff on Sunday, they're more than likely probably just not going to be ready by Thursday. They're going to have to play through injury. Like, it's always going to be guys are just like, it's not enough turnaround for them to get healthy enough and all that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is how I would fix it. Number one, if you have Monday night and then a bye, or if you play on Monday night, you play the next Thursday night.
Yeah.
Not that Thursday.
Not that Thursday, but yeah.
Okay.
So you'd get a bye for the next week, you're saying?
Yeah, so you get a bye.
Yeah.
I also think that having teams coming off a bye play on the Thursday night game the next week would be better.
Because I think that's why, too, Chiefs versus Ravens look so good. I mean, both of these, like, they're fresh.
Yeah, I don't want to see players get injured,
Mhm.
right? And that's, for me, that's always the biggest thing. I don't want to see players get injured, and I think if you're compressing the time frame, I think you're right. So that's one way I would just use the bye week, or again, if a team plays on, maybe if they play the back-to-back, like if they have a Sunday, Thursday, then don't have them play again until the Monday.
Yeah, you got to give them some type of time at least.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of break. Yeah. But either way, I think the brand of football all of a sudden is much better, and I like the fact that we do have a mid-season, a midweek game.
Mhm.
I always worry, especially when you're trying to expand to 17 and then 18 weeks. I'm always worried about the players' safety and players' health.
Quick question: how do we feel about Patriots Jets next Thursday?
Why are we just doing AFC? And
it goes Cowboys Giants after that, and then we got Bucks Falcons. Week 6 is 49ers Seahawks. Ew. Week 7 is Broncos Saints.
Oh,
that's disgusting.
Well, that by that point,
NBA might be back for preseason.
That might be a good game though. Like by that point, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at the Broncos and going, they played some defense. Kind of looking at the Saints and like, hey, did you see what they did to Carolina?
We'll check back in week 7.
We will. We'll check back. I'm not looking forward to watching Daniel Jones play on Thursday night or Monday night or
it's
on
time
any Sunday.
for Daniel Jones to take that walk to back up quarterback stardom.
Yeah, he is like a giant bobblehead. Like he's just like a moving target that just gets blasted. Okay, so look, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we have some potential Pac-12 revival news to talk about. Also, DeMar DeRozan's book comes out today, and Adam Silver sort of dropped a little bit on the potential for expansion, which I think a lot of people have been waiting for. So we're the Insiders. I'm James. He's Jesse. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute.
Germs, I'm kind of torn. I feel like I say the over. I think Buffalo will score. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah, I think I go over.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
David, this is a long-term play. We don't got it yet, but we'll end up with it at the end of the year, I think.
Sorry, everybody. I think I have to order lunch. I don't even know what's happening.
Man, I saw you ask about Poch. I think he's a good coach, but I'm curious about like the talent on that roster. Someone's got to step up and like be a star in a way. Like if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't even know what's happening.
Johnny G is hilarious. How many times I tell people I want to grill and they think exactly that. Like I want to grill like for my teeth.
Oh no. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that.
I legit told my mom, like, hey mom, I think I'm gonna get a grill this year. And she's like, wait, why do you want to grill? Like, no, to barbecue.
A barbecue. Yeah. I can't imagine Jesse with a grill.
I'm a cook. I love to cook. Are you talking about the grill in the mouth?
Yeah.
See, I'm already confused now too.
No. Like
Yeah.
grill in the mouth.
Yeah, no, that's mid 2000s type stuff.
Don't do that. Let's not do that. Sweet. You should be able to get some sort of. You need a barbecue? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to get a barbecue grill. I've been cooking and stuff like that. It's time to.
You don't have one?
Not yet. I live in an apartment right now.
Oh, that's tough. Okay. Welcome back to the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia.
I just realized I threw in the D-Lo and KC rejoiner and not the Insiders one.
You did.
I didn't even. Yeah, I was like, you were looking. I was like, wait, what's going on?
I was all thrown off.
Yeah. That's my fault. E me.
All thrown off there. Like, huh?
I get too used to like my system and stuff like that.
Even the music, I'm like, I don't know this music.
Yeah. That's me.
See, look at that. We had our first mistake of the day. It happens. Jesse, we had some news last night. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports is reporting that there's an attempt for the Pac-12 to come back.
Yeah, I saw that.
So they're talking right now. The Pac-12 is a 2-team conference with Washington State and Oregon State. I don't know why they're not called the Pac-2. I mean, that just seems
kind of dormant right now.
I guess. So the Pac-12, they're targeting Boise State, San Diego State, Colorado State, Fresno State as new additions in a reimagined Pac-12. Again, by my math, that's not 12 still.
No, yeah, I saw they're looking to add like 4 more teams or something like that. Might be Pac-10 at some point or something like that.
Yeah. So some of the issues though is the Mountain West. I guess there's like to get these guys out of contract to go to the Pac-12 is.
I think it's
money.
a $17 million fee to leave in the Pac-12 for every team. They still have to pay 10 to 12 million, I believe.
Yeah, so you're talking about like basically like close to $30 million for each of these teams to join the Pac-12. Do you think there's enough value there for this to happen?
Like, what do you mean value?
Like for these teams, like there's got to be some sort of television deal, but to move into a conference that is basically defunct at this point.
Like, I don't think like it's going to be a lesser conference. It's not like the Pac-12. Like, it won't be thought of as that.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to get an automatic bid, I think, or anything like that, like for winning the conference or for the, whatever that is. So like the Pac-12 will be back, but I'm not sure, like it won't. It's literally Mountain West 2.0 kind of.
Okay. No, I think that's fine, right? But I also think this might open opportunities for other teams, including Sac State, right?
Yeah, if we get them into the actual Mountain West.
Yeah, so the Sac State in a reimagined world could potentially move into something like the Mountain West, right? Are they ready for that?
they're ready as far as like the ability to play with those guys, but everything else, no.
Okay. Like stadium.
I think I don't know. It's Mountain West. Like San Jose State. I was talking to my buddy this morning. Like, San Jose State Stadium is not like this amazing thing or whatever. Like Sac State is not much different from it. So maybe they do, but you need more money and stuff like that. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, like you need to kind of do it up a little bit more.
I think you're going to need a television deal.
Yeah.
You're going to need a better television, which of course I think that's something that would come with taking a leap forward, right? Either way, I think it's interesting. We'll kind of see how it all goes as far as expansion, whether that actually happens. As far as the Pac-12, we also DeMar DeRozan's book comes out today. Above the Noise. I have a copy on the way, so I haven't read it, and I've tried to avoid like a lot of the DeMar DeRozan like conversation around it, like the media tour, because I kind of want to read the book on my own. But this is kind of cool. Like
it's been a fun offseason for the Kings. Like DeMar's kind of doing his thing out, making the rounds. Fox is in China with Steph, and then Sabonis, like we were talking about yesterday, he's got his Netflix stock. It's like, all right, the Kings are out there a bit.
It feels like that for one of the first times ever, the Kings are actual part of like different national conversations, not like a forced way, almost like a way in which
like it's just everyone else is like how the other teams when they get their players. It's just like you said. I think that's the thing. It just feels so weird because it's just normal.
It feels like they're getting respect in a different way than Sacramento Kings normally get respect. So I'm here for it. I'm excited to see again what this adventure in China means for De'Aaron Fox, because like just the videos are just wild. Everywhere they go, they're just superstars.
Yeah, Fox isn't, from how he comes off, isn't the type where he's gonna like really like fight for like fans to be on his back. But if you do stuff like this can only help and stuff like that. I think that's the best way for him to go about it, I guess. You
know, in a certain way, while I've never thought that that Steph is as snarky as De'Aaron, they are similar.
In what ways do you think?
They're similar in that they're both sort of introverted, like mild-mannered, quiet guys behind the scenes.
Yeah.
They're not like big rah-rah guys, but they're also, everyone always says, oh, is Fox a leader? You got to get this guy. And it's like, hey, it's the same thing. Like Draymond's always been the leader, but the best player has always been Steph, and he leads by example. I think Fox does that too.
I don't buy into that whole you got to yell to be a leaders type stuff. If De'Aaron Fox is putting up 28 and just being a monster, then everyone else needs to follow suit.
No, I agree with you. I agree. So either way, I'm down with it. I think it's cool. And I've said this a million times already. I can't wait for the Sabonis Netflix doc.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. We're going to see maybe some personality from Domas.
I think
he's a quiet guy. I get it.
I think there is a lot of personality there. Like we see a little bit of the jokester, the funny guy, the good teammate thing that I think gets glossed over, that people miss. He brings like an intensity, but also he is always willing to laugh. He is funny. And I think some of that will come across, and then the family stuff. I think I feel
like we'll see a little bit more from, because like he'll be like his own little element, like you say, he'll be like with his families and stuff like that, just kind of following like Domas, a day in the life, I guess.
No, I think so. So I don't know. We'll see. Both Sean Cunningham and I actually like sat down for interviews for it, so we'll see if we actually make the final cut. I doubt we will, but
Netflix is James Ham.
That's right. Outside of that, we also have this interesting tidbit from Tim Bontemps of ESPN, relaying that the idea has always been, before the NBA will discuss expansion, they want to see what happens with the television deal and the CBA. Sort of like the CBA needed to get done, it got done. The television deal needed to get done, it got done. And while the NBA has not discussed expansion yet, they do plan on discussing it this season at some point with the owners' meetings and stuff. Where are you at with expansion? And like, it kind of feels a little bit like this is a foregone conclusion.
I think it is. Like, maybe they haven't formally talked about it, and I put that in quotes, but like they know what the plan is and what's going on. They needed steps, like you said, with the media deal and all that, the CBA and all that. But like, yeah, we're getting expansion, no doubt. Like, they have to probably say like these things. I don't know if it's because of legal or whatever. Just there's a process to go about it. But yeah, we're getting expansion, I think.
Now, in order to get an expansion team, I don't know what the expansion fee is going to be, but my guess is going to be between $2 and $3 billion for an expansion fee, which is like astronomical.
It's insane how much money gets thrown around in these professional leagues.
Isn't it crazy? Even like when the Seattle situation happened with the Kings, they were trying to buy the Kings and move them, but the valuation was like $535 million.
Hey,
right?
check it out. I'm looking at it right now. Various reports put the expansion fee at around $4 billion.
Oh,
Yes, $4 billion, but some consultants expect it to be closer to $5 billion because of competition and rising broadcast rights revenue.
Well, that makes sense.
Break out the pocketbook or the checkbook.
That's going to be crazy. So I do believe like they kind of centered on two cities that they're going to expand to.
Mhm.
I think they're going to go back to Seattle, and there's some discussion as to whether like Key Arena, the old Key Arena, which has had a couple of facelifts since the NBA left Seattle following the 2007-2008 season. But whether it's still an NBA arena or whether it needs to, they'll need a new arena in Seattle.
Mhm.
I also think that that Las Vegas is the other logical choice. I've been harsh on baseball in Las Vegas. I'm not harsh on football in Las Vegas. I think football in Las Vegas is perfect because you can go there for a weekend, have a great Friday, have a great Saturday.
Yeah, it's a trip. You
Drag
make a trip
yourself
out
out
of
of bed by 1:00 in the afternoon on
Mhm.
Sunday and somehow make it for a game. I don't get baseball. Like
Yeah,
no
'cause
one's going to Vegas for a 3-game set.
yeah, I'm not going for a midweek series with the A's and the Tampa Bay Rays.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's just not happening.
I don't think anyone is, and I don't know that the community can support it either.
Yeah, that's the thing. In order for that to work, you're gonna really need like the Vegas people to buy in. It can't just be like how we see with the Raiders. Opposing fans are always here and stuff like that. It's not gonna work that way.
I totally agree, and that's I think it's going to be a bit of a disaster. And we'll get to there's a little bit of A's news that we'll get to later in the show. But then I also kind of feel like the NBA is waiting a little bit for like the
Yep,
LeBron moment.
I think so too.
I think that
He's
team
been
in Vegas will be LeBron's.
he's been lined up with John Henry. Fenway Sports Group, I think it is or whatever. He owns Liverpool, the Red Sox, and all that stuff. They've been kind of like getting their ducks in a row for this Vegas team. I think.
I think they are too.
Yeah.
And I think they want LeBron to be the face of it. I think the league wants LeBron to be the face of it.
Mhm.
And I also think that there's going to come a point where he can't be the face of a team that he's not playing for. And so you're going to have to wait until he retires. So it's almost like we're checking off the boxes. Like
Maybe we get a Michael Jordan situation. We get LeBron playing for the Las Vegas, whatever they're going to be called after owning them for a bit.
Oh, that wouldn't be fun. I don't know. LeBron.
We need to talk about more about Michael Jordan playing for the Wizards. I feel like we don't bring that up with him. I'm not talking about now, but that happened.
It happened, and not only that, but he had taken it was like 3 years later.
Yeah.
He came back and played 2 seasons?
I think it was 2 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, just absolutely wild.
Yeah, that happened, people. You're a GOAT. Played for the Wizards.
He did. He finished with the Wizards, just like Patrick Ewing finished with the Seattle Supersonics.
That's tough. I think Hakeem Olajuwon was with the Raptors at one point.
Raptors finished with the Raptors. I think he only played for the Rockets and the Raptors.
Yeah, tough.
It's wild. I mean, we all know like the way that Karl Malone jumped ship and went to the Lakers to finish his career. I don't know. I just the title chasing at the end of your career is weird. I don't think that's what this would be with LeBron. But I also feel like Seattle. I'm excited for Seattle to get a team.
It's about that time for them.
It was brutal watching the whole thing, and I think this is part of David Stern's legacy, and now Adam Silver has a potential to make this sort of part of his legacy to bring Seattle, bring basketball back to Seattle. But he's still going to want a public-private partnership, which is why they left in the first place. Yeah, interesting stuff. All right, Jesse, let's step aside. When we come back, we're going to dive into this Hoops Hype Top 100 and where the Kings came out. These lists, some of them you love, some you hate. This is a good one. I think Hoops Hype did a good job here. So I'm James. He's Jesse. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a sec. Vegas is like the Midwest. I don't know. What are we doing? Yep. What's going on, everybody? Morning, Scooter. Sorry, too much stuff going on. It's a crazy day. I think I will be with you until 1 o'clock today. D'Lo and Casey have something going on. Have some sort of person coming in. Sal, my thoughts on Samuel Adams Oktoberfest beer. I don't think I've had a Samuel Adams in 25 years. I don't think. It's possible. Oh, dang it, Tony. Fantasy basketball. Did I forget to reply? I don't know. Yes, I guess I'll be back. Is that all right? I don't have any time. But yes, if you need me, I will come back. I did all right last year. I lost in the finals, I think. Now they're asking me my thoughts on Sierra Nevada Celebration Ale. I'm not a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale fan. I'm not I've even been to the brewery up in Chico. I'm not a hoppy beer guy.
Hand me a Modelo and I'll be good.
I don't drink moonshine, David. But I do drink a lot of wine. And like whiskey, you guys saw it yesterday. If you were around for when all hell broke loose on D'Lo and Casey.
Yeah.
They drove me to drink in the middle of the show. Welcome back into the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. I'm James. Jesse Tapia joining me today with Kyle Madsen out for the next couple of days. Jesse, when we were going through show prep, you brought up the Hoops Hype Top 100, and we've gone through a bunch of these lists, whether NBA or NFL Top 100s, and I think each of them have their like certain amount of value. I except for the 2K, I thought the 2K rankings when we had that discussion were just trash.
I can't buy into video game rankings, like even the Madden stuff.
Yeah, I just thought they're just so ridiculous, and it's like
if
people.
If you don't like it, just pump up the rating. You can go in and change it or whatever. That's the one I just.
I kind of feel like, Jesse, that when people who are like writing these lists, right? When they're basketball people, it makes sense. When they're like computer programmers that are deciding what someone's rating is, I don't think that makes sense.
Yeah, you're wrong. I'm gonna change this. De'Aaron Fox is a 92, and we're gonna move on.
Yeah. I mean, I just be fair, be reasonable, be balanced. Look at what other players do that this player does or doesn't. Look at speed ratings. Look at steal ratings. The stats are there. It doesn't seem like it should be that hard.
I wonder how much of it is like marketing in a sense. Oh, we're gonna piss some people off today, and this will get everything out there.
I think it's all marketing.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Real quick too, we got a talk line sponsor. You can call us today on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. We're taking calls today. I'll slide you down if I have to, but
we're taking calls. Jesse's taking calls.
Yeah, I'm handling the calls. Don't worry, James. I got it.
I'm not taking calls. I do see the red button that I can just delete whatever happened. But yeah, if you guys
I got a dump too, don't worry. Yeah.
You can call it. Yeah, I'm going to let you handle all of this.
I got it. No worry. Like I said, the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320.
Yeah, very excited to have Elk Grove Kia join the program.
We're on the come up, James.
Sponsor. We are on the come up. Next thing you know, we're going to have a studio sponsor.
Long me and Charlie have been fighting for the talk line to be sponsored.
Oh, yeah. We did have it sort of sponsored for a small amount of time.
I remember that.
Yeah. We don't need to say the sponsor name. Anyway, when we're going through the first king that shows up on the Hoops Hype Top 100, and I'm not sure. I didn't. Hang on. Let me scroll to the top of the page. Who is it that wrote this? We have friends of the program, Frank Urbina and Raul Barragon. There we go.
Shout out Frank and Raul.
Yeah, there we go. That's who broke down all the top 100. These guys are in it. They are, the Hoops Hype guys are fully dedicated basketball people. And Michael Scotto is a friend of the program. Actually someone I text with quite often. Good dude, knows his stuff, knows basketball, and there's some things. So number 20 is Domantas Sabonis, and there's something that he says that they put in the write up here, and it says that if he didn't peak in the era of Jokic, Sacramento Kings big man Domantas Sabonis would be seen as one of the best playmaking centers of all time. He's putting up 7 assists per contest over the last 4 seasons. That's no easy feat for a center. We've just become desensitized to it due to the Jokic utter playmaking brilliance.
I don't like that, James.
You don't like that?
You can acknowledge both of them.
No, I get. You can't acknowledge.
I get the whole.
I
get the whole Jokic thing, but I don't get the whole not giving Sabonis credit because we've seen Jokic do it, and I'm not even having an issue with this, whoever wrote it or whatever. But it's just more so like you can acknowledge both. Like Sabonis is not Jokic, but what he's been doing is amazing too.
No, I get it, but I think I have a way of breaking this down that might make sense.
Okay.
Right. What they're saying here isn't that Sabonis isn't a great passer or a great playmaker, but I'll point out that Vlade Divac, one of the great passers of all time for a big man, right? There's no question. Like what Vlade could do as a passer was just the back cuts, the crazy stuff he would do. Arvydas Sabonis as well. Like Arvydas Sabonis would just palm the ball and then move it all around and then hit like dimes all over the place. Vlade took it to another level because he was able to sustain for such a long time, right? And then the Kings were able to go out and find another great passing big man in Brad Miller.
Yeah.
And I know this is going to sound a little strange, but Vlade and Jokic, as far as passing, were very similar. Flashy, amazing, like pump fakes that some guy will look away and then all of a sudden he's throwing some crazy pass, right? I think Vlade's passing ability got overshadowed a little bit by the fact that Jason Williams was on the team, and did like some of the most insane things.
Yeah, we see the highlights every year, all the time.
Yeah. But on top of that, Chris Webber was a great passer as well. Chris Webber was not as good a passer as Vlade. He wasn't a highlight reel passer like Vlade, just like Brad Miller. So Brad Miller was like a utilitarian center. Like he's like a dude who could do just about everything you needed. It might not look amazing, but it was very, very effective. And I think the way that Jokic passes reminds me a lot more of Vlade, where you have some flashy, you have some crazy stuff that he does. And the way that Sabonis passes is so systematic and it's so like refined, but there isn't like a bunch of crazy highlight reel stuff.
I got you, yeah.
And that's where I would put him in the same line as like Brad Miller. Great passer, great vision, great ability to run an offense, but the flashy guy is always going to be the guy who gets talked about.
I get that, but it's also like you kind of said it. Like if it wasn't for Jokic, like we'd call Sabonis one of the best playmakers. So just call him that.
No, he is.
Yeah, so just say it then.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
And I think by saying it this way, they're saying it. But I'm with you. There is a certain amount of respect that should come with being the passer that Sabonis is.
Yeah.
And
you don't gotta say he's better than Jokic, but you don't have to also say like just acknowledge what it is and let's go.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it there, you hear people say, well, he does a DHO. That's not really, it's like, okay, but
All
it
right,
is,
man, yeah.
but it counts, like we're not trying to make up a stat like screen assist that, like the Gobert screen assist that Quinn Snyder used to pitch every time you saw the Utah Jazz. And every time Quinn Snyder got a microphone, did you see that Gobert had 14 screen assists tonight? It's like, well, no, because that's not a stat. It's not on any box score anywhere. And then you look and, Sabonis is like just the best screen assist guy in the league. But it's also, he actually gets assists for what he's doing because he has the capability of holding on to the ball and actually making the play. So I get what they're saying here. And I also think number 20 in the league, I don't hate that for a rating for Sabonis.
Oh, that's solid, I think.
I think it's fair. There are players who are more athletic that score more than Sabonis, and players who score more are always going to be rated higher.
And the way Hoops Hype does these rankings too, real quick, like for context, is like it's who they expect to be like take steps forward and all that. So like I saw Cade Cunningham was like 35 on this list, and he might not be the 35th best player right now, but they're expecting him to kind of take that jump.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so that's
okay. They do have the player right before Sabonis, of course, is Ja Morant. John Morant, lightning in a bottle. The problem is that it too often it gets extinguished. And itself, he's done so much damage to himself out there that you hope that he can get his career back on path and that the shoulder's okay and all that stuff. But I don't hate him at 19. I still think he's a great player. Jaylen Brown at 18, that's fine. Donovan Mitchell at 17. If you're in the range with these players, that means you're a pretty good ball player.
These are elite players right here.
Yeah, they're all elite players, and I think having Sabonis in that conversation is really good. Number 21 is Damian Lillard. Number 22 is Zion Williamson. I think it's too high for both of those players, to be honest with you.
I think you're right too.
It's unfortunate, but like Damian Lillard, like he can't keep up the way that he used to. His shooting numbers have dipped, and he's never been a good defender. And we saw what happened to their defense the second that they made the trade last year to acquire him, Milwaukee, that is. And then Zion is a phenomenal player, and he tore up the Kings all season long. And if we want to sit here and talk about how, Sabonis is 10-0 all time against Anthony Davis, you can talk about the fact that the Pelicans were 6-0, and I think Zion played in 4 of those games.
I feel like we're still waiting on him. Like, he's a great player and all that, but we're still waiting for, I don't even know what the word is, but just more so like if it's a jump or just something, I think
you're waiting for him to play more than 50 games.
That could be it too.
I mean, that's the biggest problem. He can't stay healthy, and again, talk about like self-inflicted wounds, a lot like Ja. Like he doesn't have all of the off-court issues.
I think Zion lacks maturity.
Well, he does, but he also lacks like self-control and an understanding of what his play style does to his body, and how his body and his play style like will never match up unless he does the extra work to become like
you gotta want to take it. I don't want to say he doesn't take it serious. I don't want to say about NBA players, but like just take that extra step, I guess.
Well, it's hard though. I mean, you're a multimillionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You're in New Orleans, which is like one of the great food capitals of the world. I mean, the food in New Orleans is so off the charts good, like everywhere you go. And he's a guy who is always going to struggle with weight. And it's like they have a clause in his contract that his weight and body fat combined can't be more than like 295. And there's no way for that to happen.
You always wonder if New Orleans was the right place for a guy like Zion. Like if they were going to able to handle that. I don't think they've been able to.
No, I don't think
I don't think it's all Zion. I think it's the organization, everything that kind of ties into with him.
No, I think so too. It's like even look at DeMarcus Cousins when he was here in Sacramento. DeMarcus struggled, especially when he was early, with his body, and he's grown through it. He's figured it out because over the last, say 5 or 6 years, you haven't really seen DeMarcus carry weight. The injuries caught up to him, and that's kind of what I fear for Zion, is that all of these injuries that he's had as a young player, and a lot of them are because he's not in the right shape. They will eventually catch up to him, and there's only so much wear and tear a body can take. And when you damage your knees, there's only so many times you can damage your knees or your feet, and expect to just be the same type of player and have the same type of like athleticism and everything else. And it doesn't help that he's just a huge man. So eventually, again, we saw DeMarcus break down really young, like the Achilles, the quad, the ACL.
I felt like it happened also fast too.
Yeah,
it was just one after the other.
Yeah, really, really tough to watch. Yeah. So Zion Williamson at number 22. Number 23 is Paolo Banchero. I know what they're trying to do here, but I still don't like it because number 24 is De'Aaron Fox. And I know where Paolo's going to be as a player, and I know the type of player that he is and what they hope that he will be, which is realistically, it's a Carmelo Anthony type of player. I think there's more value in De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a better defender. He does more. He's a better scorer. And if you're going to base most of this on the fact that Paolo's going to be a great scorer, then you have to acknowledge the fact that De'Aaron Fox is already a much better scorer.
Yeah, like for the context of how they do these lists, I think I see it with Paolo, but I think like even after the season, De'Aaron Fox will still be a better player. I don't know if it's this year for Paolo or next, but like he's gonna blow up at one point. But as far as like going from Dame to Zion to Paolo to Fox. I think I'm switching Paolo and Fox to the front of that list, and I'm moving Dame and Zion back.
Yeah, I would have had.
I like Dame. Dame was dealing with a lot of off-court stuff last year. I think he's going to pick it up this year, but as far as just going into this season, I think Fox could be the better player.
Yeah, I mean, look, Damian Lillard, like, there's nothing you can do. Father Time is coming.
Yeah, he's
Like,
34, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. Like, this is what happens. You age, your jump shot isn't as pure. You know, it's very difficult to keep up and to have your legs still be strong and like support you for, especially as a jump shooter, as you age.
Yeah, because if Fox is getting 26, 27 a game or whatever, and the Kings are near 48, 50 wins or whatever it is, like he's gonna be thought of as one of the top point guards in the league.
No, I think so. I think so too.
He's just kind of waiting on the winning at this point.
Yeah, I probably would, like, again, this is a little bit nitpicking, but I would have put Fox at 21, Paolo at 22, and then Dame, you know.
I don't hate that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Fox and Paolo, like, I'd put Fox ahead first, but I wouldn't. You can talk me into Paolo going there.
Yeah. And I think, you know, again, winning is going to be the biggest question.
Yeah.
Like, do the Kings win this year? But then I look at the list and I say, okay, well, then why is Ja Morant 19?
Okay, yeah, so I got one for you. How much better is Jalen Brunson than De'Aaron Fox?
Oh, I mean, I think it's really, really close.
They're about the same player, right? You think? Not like just as far as points per game, they're about the same tier, right?
Yeah, I think Fox is a better defender, I think.
I don't hate that, yeah.
And he's certainly bigger.
Like, yeah.
He's got him by like, 3 inches.
Yeah, what I'm getting at here is Hoops Hype had Jalen Brunson at 8th on this list.
Wow.
And that's what the wins do for you.
That is what the wins, and sort of like, but it's also, I would say the thing I like about watching Brunson is he just puts such a stamp on a game. Like, you know that Knicks team is Jalen Brunson's, and all the guys around him, it's almost like they've built not only his teammates from college, right, but they've put guys around him who are fiery, but they're also not the number one guy. They're never going to be the number one guy. Like, Mikal Bridges is not a number one. Dante DiVincenzo is not a number one. Josh Hart is not a number one. The one outlier is OG Anunoby is not a number one. They're all guys who are better as like 2 3s and even 4s, right? Some of these guys. But then you have Julius Randle, and you wonder how that's going to look when Julius Randle's back, because
it kind of feels like an odd man out.
It does feel like an odd man out situation. Like, they probably should have cashed in on him and tried to get something to fill one of the other spots on the roster.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah. I don't know. He's still a really good player, but I don't know how he fits in this system. So once we get past Fox, there are players here like Pascal Siakam is 25, Kawhi Leonard is 26, Paul George 27. So they have Fox rated above a lot of above all these guys.
Yeah.
Also, I'd point out they have Bam Adebayo at 28. So
that feels disrespectful a little bit.
It does. I feel like Bam should be higher than that.
Yeah.
Trae Young at 29, Jimmy Butler at 30. I haven't gone through the whole list as far as like this range of player, but there are players like Karl Anthony Towns, Lauri Markkanen that are in the 30s that they could have an argument to be higher on this list. But getting back to the Kings, after this group, we have DeMar DeRozan at 45. Is that fair?
Let me tell you the players ahead of him first. He's got Kristaps at 44, Kristaps Porzingis, and then Jalen Williams at 43. 42 is Jaren Jackson Jr. Right behind DeMar is Brandon Ingram, I believe. Yeah, Brandon Ingram at 46 and James Harden at 47. So I don't agree. If that's the range, I don't hate it. Like,
okay.
I don't hate it.
Is it interesting to you that Brandon Ingram's right there? Because I know a lot of Kings fans just like, oh my gosh, Brandon Ingram.
I think that's the guy. Fine. Like, Brandon Ingram's that type of player. I don't think I like Jaren Jackson though. At 42.
Yeah, he did win Defensive Player of the Year 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and he was a hot mess last year. Like, that entire team was a mess, and like, he's right at the forefront of, they weren't. There was a point where they had like an entire roster filled with like 10-day contracts and 2As and, guys that they were literally picking up and signing off the street. I remember against the Kings, they signed someone, like, we didn't even know they signed somebody. And we looked up and we're like, who's that? And sure enough, there's a dude on their roster that was not on their roster like like 2 hours earlier. And it's like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean,
What happens, right?
Yeah, I think Jaren Jackson's good, but I got my eyes on him. But as far as like where DeMar DeRozan is, I think that's fine.
Okay, I think it's fine too. And
have him ahead of Brandon Ingram, I think it's notable.
I think having him ahead of James Harden is notable too, because like again, Harden got the big contract. He got the 2 years, $70 million, where you got a 3 years, 75 or whatever it is for DeMar. It's $78 million, I think it is.
Great deal already now.
Yeah, I think it's already like comparatively, it makes it's a better deal. And look at James Harden's stats last year. James Harden like declined big time.
Yeah, James is not. He's just not what he used to be. He's fine now. He's a good player and all that. Like he's not trash, but he's just not the James Harden on the Rockets anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. After finishing top 3 in the Clutch Player of the Year voting each of the last 2 years, six-time All-Star DeMar DeRozan remains arguably the top mid-range assassin in the game today. A player at his finest, getting throwback buckets from the area where the numbers say the least efficient baskets come from. I think this is a good spot for DeMar. And, again, the Kings landed a player in free agency / via trade that averaged 24 points, 4.3 rebounds, 5.3 assists, 1.1 steals per game last season.
He hasn't really fallen off yet.
No, he hasn't fallen off at all. But, I mean, the Kings have never, ever since they moved here 40 years ago been able to sign a free agent that averaged 24 points and 5 rebounds.
Well, yeah, what have I told you too? Like the Lakers, Clippers, Miami Heat, and Philadelphia 76ers were in on him too, and he still picked the Kings.
Yeah, so that's where it gets crazy. And, again, there's been a lot of DeMar DeRozan over the last couple of days, like all over the place. I know on ESPN, I think he said he thinks the Kings will be in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you're supposed to say, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of what you're supposed to say, but I want to see it. Like before I'm going to anoint this team and say, hey, look, this is the team. They do have to go out and win. I think last season there was a bit of a step, I don't know, like a plateau of sorts. And I think it's one of those things where they need to figure it out, right?
Yeah, but I also think like you're right, but also what they were missing was a DeMar DeRozan, I think. Like that type of player.
No, I agree. And I would still contend that if Monk and Herter don't get hurt down the stretch, they win another 2 or 3 games and they're not in the play-in. They're the 6th seed, and they would have been able to make the playoffs. That's just the feel that I had for the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last year was just there was never a flow at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were world beaters, but I thought that they were a good team that deserved to be in the playoffs. And that's, again, that's pretty crazy. Chester DeRozan in the chat says, Chester DeRozan Jackson, sorry. He'll bet me $1 that the Kings make the Western Conference Finals. I don't know.
I don't hate it. If we go through it, like right now, I think OKC is on its own tier. Well, on a tier above the Kings right now. Mm-hmm. Minnesota, maybe. Like I really like OKC. I think they're the favorites to get out the West. Like after OKC and Minnesota, it's like Denver. Do they really scare you at this point? They did a couple years ago, but at this point, like, do they like still have like strike that fear in you?
I think they should still strike the fear in you, but I don't. They're just not as deep.
They're more vulnerable, I'll say.
In a 7-game series, I think they're more vulnerable.
And like just looking at the other teams, I think what keeps the Kings out of this conversation and just get into the Western Conference Finals, they don't have the experience. They haven't been through that yet. But I think if you look on paper, like the roster is not far off from much else.
No, I would agree with you. Okay, let's get to the last 2 Kings on the top 100. Number 82, Keegan Murray. And they say after a very promising rookie season, Sacramento Kings forward Keegan Murray took a slight step back in 2023-24, seeing his 3-point percentage fall from 41.1% in his inaugural campaign to 35.8% last season. However, he's too talented of a scorer, specifically as a shooter, for us not to think his 3rd season will look more like his rookie season as far as 3-point accuracy. That's fair.
Yeah.
And I think the rating is fair. And you look at the players around him. Again, you got Jaden McDaniels at 79. At 80 is Jeremy Grant. At 81 is Josh Hart. Jonathan Kuminga is below him at 83. This is kind of a fair spot for him.
Yeah, I think so. I got issue with the one right after, though. Not the one right after Keegan, but the other Kings player.
You have issue with Malik Monk being
Yeah,
not
that's
84?
a little ridiculous, I feel. Like if you just look at, I'm going through the list right now.
Okay.
I think like Kobe White is 70th.
Huh.
I think I like Malik Monk better than Kobe White.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I also look
So-
at Cam Thomas at 85, one step below.
Like Josh Giddey is 72. I'm taking Monk over Giddey. I
Mm,
could be wrong,
no, I would
but
take
I would
Monk
take
over
Monk.
Giddey.
So like I think I got him at least 70th. That's 14 spots. Then Tyler Hero's at 69th. You can argue between the two. Like they're both kind of not like they're both impactful to their teams. Tyler used to be a 6-man of the year. Jalen Johnson is 68. Miles Bridges is 67.
Ooh, Jalen Johnson is. I'm not putting.
And then Fred VanVleet at 66.
I'm not putting Jalen Johnson above Malik Monk.
So that's what I'm saying. Like Jalen Green's at 65, and maybe that's where it's like, okay, like we'll take Jalen over Monk.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to take the upside of Jalen Green.
Yeah.
No question.
But I think Monk is way too far down the list.
Well, but I would argue like the upside of Jalen Johnson is like, sure, there's huge upside, but there's no way to know what the upside will look like.
Yeah, and Malik Monk is here. Like he's in his prime. Like he's probably played the best basketball of his career last season. Maybe I could be mistaken, but like he's kind of just hitting his stride now.
No, I totally think he did play the best basketball of his career. I think maybe he's limited because he's a 6-man, because most people believe he will come off the bench for the Kings this year. So that kind of puts a little bit of a twist to it. But where's Naz Reid in this list?
That's a good question. Let me see if I can go find Naz.
That's my always my question. Like, where is Naz Reid?
6-man of the year, Naz Reid, because he started the last 13 games for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, and I'm gonna guess that Naz Reid somehow is above these guys. And like, look, I really like Naz Reid, but I don't get.
They got Austin Reeves at 63 if you're into that sort of thing.
Oh, come on.
Zach LaVine at 62.
And just straight up, I would take Malik Monk over Austin Reeves anytime.
Yeah,
over Austin Reeves anytime. So maybe that's just because that's what we do here. We don't like Austin. I don't dislike Austin Reeves, but I don't understand how he's been elevated to a certain status so quickly.
He's a good player, but he's not like the third man on the team.
No,
he's a great role player.
Yeah, I would even say I don't think he can have the impact that Monk can have on a team. Naz Reid is 91.
Well, I guess we won.
I found him. Yeah. Yeah. Like, look, I think to have 4 players in the top 100 is solid. That's why the Kings needed to go out and get a DeMar DeRozan. And I think even the way that we look at this list, DeMar was 46, right?
45.
45. They needed a player who was in the top 45 in the league.
Yeah.
And that makes your 2 guys that are in the top 80 in the league, like it helps them. It makes them more, like, lines them up better against the opponent.
Well, yeah, your 5 best players are lists. Whatever you think of them is whatever you think of them. But like if nationally if they think like the Kings have 5 top 100 players, like that's solid.
Yeah. So interesting stuff. I definitely appreciate a list that's well thought out and sort of has like a realistic argument to it. And then like all of these things are subjective. Like we do watch these players every day. So,
but you're wrong about Austin Reeves at 63.
Yes. Outside of that, again, I think Malik Monk is too low on the list. I think Keegan Murray is right about where I would have put him. I think, was it the ESPN list where Keegan Murray came in at 99th?
I'm not sure. I have to check back.
I think it was one of those lists where he came. That was way too low. There just aren't that many players that are better than Keegan Murray. Even if he just stays who he is and averages 15.5, but gets his 3-point percentage back up to like 40 and plays excellent defense, he's still worth more than a lot of players that we're talking about here. So, yeah, interesting discussion. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we've got hour number 2. We're going to touch on the 49ers. We got some news there, or at least some talking points there. Sam Darnold, the 49ers will face their former backup quarterback this weekend. We'll dive into that a little bit. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. What's going on, everybody? Austin Reeves. Did I say Reed? Yeah. Yeah. Right? Oh, this next segment we're gonna do 2 shorts. So yeah, this next block. Yeah, let's go 13 and then 28. Oh, my bad, Chris.
If Monk was a Laker, he would have had 2 Sixth Man of the Year awards.
Say that again?
Soren in the chat said that Monk would be like 40 if he was a Laker currently. Then I said, yeah, if Monk was a Laker, he would have 2 Sixth Man of the Year awards.
No, it's very, very, very spot on. And hey, look, it's possible if Monk was a Laker, he'd be starting.
There's that too.
So, wow. I didn't know that Matthew Stafford and his wife have Sleep Number bed commercials.
Shout out to Staffords. You know his real name is John?
Really?
Yeah, it's John Matthew Stafford, I think.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's just
Hall of Famer?
it's different. I would not give him a Hall of Fame nod, but I think the stats by the end of his career.
The Super Bowl really helped him. The fact that he was able to get out of Detroit and then win the Super Bowl immediately after, because it was kind of like, yeah, you put up all these stats, but you never win.
Yeah. I mean, I also just never felt like he was one of the top tier quarterbacks in the
I think
league.
I disagree with you. For me, at his peak, he was top 5. Maybe
There was like
fifth.
1 year though, maybe 2. I remember drafting him slightly early not slightly. We waited to draft quarterback until late, and we drafted Stafford, and then we were going to come back with another quarterback a couple of rounds later. And Kirk Cousins was sitting on the board, and we were gonna draft him. My son goes, "Hey, what about this Mahomes kid in Kansas City?" And I'm like, "Okay."
Maybe give him a look, huh?
I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." He's like, "Yeah, like there's a lot of cool buzz about him." And I'm like, "Okay." I said, "Well, if he screws up, it's all on you." And it was like a joke. We were having a good time with it. Yeah, we drafted Mahomes, and
turns out it was the greatest pick you guys have ever made.
Yeah, we won the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Shout out Shannon Sharp. He handled that about as perfectly as you could yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you got to own up to it. Like it sucks that it happened, but like he said his staffers put out he was hacked. Like no, you just got to own up to it. I feel like now that you've owned up to it, like people will just leave it alone at that point.
Probably. Although he did go.
You've apologized and all that for like you're embarrassed, blah blah blah. Like I don't care, whatever. Like things happen, but
go on a very suspect conversation. Like
I didn't
with Chad Ochocinco.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw like Tim like talking about like the habit, how he's embarrassed and stuff. Like if you acknowledge it, whatever, bro. We'll move on. I think
it was funny, but also
it would have been worse if he went with that. I was hacked still.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Chad Johnson's like, okay, I'm trying to go through all the Michelles that it could be. He's like,
yeah, I saw that clip. That was hilarious.
Like, Michelle Pfeiffer, and then he can't come up with any more Michelles.
And then Chad's, I've never heard you talk like that before.
Yeah. He's like, started talking about the length of the session. Yeah, not great. Yeah, all of it was crazy. I don't know what Chad Johnson's official name is at this point.
It's Chad Johnson. He changed it.
He changed it back to change.
Yeah.
Chad Johnson.
Do we know what Ron Artest's name is right now? Is he still Meta World Peace?
No, I want to say he's Meta Artest. I might be wrong. It's no longer Panda's friend. Welcome back into hour number 2. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia here today on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Kyle Madsen is going to, what do they call it? The greatest place on earth?
Happiest place on earth?
Happiest place on earth? Yeah, he's going to Disneyland this weekend.
Don't tell anyone. I'm a Universal Studios guy, though. I'll take that over Disneyland.
You're going to go, oh, I see. I haven't been to Universal in a long
Universal's
time.
fire. I'm a big movie guy and stuff like that, so I like all the little props and stuff they have, though. So it's more my bag, I guess.
Okay. I'm a big movie guy, too. We should have you on the podcast so you can.
I've seen old school movies too. I think I could be good with this.
You could just making fun of Brendan like we do the whole
time.
But
Brendan hasn't seen movies. You got to step it up.
He does have to step it up. I actually Sabonis camp of Brendan. Not only Brendan was there, but his dad and his stepmom and his younger brother were there. And me and his dad had a conversation about this, how, his dad has let him down, and his dad fully acknowledged that he's a movie buff as well and doesn't understand how his son doesn't understand movies.
It's all good. Shout out Brendan.
Shout out Brendan. Shout out Brendan, who had a 1-year anniversary yesterday of his employment. So good for Brendan. Anyway, let's get to the San Francisco 49ers. They play, I don't know if this is a big game or not. I mean, I don't think they're like week 2 of the NFL season. You certainly,
it's a game they need to win. You should not come out of Sunday's game losing.
I would agree, but last year they came out of a game against Minnesota with a loss. And so you kind of hope.
Yeah, but who was playing quarterback?
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal that Kirk Cousins is no longer there. And at that point, Kirk Cousins was the hottest quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Like, if you play fantasy football, Kirk Cousins in the first 6-7 weeks of the season was on fire.
He was tearing it up.
I think he had 18 touchdowns before he popped his Achilles. But I think this is interesting. So the 49ers had practice yesterday. They've kind of getting back in the grind here. I thought the Brandon Ayuk stuff, we were harsh on Brandon Ayuk. I think, Peyton Manning was harsh on Brandon Ayuk. I think everyone should be, because you're disappointed that a player misses a bunch of camp, but then rolls in and drops an easy touchdown.
I put that on both sides, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to know how soon that Niners offer came, that I need to know when they offered that deal, and when they offered it. Because if he just waited forever to take it, then yeah, that's on him. But if you didn't present it to a week before the season started or whatever, then that's different. That's on both of you. But if Ayuk was just kind of dragging his feet and that offer's been there, then yeah, I'll put that more on him.
No, I'm with you. I think it's a complicated matter, and I don't think it's fair just to roast a player. I do think when Ayuk comes out and says, hey, look, I was probably a little too harsh on, in the negotiation, that was a problem, right? And I definitely think that he kind of put himself in a situation where now it's hey, the sheepish grin is fine and all, but you have to go out and perform. And I think the Niners did a good job of sort of monitoring his plays. Shanahan talked about how, they made a conscious effort to pull him out of the game in certain moments and give him a breather. He wasn't on the field nearly as much as he would have been.
Well, because Ayuk said too that if I'm not misremembering the quote, but he's never felt that way before, on a football field.
Oh, just
he was out of it.
No, I think I think he took something like 42, 43 snaps. It was part of Mad Props last week, and so we looked it up. But Trent Williams played 77 snaps. So look, I think that there is going to be a little bit of a getting back in shape, getting back in rhythm type deal. And we talked about this a little bit. If you haven't played the outfield in a long time and all of a sudden you start running up on a ball, your body bounces and everything bounces and you can lose sort of the flight of the ball very easily. And I kind of felt like that's what happened to him on the route in the end zone. He's caught plenty of passes over the last couple of weeks and probably over the last couple of months. But what he didn't do is catch a bunch of passes while running full speed to the corner of an end zone with a defensive back on his back hip and the ball fading into the corner and you have to dive. That's just, it's something that you practice when you're doing scrimmage stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're going out there and doing that drill all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a drop. Okay, so I'll ask you this question. It's not mainly for you, but just in general, I guess. Of course it is for you because you're on the show. But what are we doing if he shows up to camp and he drops it? Nobody's going to care, right? I feel like we're making too much of the drop.
No, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think that that's a situation.
But it's also how it looks too, so I get it.
Yeah. I think it's okay. Yeah, and Ayuk said after the game, I didn't watch the film until this morning. I was a little scared to watch it, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. And I think it's like, okay, let's just move on. Like,
Yeah.
don't drop a bunch of balls moving forward. And
He'll be all
everything
right.
looks
He
better.
just literally missed training camp. Dude needs to get his legs under him, and he'll figure it out. Because you look at CD Lamb. CD Lamb wasn't great. He had 85 total yards, but I think 61 of them were receiving. He had 3 rushes, 25 yards. Jamar Chase didn't really do much at all in that game, and for the
Yeah.
Bengals. So
No,
we'll see. Like it's just all the holdouts.
missing camp hurts.
Mhm.
It does.
I mean, look at Nick Bosa. He didn't really get going until late in the year.
Yeah, like week 8 is when he really started to like get his legs underneath him. We also have this interesting dynamic this weekend. The 49ers are playing against a Vikings team that's very different than the team they had last year. Of course, Kirk Cousins is gone, but it's not just Kirk Cousins. There's other players as well that are gone. Like Danielle Hunter's gone. They've got Adam Jones at running back. Like this is a very different team, but I think it's interesting that Sam Darnold is a guy that you play that was your backup quarterback the year before, and like now it's good for Sam Darnold to go out and get his own job and his own starting job.
Look good in week 1,
and he looked great in week 1. But I think there's also something to the fact that if there's one team that knows Sam Darnold, it's going to be the 49ers. Like this defense played against him a whole lot as either the scout team quarterback or the guy who's running a bunch of plays against you. You know what he looks like. You know what his weaknesses and his strengths are. The 49ers were all very gracious. I think again Shanahan was very complimentary of Sam Darnold, and then I think there's a quote here from Fred Warner. I was always really impressed with his arm talent. I mean, I don't know if I've seen as natural a thrower of a football as him, being able to make all the throws. Yeah, I think they're just kind of buttering him up.
That's
right?
exactly what they're doing. I
Yeah.
mean, you had I'm going to try to be nice about Sam Darnold. I don't think he's a very good quarterback. But there's no way that 49ers defense all right, guys, Sam Darnold, big week, fellas, let's see what's going on. You can't tell your real thoughts about how you feel going into this week. So you're going to say, yeah, Sam Darnold's great. He's one of the, I think some media guy said, one of the media players, people for the 49ers when he was there, best thrower of the football since Joe Montana or something like that. So yeah, we know you could throw the ball, but it's you're going to kind of just talk him up a bit. And then once Sunday gets here, it's all right, now's the real thing.
Once Sunday gets here, if Sam Darnold moves out of the pocket for a second and moves towards the line, Fred Warner is going to launch himself at him and try to crush him.
There's no aspect at all on Sunday where Sam Darnold should be dotting up the 49ers defense. This should be, let's keep it real, James. Sam Darnold's not a good quarterback.
Okay.
They should handle that on Sunday.
I would say though, this is a team with a lot of talent. I mean, they
the
still
Vikings?
have Jefferson, they still have Addison, they have
Aaron Jones,
wide receiver Aaron Jones.
I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. Quarterback is not good.
Okay.
I'm not he played well against the Giants, but the Giants aren't great either.
Yeah, but I'd also like to see if the 49ers can put pressure on him because that's something that they just weren't good at this last weekend. And I think that, they've got to get better on the defensive side of the ball for sure. I definitely think this is a winnable game for the 49ers. Anyway, I think it's interesting stuff. But I don't think the 49ers should be fearing Sam Darnold.
This should be a 2-score game.
I would agree. All right, let's step away. When we come back, we're gonna dive deep into this Thursday night football game because, of course, Jesse is a huge Miami Dolphins fan, and we need.
They put Week 18 last year when Miami lost to Buffalo and lost out on winning the division. I almost threw my remote at the TV.
Uh-oh. We can't have that.
That's bad juju today.
It's too early. You need to save for a grill, not a new TV. All right,
facts, especially not the company TV.
I'm James Ham. That's Jesse Tapia. We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you in just a minute. Right. What's going on, everybody? Sorry, on days like this, it's chaotic, and I don't have a lot of time to scroll through the chat as we're working. Rust Dog, that's a really good question. I don't know if we know the answer to this. I don't think we know the answer. I want to see 16 games, but even then, Sam Darnold's probably going to lose a starting job next season when their rookie is back healthy and ready to play. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why you guys are talking about Cowboy wide receivers. Cooks is fine. They could use a little bit bigger wide receiver, I think, but I don't know, more like a third wide receiver that can really change the game. And I didn't look. What was the update on Ferguson, Dallas tight end?
I think I saw that he's not going on IR, but he's dealing with something.
Oh, he
His
got
knee or
hurt
something?
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might have misread that he's not going on IR, but yeah, he hurt his knee or something like that.
Yeah, he was down holding his leg for
He didn't tear.
a
He
while.
sprained his MCL, I think, now that I'm remembering.
Okay, is that
Yeah, he
what it was?
sprained his MCL, I think.
Yeah.
Drew down. What happened to Jake Ferguson?
Yeah, what happened? No, you're Drew down. You're allowed to discuss whatever you want. I was just saying I don't know why it got to Cowboys wide receivers. I don't have time to track the thread of how we got to that. I also think that's a big loss, Drew down. I think Ferguson is a quality tight end, and that's a team that loves their tight ends historically. Maybe not so much Dak, but like as a franchise, they've always valued that position. Welcome back into the Insiders. Just me and Jesse here today. No Kyle Madsen. One of those days. Kyle likes to vacation. I'm just kidding. He's a busy man. He's got a birthday to celebrate with his wife. So really good to see him step away before things get really crazy here with
Gonna be go time soon.
Yeah, once we get to the point where there's football and basketball at the same time.
Yeah, once the Kings get here, it's all right. Now it's time.
Yeah, and there's actually like a little bit of time where there's football, basketball, and baseball, right? So I think it gets a little out of hand. It's like we were gonna talk about the game tonight, but I'm gonna push that back just a little bit because I do want to talk a little bit of baseball.
What
Jesse,
you got for us today?
I'm watching some of this incredible play by Ohtani, and it seems like there's no way to watch him without like just completely. Everyone should be enamored with what he does on the field.
He's the best player in baseball, and that's that. I feel.
Yeah, I think it's wild because you forget that not only does he have he hit a home run and stole a base last night, right? So he's up to 46 and 47. I think. Is that what it is? Or 47 and 48.
He's got 47 homers, I know that.
He's got 47 homers, he's got 48 stolen bases. He's trying to become the first 50-50 player of all time. And that's just like
it's insane.
That's bonkers.
Yes.
Right? It's just like off the charts bonkers. But then when you consider the fact that he is a number 1, number 2, number 3 quality starter on a great team.
Saw a video the other day too that he's starting to throw off the mound a bit.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible that not only can he do what he's doing right now, but on top of that, like Major League Baseball has had to change rules because of him, because they want him on the field. And because he's been so good as a hitter, it overshadows what he's going to be as a pitcher or what he has been as a pitcher. And it's just wild.
Can you imagine if he came to the MLB earlier and like he was just dominant, like doing it like this, which is a longer period of time now? Because that's the thing about Shohei. I think when we talk about the greats and all that stuff, I think when people talk about him, the little asterisk could be, yeah, but he was only here for like 7, 8, whatever, however many seasons.
Well, I think by the end, he'll be here like 12, 14 seasons.
Yeah, but you hope he's still able to keep it up, because he's older. So like he'll be 38, I'm sure, by the time. Like you'll be older, so you don't know if he'll be keeping up that dominance, is what I'm saying.
No, that it's very possible that you're right, that he won't be able, and especially like this is second Tommy John surgery, right?
I think so.
I think it's his second since he's been in Major League Baseball. And so, like, there is that question of like, can he hold up? But certainly he can hold up as a hitter, which is it's just absolutely wild to watch. It, like Ichiro had, I think, 800 hits before he came over, and he finishes with, like I think he broke 3,000 hits in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I know he did. I don't remember his total off the top of my head.
No, he broke 3,000. Yeah.
Yeah, like one of the greatest hitters we've ever. I think between his pre Major League Baseball and his baseball stats, he's approaching Pete Rose, or maybe was above Pete Rose, as far as hits, total hits. But just like the gem that he was, just like incredible to watch the whole time, and he played forever, which is great. I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to see another player like Ohtani.
No, enjoy this now because we're not getting another pitcher hitter or whatever. That's not happening unless maybe Japan's just got him lined up or something.
Yeah, maybe. I guess that's possible, but he's even for me. First of all, like we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago because it was him and Judge like going at it, right? Like dueling banjos. Judge has fallen off so dramatically. He got to 51 homers and like I think there was like 5 or 6 days left.
I saw a tweet said
August.
Judge is falling off because we're getting closer to postseason baseball. I think that was very nice.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so thank you, Ramsey. 3,089 Major League Baseball hits for Ichiro, which Ramsey, I think, just because I think Rod Carew had 3,088, which is right there. Just that's numbers popping into my head. So yeah, I think it's absolutely incredible, right? We're watching two great players, but seeing one who has like a goal and is like chasing history, and the other one who was starting to chase history and then just like stopped. I mean, how Judge can go like 2-3 weeks without hitting a home run, I don't know. Like he can accidentally hit a ball 500 feet.
Yeah, I mean it's baseball though, and for those that have played baseball, you know what that means. There's stuff happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just gonna get into a drought.
No, I totally think so. We also have like a couple of A's things. I know we don't talk a ton of A's here all the time. But Lawrence Butler extended his hitting streak to 19 games last night in the A's 5-4 win over the Astros. Number one, he's becoming a superstar.
He is, because you know what? I'm throwing on the A's games and I'm watching Lawrence Butler a little bit now.
Yeah, he had a great catch last night. He's stolen a bunch of bases. He has a potential to go for 2020. Geloff all of a sudden has a potential to go 2020. Rooker just can't be stopped. Like they really are playing well right now. And we're looking at the A's are at 64 and 82. They're right now they're 7 games over their projected win total by the odds makers. Is that surprising to you?
I guess it is because I wasn't familiar with the A's prospects. Like if you could have told me like, oh yeah, Lawrence Butler and these guys could step up and maybe do some things, like there's some like exciting prospects, and I was like just tapped in on the A's and all that. I don't know if it would have been surprising. Like, is it for you? You follow this team?
Yeah, I mean, I do follow this team. I think it's surprising because they've actually got decent starting pitching from their young starters. Like not to be a jerk, but like if Ross Stripling wasn't on this team, the A's probably have like 6 more wins. Just like the entire season. I don't. Again, I'm not looking to hit his win-loss record right now, but I think I'm being generous saying 6. And I do believe that like there are pitchers on this staff that they kept going to because they're veterans and they felt like they had to. And yeah, Ross Stripling on the season is 2-11. Yeah, 2-11 with a 6.08 ERA.
Not great, James.
No. If you had anyone else starting those 21 games, or even coming in as well, he started 14, coming in as a reliever in the 7 games. Even as a reliever, he's not been good at all. So that's going to be the real challenge for the A's moving forward. Especially coming to Sacramento, can they put a competitive pitching staff together? Because they've got hitters. Like I don't think they're going to have any problem like hitting a whole bunch of home runs out of Sutter Health Park, which is going to be fun. I think that's going to be great. There is some other sort of weirdness that we're going to be talking about. First of all, sort of the news has been breaking over the last couple of days that it's possible that the A's, if they make the postseason, that they will not be playing in Sutter Health Park. I got to be honest with you. Like, first of all, this was kind of brought up early. And now it's like resurfacing as the season's ending, and it's like, oh, let's heap on this situation. how exactly did people think they were going to fit? Like, what if it's a World Series?
That's the thing. We were joking. Like, can you imagine the World Series Game 7, 14,000 at Sutter Health Park?
14,000 people. Tickets would be like $8,000 a piece. Like, what did people expect here? Because, like, look, if you're going to play in a stadium that's a third the size of most parks, you're going to have some sort of like, and like, we're also talking about if the A's make the playoffs. That's one of the biggest ifs there
Yeah,
ever
let's maybe take some steps here.
Yeah, like if the A's no, the A's making the playoffs has a better shot than the stadium in Las Vegas being sold out, at the 30,000 seat stadium being sold out every game for 20 years, which is what they need to fulfill their commitment to the city. That's not happening.
Yeah, no.
The A's have a better shot of actually making the playoffs than that happening. But at the same time, like, this is kind of what was expected. They were going to have to figure out whether it's going down to San Francisco or whatever. And then I know Scott Boras has been on the air talking about the players union. And first of all, he's not, he's an agent. He's not part of the players union. But he's been talking about how there's a huge concern by the players because there isn't another outdoor baseball stadium that has AstroTurf. And that's a big deal. The Players Association does not want the Sutter Health Park to be switched over to AstroTurf, which is, I mean, it's understandable. It gets super, super hot unless they have some way to cool the AstroTurf. But at the same time, there's the problem that you're going to be splitting the field with the River Cats. And I think that's where there's going to have to be some give and take. Like, you can see how the field even right now is a little beat up because of baseball all season long and because you're getting late and because it's been so hot in Sacramento. Well, that's only going to be worse if you're trying to put two teams on that field at a time. And like, there's 4 days or something where there isn't either an A's or a River Cats game. So there's no way for grass to hold up. And it kind of feels like if Vivek wants the A's here, which I know he does, he's probably going to have to find a different place for the River Cats to play for like half of their games. And I don't know how to do that, but I don't think that they're like, if the Players Association is going to fight on the actual AstroTurf and on a bunch of other amenities which don't currently exist, that's going to be a problem. I want this experience to be good for Major League Baseball and not to have it just be a complete mess.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's stuff. It's not a perfect situation. It's like Sacramento got the A's here. Now you still have stuff to figure out. And that's just honestly what it comes down to. And hopefully after you're able to get a team here or whatever. But yeah, they have stuff to figure out, but that's not new, I guess.
No, I guess it's not. And what my kind of fears are, though, is that you're going to have games where, it's 108 at 7:00 at game time in Sacramento, and the field is 138 degrees or 107.
Yeah, no, it's going to be tough.
And you're not going to be able to play baseball, and you're going to have to actually cancel games or do something else. I think that's going to be a problem.
I mean, you would hope that they planned out for it, right? Yeah, I'm sure someone had to talk like, hey guys, like, yeah, it gets pretty hot out here. Like, what are we going to do when that happens? If we're talking about it.
Yeah, but the problem is that not only are you doing this on the fly, but you're doing it, you're trying to accomplish this with somebody who
was a cheap ass
who wants to pay with coupons. It's like, man, that's not the way this is going to work. So I don't know. I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out. I am excited to see baseball in Sacramento, but I'm definitely intrigued. Like, how is this all going to work out in the end? All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to dive into this Thursday night football game between the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins that Jesse loves so much. I'm James. He's Jesse. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. Yo. Yeah, charismatic enigma. Turf should be illegal for all pro sports. My concern is that's what's going to happen, that someone is going to get hurt. and it's not going to be good. They're going to put turf in, like like canceling a game because it got too hot is one deal, but having other things like completely spin out, that's a player getting hurt is super, super not good. West Sac Kings fan, yes, Faraz Siddiqui will be here tomorrow to talk. We'll have Fantasy Friday from 10:30 to 11. Fantasy Friday. I think I'm watching a replay of the last time the Dolphins and
That's what I told you. I changed it. They threw that on. I was like, no, I'm not doing this. Like as soon as they were walking out the tunnel, I knew exactly what game it was.
Gotcha. Drew Down. They can grow grass for the Arizona Cardinals. The grass isn't it. The problem is two teams. The problem is like 162 home games, or I don't know if minor league baseball plays 162. I don't think they do. Yeah, that's the problem. Ooh, Rust Dog. Me and Kyle have the same decision. We have Tua and Purdy. I'm taking Baker out of that conversation.
I'd go Tua. The Bills are a little banged up on defense.
Yeah.
And if you're expecting points to be put up today, then
okay. You even think with the running back situation though? Okay. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia, hanging out with you on this lovely Thursday in Sacramento, California. I guess technically speaking, Roseville, California, which is really, really close to Sacramento. We've got a huge football game coming on tonight for you, Jesse. The Miami Dolphins are facing the
boogeyman,
the Buffalo Bills. They are your boogeyman, aren't they?
Facts.
They
think they've lost 11 out of their last 12. The only one they won before that I was at in 2018, I think.
That's the last time they beat them?
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill put 3 touchdowns on the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, no. It was Tannehill?
My sports life is so sad.
It was a Tannehill era?
Yes.
Man, I just keep forgetting, like, next thing you're going to know, like, Chad Henne was a starter quarterback for...
Think about it. Like, I've gone through Jay Fiedler, Ryan Tannehill, Gus Frerotte, Jay Cutler, Damon Heward. I could probably name them all since Marino up to Tua, but, like, it's been bad.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
Well, so I feel like I could relate to Kings fans so much.
Didn't we have Bernie Kosar at one point?
Miami?
Yeah.
I think in the 90s, though. He was Marino's backup at one point.
Yeah, I think he had to actually play. He was a weird sidearm slinger. Good old Bernie Kosar. Did Testaverde ever play for him?
I don't think Testaverde ever did.
Are you sure? He played for like 73 teams.
Jets and Jags, I think. I don't know who else, but he was never Dolphins.
Jets and Jags. He played for a lot more teams than that.
Someone in the chat says that we just won an NBA championship. Yes, but you know what? I live and die with the Dolphins a little bit more.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. What is your biggest concern going into this game?
Biggest concern is they're not going to be able to contain Josh Allen again. He's just going to dominate. That's literally what it comes down to every game. Because if you look at the scores and all that, they're not close, really. There's probably 3 in the last 12 that were like actually within a score or something like that. The Bills come and they just destroy Miami. They punch them in the face, and Miami has no idea what to do after that. So I want to see like if Miami could be physical back and all that. They kind of been a finesse team the last few years, so I'm watching for that.
Are you concerned at all? Well, I mean, of course you would love it that they have this problem, but the fact that the Bills just don't have seasoned wide receivers for Josh Allen, they reset the receiving core.
Yeah, so like looking at that, like Miami should be like do all right, like do well. Like you have Jalen Ramsey, Kendall Fuller, Javon Holland's great, Jordan Poyer came over from Buffalo last year. Like you have the secondary that should be able to match up. So like it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Like Shakir is a decent receiver. We'll see what Keon Coleman is. He's a rookie and all that. Then you got Curtis Samuel. Might be missing someone else, but like Miami, like you got to step up here. You got Jalen Ramsey, Kendall Fuller. Like your secondary is better than what they got at their wide receiver spots. Yeah, you got to handle that.
Now, what about your wide receiving core, which is like one of the best in football?
I think they need. This is where it's kind of I'm a little worried a bit. Achan's a game time decision. You're going to need him out there. He's essentially wide receiver 3 for them right now. Tyreek and Waddle will do their thing. But looking at it last week, HN was a big part of the passing game. Like they had tight ends running routes because they got Odell Beckham Jr. is not back till week 4, week 5 or whatever. He's on IR. Braxton Berrios he wasn't great last week. Malik Washington, they drafted him. That's Kyle's guy. He's been hurt with a quad. So they're kind of low at depth with wide receivers right now.
What's their tight end situation look like? Because I haven't been looking.
They got Durham Smythe. He's a blocking. It's not nothing special. Johnny Smith is there, but he's kind of a rover on offense.
Yeah, but Johnny is one of those guys that just scores touchdowns.
Yeah.
And you're surprised that he's still in the league. Plus, he was there for the Tyreek thing, right?
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. I think that this is I'm excited to watch because I think it's going to be good football. I'm also I want to see them sort of open up and let Tua throw because I don't think all the little dink and dunk.
Last week, I'm gonna give credit to the Jags on that one. Like I said, I think they took away the middle of the field, and Miami took what they could get.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it really did look like a lot of game planning. So
it was the first week of the season too, and it's just not everyone looked good the first week.
We talked about this a lot. Quarterback play in week 1 was erratic, and I think Brock Purdy is a guy who at the tail end of it, he ends up looking not even middle of the pack, higher up, just because some of the quarterback play was so bad. But this should be this game specifically. The quarterback play should be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's 2 possible MVP candidates, I think.
Do you think that Josh Allen running up the middle, he put so many miles on his body, a lot like Lamar Jackson. Do you think that this is he going to be able to hold up doing this, especially when he doesn't have sort of the horses on the outside to keep him going?
Yes, because he's built like a middle linebacker.
He's a big man.
Yes, I think he's 6'7". He's got some weight or whatever. He's a big dude. He's not the same as Lamar taking off. If you're going to hit Josh Allen, you're going to feel that too.
I have James Cook in my fantasy league, and to be honest with you, he was a breath of fresh air in week 1. I think he's gonna get a whole bunch more passes over the next couple of weeks. I think he's just gonna keep growing in his role. But he also ran really well, and it almost looked like they should have ran the ball more. Is that a concern for you coming in as a Dolphins guy?
No, not so much, James Cook. I think they'll be able to contain him and all. That's literally for them. It comes down to Josh Allen. You can't let Josh Allen beat you and just dominate like how he is. That's the guy right there. That's the one you zone in on, and you shut down Josh Allen, they'll win this game. Not even shut down, just don't let him dominate, like I said.
Just don't let him dominate. I think Josh Allen, I got to be honest, I think he's going to have a very tough time just dominating. Again, with his legs, sure, he can do a lot of damage, but I just don't trust what's happening with their wide receiving core, and I don't trust where they're.
Yeah, you got to develop that. He's got to develop Keon Coleman, or Shakir was decent last season, so maybe he's got some stuff going on this year. But you got to develop someone into a number 1, otherwise, it's probably not going to work.
Yeah, definitely. Shakir is the guy who kind of stands out. We talked a little bit about this before, but when you look at these Thursday night games, would you rather? I guess this one is okay because these two teams are going to play each other twice, right? But this is sort of a marquee game. Is this something you want on Thursday Night Football?
As for the sake of I don't want just insert 2 bad teams playing because it's already going to look bad. Like I said, we talked about it earlier in the first segment. It's just too little of a turnaround time for these teams to be at their best, I think. So give me the teams that have the star players and all that playing against each other, because that's honestly the only way I think we'll get decent games out of this.
No, I'm with you completely. I don't know that these teams are going to be there in the end, but I certainly think that they're teams that are going to. Well, I think they're going to be playoff teams. Both of them are playoff teams. It's just a matter of how high their ranking would be in the AFC. Do you think Miami is a Super Bowl contender? I know last year, week 2, week 3, we were oh my gosh, look at how good they are, right?
I can't call them that yet because they haven't even won a playoff game.
Oh man.
They fold in December. They have on paper, yeah, they're fine. They got great players and all that. Once they get guys back from IR, they're going to be great. But I can't call you a Super Bowl contender if you fold when the lights get bright in December and you haven't won a playoff game yet.
So you're saying they're not?
They're not. They can become that, but I'm not going to say that right now.
Okay. And are you comfortable with Tua?
Yes, that's my quarterback. That's my quarterback forever. Shout out Tua. Glad you got the deal. All good with Tua.
Okay. Let's get back to the quarterback situation this weekend. I thought that overall the quarterback play was pretty horrible. And it wasn't like the rookies for the most part. I thought Daniels had a decent game. And I thought Bo Nix showed some flashes and Caleb Williams won. But I thought overall that group, like they looked like rookies, especially Caleb Williams looked like a rookie. Bo Nix looked like a rookie. Do you think that like we have to hold out on reacting to like whether it's young quarterback play or quarterback play in general? Again, like Kirk Cousins was absolutely atrocious. Daniel Jones was so bad. Like there were so many. Like I looked at the interception leaders, and there's like 7 quarterbacks had 2 picks this week.
Nobody plays in the preseason anymore.
You think that's it?
Yes, 1000%. These guys, I don't know. Maybe in practice you can get all those reps and be on the same page. I don't think so. We'd have to hear coaches talk about it or whatever. But like just sticking with the Dolphins or whatever they play tonight, like Tyreek and Tua were never on the same field. I don't think in the preseason. Like Waddle was out all preseason too, dealing with injury. And you shift that to whatever team. Like if you guys aren't playing together in the preseason, it's kind of we got to mix of guys here, mix of guys there, or whatever. And it's just not really. I don't know what the word is, but just not, like just not together or whatever. Like
that's not on the same page.
Yeah, that's just not gonna look good, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit like watching. We can talk about the Ayuk drop. He had 2. One of them was a quick slant that the ball got knocked out of his hands, and they may not have called a drop, but realistically, if he would have been ready and if he was in football reaction shape, I think he would have held on to. Then you have the bad, the drop in the end zone. But I thought like Brock Purdy was one of the few quarterbacks this week that actually looked really good.
Yeah, Brock played well.
Yeah, I thought Tua, like overall, like Tua, the stats say he was really good. But I also like there were a lot of like attempts, yards per attempt on Caleb Williams was 3.2 yards per attempt.
Yeah, the rookies one, I'll kind of put them to the side because you're probably kind of saving them from themselves a bit.
Yeah, I guess so. But and then the other guy who was like beyond horrendous was Deshaun Watson.
I'm writing him off. He's done. Whatever he was with the Texans, that person's never coming back. That quarterback.
I don't think he's ever coming back.
He's not. Whatever Deshaun Watson used to be as a quarterback, I think he's gone now.
Yeah, and now he's got more off the field stuff where there's an investigation and all this stuff. It's like it's turned into a.
It's never gonna leave. I think.
You know what though? It was a full-fledged nightmare before they did it.
Yeah.
Like this
Browns knew what they were getting into.
It's probably the biggest bullet the 49ers ever dodged because you remember they were in on Deshaun Watson.
Me too.
As a trade target. Like they were trying to acquire Deshaun Watson and then all this stuff starts to come out. And now it just feels like the off-court stuff, whatever it is off the court that he's doing, off the field that he's doing, it's you're seeing a player who is so limited on the field and he's clearly never going to live up to his contract.
No chance.
But even more than that, like, is there a way to escape that contract? And I don't know that there is. I think that it's going to put them in.
Mike Florio tweeted out something. I have to double check it, but there is a clause where if these lawsuits keep coming out or something happens a certain way, they can get out of it.
Okay, so there's a morality clause built in.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe it was Mike Florio who tweeted it out.
What an absolute mess, man. I don't even know what to make of it. Like, they very seldom do you see, because like the quarterback's a leader of your team, right? There's wide receivers. There are people who have issues. Like in the NFL, clearly there are a lot of players who have issues. There's a lot of players who probably have undiagnosed CTE. There's a lot of players who, their off the field stuff just keeps getting more and more extreme. But this is somebody who just can't seem to like avoid.
Well, how am I supposed to fight for that person too on the field?
Yeah.
If you feel however you feel, if you think he did or whatever, how am I supposed to fight for that person?
No, I agree. I think he's put that franchise in a really, really difficult situation. And he's put a lot of people in difficult situations off the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that like he's turning out to be really not a good dude. And I think we've known that for too long. And the one thing I would point out is that the Browns knew it before they signed him to that deal.
They knew it and gave him a fully guaranteed deal.
You reap what you sow.
That's right.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous.
You want to hit the phones real quick?
Yeah, let's hit the phones.
Mitch, you're going to be our first caller on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Let's get Mitch in here. Mitch, what's up?
How's it going, Jesse James? This is the backup team.
Appreciate it, Mitch.
We're not the backup team. What's going on here, Mitch?
I'm coming off the bench, though. I see what he's saying.
Mitch,
I'm coming off the bench. It's good.
Oh, you're the primary guy. Jesse's he's the substitute teacher.
I'm the sixth man.
He fills in any role. any role you need of him.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
And you're the guy who called us 3 times last week, and none of those 3 calls came through. Just saying. Let's say
I'm
glass
sorry.
house,
I'm
stones.
sorry, I was. Don't read this the wrong way. I was at the farm. My brother-in-law and my mom-in-law is in bad shape. Their farm, that Wi-Fi, I get very poor service.
All right. What do you got for us, Mitch?
I tell you, Sam Darnold, I think he's going to give you guys a good game, the 49ers. And on Jesse's Miami Dolphins, I like the team. I do. Tuga's a good fight. He's a little delicate. But could you just imagine? I mean, he wasn't. He admitted what he did wrong at that unfortunate incident. Could you just imagine if that cop hurt his knee? Can you imagine if he was serious and be out for the year?
Yeah, talking about Tyreek.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would have been tough.
All right. Thanks for calling in, Mitch.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
Yeah.
I don't see Sam Darnold giving the Niners any problems. Mitch is a big Pac-12 guy, though.
Oh, okay.
So that's his boy right there.
The Pac-2?
Yeah, Pac-2. Now the Pac-6.
Maybe the Pac-6.
Maybe we'll be the Pac-7 in a couple weeks.
Do we call him the 6-pack or the Pac-6?
I'm going 6-pack.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm going 6-pack.
Yeah, 6-pack. I don't know. I in the back of my mind there is this like small amount of, Sam Darnold could just have a day and just light you up. And if he starts to build off of what he did last week, there's a possibility that he gives him a run for his money. He's got a ton of talent around him.
He does, but like I said, I don't want to beat up on the guy too much. He's just not a good quarterback. It don't matter who you throw around him. He's just not a good quarterback. And he played the Giants last week, so that's great. You played well, but now you're playing a real team. So if he plays well this week, I'll give him some credit, but I'm not expecting it.
Yeah. And as far as the Tyreek Hill situation, first of all, just a horrific look. Like not defending anybody, not taking one side or the other. I know that Tyreek came out yesterday and said, look, I could have handled it better. I could have handled the situation better. I could have rolled down my window better, sooner. I could have been more, compliant and but still, for it to be right there, right? How far away from the stadium was it?
It was right there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It looked like the Tard Walk was in the not background, but it's like the same area. I've been there before, so yeah.
Yeah, and again, he was being pulled over for speeding. That's not exactly the place to be speeding because there are a lot of people. I mean, you can see there's a lot of people around. But at the same time, just there's no place for that. And
keep your composure.
Yeah,
you need to be the adult in the room too.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to be the adult in the room there. So, so it is. Mitch, to Mitch's point, it's good. Nothing escalated any further, and there were no injuries or anything else. Plus, what Jonnu Smith and Calais Campbell rolled up, right?
Yeah, like that. Like I said, to have some composure. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Calais Campbell is
he's a Walter Payton man. There was no reason for that aggression, but
but that dude's 6'9".
Yeah,
that's a gigantic man. That's not who you want to see climbing out of a car. Oh my goodness. So yeah, just wild scene. And certainly on week 1 of the NFL season, not something that you want stealing the headlines of the Sunday morning. But unfortunately these things happen. What else are you looking for? If the running backs here what if it is just Jeff Wilson tonight? I don't even know what they have after that.
Jeff Wilson, they got Jalen Wright. He's a rookie. He's a speedy guy. I think Achan's playing. He went through the walkthrough yesterday with the team. Didn't have a non-contact jersey or whatever. He was cutting. The beat reporter said looked fine. Well, as far as how he can be. So I think he's playing today, but I think we'll see Achan play. Jeff Wilson will get more of the carries too. Fantasy football people talk about Jalen Wright a lot, but everything is pointed to Jeff Wilson getting those carries that most won't get.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Shanahan does, and McDaniel does a lot of the similar things. He relies on specific people, and those are people that he's very, very comfortable and confident in. And I think Achan kind of broke that mold a little bit, but also with Mostert scoring 18 touchdowns, whatever it was last year. So I would expect Jeff Wilson, if Achan's not playing, either way, I think Jeff Wilson's going to get a lot of carries.
Yeah, he'll get his. And
he's one of those dudes, every time he plays, he just scores a ton of touchdowns.
I love Jeff Wilson for the sake of he will run through that, just run through whoever's in front of him. He's one of the more physical runners I think Miami's had in a while. And he really, he doesn't get the ball a lot or anything like that, but when he plays, he's impactful, I think.
Yeah,
Like he was big last week against the Jaguars. They couldn't run the ball at all. They threw Jeff Wilson in there, and they're starting to get 4-yard runs, 5-yard runs, like starting to open up the offense a little bit for them.
Yeah, he's sort of a sledgehammer. He busts open the hole, and like, he's a guy who throughout his career, anytime he does get opportunity, he seems to take full advantage of it. And again, to get back to sort of the Shanahan thing and McDaniel thing, it's one of those things where he puts a lot of faith in people that he feels comfortable with. I mean, it's why this last weekend we saw Mason run 28 carries and 1 reception when he had like 1 or 2 other running backs like sitting there he could have gone to, and those guys are just not getting any play at all because he doesn't, there isn't faith built up in him. And, both Mostert and Jeff Wilson are 49ers guys that sort of
he's been with him.
Follow McDaniel to Miami. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, they weren't able to run the ball well last week, but even if they're not, I don't think it'll affect them too much.
You don't think so?
I think they'll be able to figure it out.
The modern NFL, this is kind of what you have to have, right? You have to have just a stable of backs because
there's no really power horse backs, bell cow backs anymore. You need probably 2 guys at least.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's just the way the position's gone now. I mean, is it because there's a lot of good running backs now, or is just because I have a theory too? Like, there's no Adrian Petersons in this league right now. Like Christian McCaffrey is great, but he's not like there's no all-time great type running backs, at least to that level where it's like, yes, we're gonna give him the ball, make him our offense. Like that player hasn't existed as a running back unless I'm just missing someone, since him.
I think if you're like the Adrian Peterson type, like a 2,000-yard back, Derrick Henry was that guy. I don't think he's that guy anymore at all, even close. And then I think so many teams have gone to like an all-purpose back. So McCaffrey is the great of the great all-purpose backs, like one of the best receivers out of the backfield we've ever seen. Maybe he doesn't get the same amount of touches because of the offense he's in. But this is a dude who like he had a streak of like he hadn't dropped the ball in like 4 seasons or something.
Well, that's the thing too. I feel like if you're running routes and they got you out there all the time, yeah, you're gonna get less carries and all that just because we can't just overuse this guy way too much.
Yeah, but that's also I think that teams that do overuse their backs, you see it like super quick. That's why I was even surprised this weekend when Mason had 28 carries. You're like, okay, that's a lot of carries. That's a lot of carries. What are we doing here? And I think it's okay to have that happen here and there. But like, what if you do need him for the next 4 weeks? What if McCaffrey doesn't come back super quick and all of a sudden, you've piled 100 carries on this guy in 4 weeks who hasn't ever done this in his career, like at the college level, the high school level, he hasn't rushed that many times. And all of a sudden you're just thrusting him into this situation, hoping for the best.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how it goes and all that, but yeah, I just feel like with the running back position, it's kind of, we've moved past that. Like the age of the guys that are going to get 30 carries a game and all that.
It's wild though. I mean, it used to be like the Eddie Georges of the world.
Yeah.
These guys just, even Ezekiel Elliott when he was young, he has just so many carries, and now every team is going away from it. Even like watching the Chargers this weekend, and Gus Edwards getting carries, but then J.K. Dobbins getting a bunch of carries. Like it feels like every team is doing like this split back. I think it's interesting because it's probably going to open up something different for the 49ers once McCaffrey is healthy. And I think Mason is a player who may have been able to say, hey, look, I'm here. And if you need me 8, 10, 12 carries a game, if you need to take some stress off McCaffrey, if you need him to get slowly back into the flow and then preserve him for week 17 and then the playoffs, that's fine. And so I think it might be a blessing in disguise that the 49ers have found a guy.
That's got to be nice, huh? Oh, our best running back is out. I mean, so important to our offense. Oh, Jordan Mason, can you play for us, please? Yeah, let me give you 147 yards.
147 yards.
Insane.
And what is he? It's not like he's a rookie. We're looking at like a 3rd, 4th year back, who undrafted guy.
Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, and
maybe hasn't had his opportunity yet. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about this, the NBA. Like that's opportunity is everything. Like if you get an opportunity, if you can't take advantage of it, then they move on to the next player. You might have 2 or 3 times where you get a true chance. Like the guy that pops in my head, like Chimezie Metu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to give you a run here. Like, and that's your chance. and you take advantage of it, and then you start to fall away from what they're asking, then they go a different direction. And you might get one more of those. And he did. But then again, eventually they go to other people because that's sort of the game. And so for a guy like this to walk on the field and just like, I think Kyle called him, he tweeted, he looks like a grizzly bear with chainsaws for arms.
That's terrifying.
But that's what he looked like.
Yeah,
yeah. Mason was just like cutting through everyone and like searching out contact. So I thought it was really, really crazy to watch a guy who you didn't expect to do anything, and all of a sudden here he is. Like, wow, like you arrived like on the first week of the season in a big game against.
Well, it's a big sense of relief too, because like, oh, we got McCaffrey out. He's dealing with an Achilles tendonitis or whatever. Like, he might just be in and out a bit this season. We don't know for sure if he is, but like, if you guys dealing with injuries, like that's gonna scare you a bit. Just the fact that, all right, no, we're good. Like, we're okay.
I think it's interesting because they talked about this a little bit of practice yesterday, and Shanahan, was it yesterday or the day before? Shanahan said like they aren't like considering the IR for McCaffrey right now. They're looking at him and saying, okay, no, he missed a week. We thought he was going to play.
Yeah, from how they've talked about it, it seems like it's a week-to-week type injury.
Yeah, I think they were actually kind of caught off guard that he didn't play this last week.
Yeah, good. I think I don't remember who was saying it. Might have been Schefter or someone, but they were saying like by the time like the game got here that morning, he's like, no, still not feeling like completely right.
Yeah, if a guy's not playing completely right and he's this type of player,
Yeah, you're better off just holding him out for however long.
you are better off holding him out. And not only that, but you're a team who has much bigger aspirations than winning regular season games in the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying just put the guy on ice and wait it out. And
but you can pick and choose your moments too, like you're saying.
yeah. And if he doesn't feel it, if he doesn't feel right, like the calf / Achilles,
I'm not gonna mess with that.
I
You
ain't
say
messing
you're
with
not
that.
good. All right, bro, go sit down now.
No, because that's a year.
Yes,
If he blows out Achilles, that's a year.
it's a year. You probably lost some speed. It's gonna affect your career a bit, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Yeah, you don't mess with the calves. You don't mess with the Achilles.
the technology is better and it's improving, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to miss like huge amounts of time. And it's not like he's a quarterback who's standing around in the back, just kind of hanging out. And like I think this has sort of always been something that people don't talk about, but McCaffrey's not young, and McCaffrey had a ton of injuries before he got to San Francisco, and you hope that you're going to be able to preserve him for another 2-3 years and have him be your star back, but that's kind of like the life expectancy here.
Yeah.
If you get to 3 years from including this season, I think you've won. If it's only 2, it's totally understandable. That's like the NFL. Like guys break down, especially at the running back position. That's why running backs don't get paid anymore. And you have to have 5 of them on your roster. It's because this is sort of like the new NFL and where things are going.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw like as far as the deal and all, I think, like you said, it probably is going to take this one more year to like, all right, the Niners got everything they wanted out of it, but I think he'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be somewhere he's missing a lot of time this year. It's more so because they held him out all the preseason too. So I feel like it's just one where it's kind of like, all right, like once you feel like you're right again, all right, we'll get to running.
Yeah, I think there's always a little bit of concern, especially when you know that he.
If we're still talking about this in week 6, then I'll be a lot more concerned because it's just like it's not going to go away then.
But remember, we were talking about this in the playoffs. Like this is an injury that started in the playoffs.
They should have to manage however they can, I guess.
Yeah, he was able to play through it for sure. But
Yeah.
at the same time, this isn't the way you want to start a season, is to have a guy just completely, like hit and miss. All right, let's
got hour 3.
We have hour 3. If those of you don't know, D'Lo and Casey, they will be here today. They're going to be here in just a little bit, but they have another responsibility.
Believe it or not, they work on another radio station.
They do. They work on another radio station, and someone's going to do a concert or something here. I don't know. Maybe we'll hear some of that in the background. But it's going to be me and Jesse taking you to the 1 o'clock hour. So we'll be back for hour number 3 of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. Yep. Yeah, John Poles, don't believe that. No. Oh, I got to stretch. Yeah, I don't know who is here. I don't know what the situation is, and it kind of like popped up yesterday. Like, hey, is there a way you can stick around for an extra hour? So, yo, yep, just stretching. Gonna have to magically come up with content for the next hour. What's happening? Uh-huh. Yo. Yes. Ramsey, that's exactly what this was. Yeah, James, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday. It was very much Lindbergh. Yeah, Jesse doesn't get overtime either, I don't think.
No, yeah, we do.
You do?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely gonna pay for these hours.
Yeah. I don't. It's a long story. Yeah, exactly. That'd be great. Go ahead and stick around. Where did I get the mug? This is my. I got it on the Amazon.
That insider's mug you hooked up Kyle with, that's pretty sweet.
It's the same mug.
Yeah, it's the same one we got the lettering he told me or whatever.
Yeah, I had his etched. I think I'm gonna get mine done. Yeah, the heated mugs are bomb. Although I did not get my second cup of coffee today. I did get to stand up though. I got to stand up on that break. That's an added bonus. How much time do we got, Jesse? We no, I'm okay. Yeah, we need like 7-minute breaks here. Just today. Not every day, just today. Wow. Most receiving yards in a season. Tyreek didn't get to 2,000, right? He fell
No.
short. Yeah. I think in this game he passes Isaac Bruce and he probably passes Jefferson. We made a mistake not keeping him a couple of years ago because we had him as a hookup with Mahomes, and we were just devastating with the two of them. We get a 2-point bonus for hookups in our league. And then when you went to Miami, we kept CeeDee Lamb instead. Welcome back into the Insiders. We have hour number 3. I don't know what's happening, but it's hour number 3.
3-time champs right here. Hour 3. 3 is the best number. It's my favorite number right there.
That's your favorite? Well,
yeah.
It's funny because the Thursday is Kyle's favorite day of the week. All right. So we have a favorite hour in the favorite day of the week. All right. I'm here for it. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia, here on this Thursday in Roseville, California. Here on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We have some sort of concert going on here today, and D'Lo and Casey have to be part of this concert. And so they will be back in around 1 o'clock, hopefully. Now Kenny's in, just dropping by to hang out in the studio.
If we got to do an hour for you guys better call in because we only got 3 hours of material here.
Yeah. Where are you at? We got 2 hours of material.
Yeah. You know what? Matter of fact, call the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320.
We're dying here. We're out of stuff to talk about. Yeah. So we aren't out of things to talk about.
Not never that.
But hey, let's hit this conversation that we just talked about it. McCaffrey's not a candidate for IR, but he's probably going to miss this week as well. I mean, that's kind of the murmur, is that there's a good
That's what
chance,
it seems like.
Yeah, that he may or may not play this weekend. It's a short week, even though he didn't play last week. It's a short week. We keep hearing that because they played on Monday and then again on Sunday. And I think it's interesting because the 49ers have been a team that Brock Purdy, more specifically, has been a quarterback that if there's one knock on him, it's that the players around him are too good.
Yeah, Brock did all this, but look at all the guys around him. That's the most backwards ass thing ever.
Isn't it the wildest thing? And I'm looking at it like, okay, look, if you have Brock Purdy as your quarterback, like, is there a way for him to ever win this conversation?
There is.
Is there a way for him to win this conversation?
There is, but it's got to kind of be ugly because like McCaffrey's probably gonna have to like miss some games, and people are gonna have to see, oh, Brock can actually run the offense without maybe Christian McCaffrey there or something like that, which I don't buy into. But I think that's the only way. Like if the 49ers are missing some pieces on offense, some important ones, and they're still winning because like Brock Purdy's just playing like Brock Purdy always does. I think that's how you change it.
Okay, so what if I told you that you're gonna go into a nationally televised game on Monday Night Football against what many consider one of the better teams in the AFC in week 1.
You already just destroyed my point.
That your left tackle was going to sit out all of training camp and show up like a couple of days before and literally have to go in the locker room and get an IV during the game. Not only that, but your star wide receiver decided to skip all of preseason.
Said he's never felt like that on a football field before either.
That dude drops a touchdown. He drops a what would have been a easy first down. And on top of that, oh, by the way, your superstar running back who finished what, 3rd in MVP?
Sounds right around there.
Right around
there. Offensive player of the year.
Yeah, that guy, he wasn't able to play, and you didn't really even know he wasn't going to be able to play sometime maybe on Friday and sometime maybe on Monday. But you go out there as a quarterback with all of these things happening around you, a rookie right guard, a left tackle who hasn't been there forever, who literally just showed
up this week,
like 5 days ago, 6 days ago, and then all of these other pieces, and you go out there, and then what happens? Instead of you being the star, some random dude named Jordan Mason.
What the hell is Jordan Mason?
Goes for 147, and it's like, well, he had Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason went for 147, so...
Well, goes Jordan Mason, and then after that, it's like, oh, yeah, Brock played... No, it goes to Kyle Shanahan.
Well, yeah, Shanahan did an amazing job of coaching this thing. Or is it, oh, man, Mason, he could be a stud. They may have found something. And meanwhile, a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer who had 2 or 3 MVPs, a Super Bowl win, looks every bit the age of 41, or whatever Rodgers is. And your quarterback should have had a much better game, but some wide receivers dropped some balls. Is there ever going to be a moment where he really does have an opportunity to get his due?
I thought I had it with that theory as far as like McCaffrey's going to have to miss some games and all that, but you literally just shot it down in week 1. It just literally didn't even happen. Like they were fine. He played well and he still didn't get credit.
No interceptions, no fumbles, no big mistakes, nothing.
It has to I don't know what it is with him. Why he hasn't gotten his due yet. I'm not even saying you got to call him a top 5 quarterback because I don't think he's that. But he's a top 10-ish type, or he's around there. But he doesn't get discussed that way, I think. And I don't know if it's because they hold Kyle Shanahan in such high regard, or if it's because all the weapons, because he was a 7th-round pick. But he's done enough to get a little respect. I don't think he's gotten that respect yet.
Yeah. I mean, he's literally 4-2 in the playoffs in his career. And one of those losses came because like early in the game, somebody snapped his elbow. Right. And so they lose that game. The next came in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Like you got the rookie year, whatever. Oh, we got to see film on him. All right. He tore it up the next year.
Yeah. He had 4,300 yards and 31 touchdowns last year. He was absolutely, and he only played 16 games. If he would have played the 17th game, he would have been either the NFL's passing leader or like right near the NFL's passing leader. Like he finishes in the top 6, I think, in NFL passing yards. So I'm kind of intrigued to see how the narrative shifts with him, or if it doesn't. If this is going to be sort of Brock Purdy's narrative for his
I wonder
career.
how much different it'd be if he could throw a football 70 yards down the field.
You know what though, man? Has there ever been a quarterback where you just sat there and said, "Okay, why does he get no credit?" I mean, they went to the NFC Championship game after he started like 9 straight games. They went to the Super Bowl the next year, but we're still not seeing the the groundswell.
Off the top of my head, like I don't know who else gets that kind of excuse. I guess Tua in a sense does at times.
Tua puts up the numbers, and statistically, I guess maybe the better example, the other example is Goff.
Yeah, but even Goff still gets his respect now at this point.
But do you consider Goff a top 10 quarterback?
He's around there for me.
Okay.
But I think, if we're talking like as far as the conversation around Brock Purdy and like throwing Jared Goff around there, I feel they give Jared Goff more his due than they would Purdy.
Maybe, but
because Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl, so maybe he gets that respect. But I still don't think like they talk about how they talk about Goff, they talk about Purdy.
I don't know, man.
They talk about Goff like he's maybe I'm not seeing something else then, but yeah, I feel like Goff still gets his credit.
Okay, so Goff is a 3-time Pro Bowler. Goff also last season threw for 4,575 yards and 30 touchdowns. Like he was incredible.
Yeah.
He was incredible, and you know what? He didn't make the Pro Bowl, despite the fact that I think he was second in yards to Dak. I think Dak has a couple.
Did he turn that down?
Oh, well, maybe
we got some Tyler Huntley's in the Pro Bowl and all that.
Yeah, but I think that's one of those things where he would have he still would have got the nod. I don't know. We're also talking about a guy who, again, did win a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, no.
He lost.
Yeah, he lost one of the worst Super Bowls of all time.
Yeah.
10-3 against the Patriots.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why. But I think that Goff is one of those guys where no one considers Goff a top 10 quarterback. Probably don't consider him a top 14, 15 quarterback. Maybe top 15. But you don't instantly, like when you're going through your fantasy football book, you're not like, you look at Goff stats, you're like, nah, that's not happening again. Like I'm not taking him as a starting number 1 quarterback. And if I walk into the season with him as my number 1 quarterback, I'm not feeling great about it.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that he threw for a ridiculous amount of yards and a ridiculous amount of touchdowns. So I don't know that how we're ever going to get there with Purdy, but maybe there is like a window here where there are some other players that are like that. You know, like again, Lamar Jackson, people disrespect Lamar Jackson, they think, but he's won 2 MVPs. Like they're not really disrespecting him. They're just not putting him up.
I feel like they're just waiting for him to win in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, but
that's like him and Josh Allen are kind of the same.
Yeah.
Lamar and Josh Allen.
Yeah. I think that's true. But then we have other guys who like have never done anything who get all kinds of love and on the national stage. And you're sitting there like, okay, I'm not quite sure why it is. And can it be that he was the final pick in the 7th round of the NFL draft? Maybe. But
I think that definitely plays into it. But either way, you should be getting a little bit more respect.
No, I agree. So, yeah, a lot more on this. I think it's really interesting, just the perception of players and how, some players you're just waiting for that one season where they break out. And then other players, you're like, oh, no, he's just not that good. And it doesn't matter how many stats they put up, how many wins they put up, how many playoff wins they put up. You're left with this weird, like, sort of feeling around the league about them.
Yeah.
And so I hope that Brock Purdy can break through that. And hopefully he can. All right, we're gonna step aside. This is part of hour number 3 here on the Insiders. It's a marathon. We're taking your calls. Call the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Give us something to talk about here because we got another 45 minutes before D-Lo and Casey take over. We're the Insiders. We'll see you in just a minute. Drew Down, I do believe you are a hater, and I think you own that. I think you own that you're a hater. I'm just seeing you like in the chat. It's okay. You're a hater. John Bull loves threads and needs to be punched in the face. Yeah. I mean, we kind of got it here.
Alfonso, the guys are doing their other job. Just for the hour, though.
Oh, yeah. Alfonso, D'Lo, and Casey have a concert situation here that they've got to be here for. And so Jesse and I are filling in for the hour. Secure and Bagley, you do not know that John Bull needs to be punched in the face thing? That's a Kyle thing. No, I like Drew Down. Me and Drew Down, we worked it out. Where was that place? Oh, Players. We had an event at Players, and it was a dark and dingy, a really cool spot though, over off of Sunrise. And me and Drew Down, like, we had some good conversations. It's a good dude. I'm just messing with him here. Yeah, see? Drew Down thought I was calling him out on some stuff, and that wasn't the case. Like, I'm just not as big a fan of not as big a fan of why am I drawing a blank? Oh, Jonathan Kuminga. That's all. Not the Players Club. It's Players. Sports bar. See, and that's why John Bull needs to be hit in the face. Right there. John Bull making up stories. Oh. This escalated quickly. Huh. All right. Would I ever get a Cybertruck? Leezy, no, I would never get a Cybertruck. I do drive a vehicle from the same brand, but yeah. I have a bunch of tools. I don't need a Cybertruck though. No, Chris Ochoa, that wasn't my point that you chose wrong as Goff as your quarterback number one. I'm just saying that most people going into a league would not choose Goff as their quarterback number one, when realistically he probably deserves to be there. And he probably deserves to be in the top 10 list of quarterbacks, especially after his season last year. Wow. PSG was ordered to pay Kylian Mbappe $55 million unpaid wages. That's a lot of money. All right. Welcome back in to the Insiders. It's a marathon day. We're taking phone calls. Call the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. We're going to do this telethon style to get us through the last hour. Damien and Kenny are busy doing an event. They'll be back here before the 1 o'clock hour. But for right now, you've got James Ham, you've got Jesse Tapia, you've got the Insiders brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Call us and talk to us about your team, and we'll tell you whether they stink or they're good.
That's right. Jesse, we do have confirmation. The six-pack is real.
It's legit?
The six-pack is real.
That's right.
So we're not going to call it the Pack 12 anymore. We're not going to call it the Pack 6 because let's just be honest, that doesn't sound very appropriate.
We're the 6-pack until some other teams get in here.
We're calling it the 6-pack. According to, I guess, an announcement from Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, and Fresno State, they are officially joining the artist formerly known as the Pac-12.
Pac-12 champions Fresno State doesn't have a bad ring to it.
Oh, you're a Fresno State guy?
I'm not, but I like the way they play ball and recruit and all that. I think they'll be good.
I'm kind of I like the Aztecs.
I was always an SJSU guy, San Jose State. It's always a school I wanted to go to, but
okay. And
now I'm a Sac State guy, I guess.
Are they the Aztecs too?
No, they're the Spartans.
Spartans, sorry. Close. Yeah. So San Diego State, Aztecs, and then Colorado State. I like Boise State because now the 6-pack is going to have the blue field.
It's facts.
Yeah.
Shout out Boise State in that weird ass field.
I absolutely love it.
Don't get it. It's cool. Like Eastern Washington, I think, has a red one.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't like.
You know what though? Get them in. Let's go the 7-pack.
No, because they're in Sac State's division, so keep them there, and we'll get Sac out of there. Sac State.
Get Sac State in the Pac-12. Come on.
Pac-12 champions, Sac State.
That's right. And someone would say Stingers up. I don't.
What's crazier? What's crazier? A's winning the World Series at Sutter Health Park, or the Sac State Hornets winning the Pac-12.
I would love to see the Sac State Hornets win the Pac-12. Or at that point, if they can get Eastern Washington, we'll call it the 8-pack.
There it is right there.
So it'll be like your abs. Like you got a nice little 8-pack going. I think it's interesting that that this is happening right now, that they're, after the whole Pac-12 getting blown up last year and this being the first year, like you can't have two teams in a.
Yeah, I just wonder what it means for that conference. Like, is it something where it's like, because the Pac-12 was something before, and like now it's like, all right, we got all these teams, and like I said, it's just basically Mountain West 2.0.
I guess, but I believe,
and maybe there's some college football things that I'm missing as to why this is great for them, and like Pac-12's back, but I think probably need someone to explain it to me a little bit more, I guess.
I think the Pac-12 as a brand is like 108 years old, or the Pac-10, the conference itself.
So are we just trying to keep history at this point?
I guess so. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm totally down with them re-expand. I wish that they would have done the right thing in the beginning. And if you're going to go to another league, just bring everybody in. Yeah. Like whether it's 2 or 3 leagues, don't leave 2 teams behind. To me, that was just Bush League, and these poor guys are just sitting there like, what are we supposed to? Yeah, like who are we supposed to play? How are we supposed to schedule this? I don't know. As a UC Davis guy, I hope for good things on occasion for Sac State, but I'm a UC Davis guy, so
makes sense.
People are now filtering in. I think this is for the concert that
you can see behind me,
that is supposed to like be over in a few minutes. Like if this becomes like a full on marathon, and we
might be going 10-4 today.
If we just keep going, it's going to get a little loose here, especially if people don't call the Elk Grove Kia hotline, talk line here on ESPN 1320 at 916-909-1320. I'm expecting Ramsey to call in any minute because I just called him out and said you need to call. Anyway, this is one of those events where like the Pac-12, if the Pac-12 does get like it does look like it's being reinvigorated, re-envisioned, and I have no idea how that's happening, but good for them. Jesse, let's get back to this game tonight.
Want to get to the calls real quick? The bat signal went up. We got callers.
We've got calls. Let's see. What do we got?
All right, 1320. What is your name?
Paul.
What's up, Paul? What do you want to talk about?
I need some help with my fantasy lineup, guys.
What's going on? What are we working with today?
So I'm having trouble with my wide receiver selection. I need to know if I should be playing Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas Jr., instead of Devontae Smith.
Ooh, instead of Devontae Smith.
Who do the Eagles have this week?
Yeah.
They got Atlanta.
Oh.
I think I still like Devontae Smith. Christian Kirk had some bad drops last week.
I'm not taking Christian Kirk at all. And me and Kyle are probably going to launch him into space because we had the accidental drafting of Christian Kirk, which has destroyed our fantasy football team because we should have had Reed.
Paul, stick with Devontae Smith, Paul.
Yeah, Devontae Smith, and then next up, I like Brian Thomas. Like the route
Brian Thomas is good.
The route he ran for that touchdown was spectacular.
He might be the number 1 by the end of the year.
I think he'll be the number 1 by like week 3. And so Devontae Smith today, but 2 weeks from now,
Yeah, ask us again, Paul.
yeah, you might want to go back. You might want to go a different direction.
All right. We got legend Leezy on the line.
Leezy's on the line.
What's up, Leezy?
Yo, him and Jesse, the A team. What's good, guys?
What's up, Leezy?
That's right.
Hey, I just had a quick question, guys. So we're talking fantasy, so I'm just gonna keep rolling with that. What are your guys' thoughts on Anthony Richardson? A lot of people are kind of out on him because they think he's injury prone or whatever. So far, I think he's been pretty good. Where would you guys like kind of rank him? Like, should I start him, sit him? Not kind of sure right now.
Well, who's your other options at quarterback?
Well, I got my boy Hurts. As you know, I'm a well-known Eagles fan. But last week he threw 2 picks. So I'm a little nervous about that. So, but Hurts is usually pretty solid for me.
Yeah, I would tell you this. In the 2 leagues that I play in, I was flat out busted up by Richardson. And I think for right now, like, why not go with him? Because it feels like they're going to be behind in games. And it feels like they're giving him all kinds of options to whether it's run the ball or sling it all over the place. And I don't think they care if he makes mistakes. I think they know who they are as a team right now. And that's a team that's going to struggle. Like, they might be okay. And they might even push for a playoff spot. But I also don't think that they believe that that's who they are.
That
so
touchdown pass off of his back foot that went 70, 60 yards in the air to Pierce or whatever was one of the best throws I've ever seen in my life.
yeah, like, you're too young to remember Jeff Blake.
You're right.
But Jeff Blake threw
Play for the Bengals, right?
Play for the Bengals, and it hit Carl Pickens on these passes all the time, and they're moonshots. So it's a specific way that he's throwing the ball where it goes straight up in the air, and then it comes down at an angle where the defensive back can't get to it, and it's just like a beautiful pass. We've seen a couple other quarterbacks. Aaron Brooks used to throw a really good ball too, like this. I think Russell Wilson at one point threw a really good deep ball. But that was wild because it was like some of these other guys, they can't throw the ball 65 yards in the air.
He didn't even put his all into it. He kind of just dropped back. Oh, here's the guy. There you go.
Well, and he didn't throw, like, he didn't step in and throw laser 60 yards or 65 yards. He threw like a flat out, like a moon ball.
Yes.
So for me, I was super impressed. It was like, holy cow, I can't believe that dropped in like that. And it showed you just like he has unlimited potential. So I would go with him and ride it for a couple of weeks. Although I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big season too.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts, like, he threw a couple picks, but he's always going to put up points. You can't ever really go wrong with him.
Well, that, and he's got great wide receivers.
Yeah, he's always going to get his.
Yeah, I mean, they even went out and got a solid third wide receiver to go with the 2 stars. So a little leery on Devontae Smith as like a long-term thing for the first caller, but
stick with him from right now. Wait till Brian Thomas actually starts getting more targets.
Yeah,
that's the one to watch, though, Brian Thomas.
No, I totally agree. We're gonna sit Brian Thomas on our bench until he's ready. He might have to start like one of these weeks for us, but like in the league that
he was cooking Jalen Ramsey a bit in the first half.
Yeah, the problem that we have too is we can't really drop Christian Kirk because he's part of our name.
What is the name?
Because we have DeAndre Swift and we have Christian Kirk and we have Dicker the kicker. Our team is Swift, Kirk, and the Dicker.
Okay, yeah, nice. It's a solid fantasy football name.
It's a solid. That was
works.
A combination of Kyle and I. Kyle came up with the final product because I certainly could come up with a couple other names that we were going with that, like, based off of some of those.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty good. It's pretty
works.
good stuff. So if you guys have more fantasy football questions,
or you just want to talk.
Yeah, or you just want to hang out and talk with us. Not only do you can you reach out and talk to us today, but tomorrow Jesse and I will be back, but we will have Faraz Siddiqui from 10:30 to 11, where we will field your calls on all things fantasy football, and we'll also just answer all of your questions in the chat as well. So we're the Insiders. We're in hour number 3 here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute for what could be the final segment, but I'm not convinced of it because the concert hasn't started yet. What is happening? Maybe it'll be a short set out there. I don't know. Yeah, we were going to allow everyone to come up with names for us, But then we went away from that just because we ended up having a ridiculous thing that we. Oh, I have seriously. This is so weird. I have a meeting right after this and food coming in right after it. No, Jason Siebenthal, I will not be doing 102.5. No, I don't have the energy for that. Yeah, Soren Smith, we're just for whatever reason, Christian Kirk is one of Kyle's least favorite players in the league, and that's okay. I'm not a fan either. I'm like, I don't know. I thought our team name would be Let's Ram It. I did. After our ridiculous Let's Ram It video playing on the air, which was amazing. John Bull, come on now. John Bull, have you built your Halloween decorations yet? Have you built the 13-foot tall Jack the Pumpkin King, Jack Skeleton? Have you built like Sally? We have all these things. Me and John Bull.
Chester, I like McConkey.
Oh no, I'm putting Worthy in there.
Worthy only got like 3 touches last game though.
Yeah, but he scored on 2 of them.
Yeah, but he's not going to do that every game.
No, but he might get more touches. I don't know. Aldrin J, do I have any interest in going to the Bay Area to cover college football? I think I heard Duke and UNC got trips to Cal and Stanford. Oh, maybe? I don't know. It just depends on my schedule because of number 1, the show here, and number 2, Kings coverage. And I really don't have much left in me once we start the season. Yeah, that is a flag right there, Leezy. That's a flag on you.
I just read the message. What is wrong with you, Leezy?
That is a flag. Oh, what else do we have? Give us good team names here. John Poles, Hollywood Brown will be back, but is he any good? Let's be honest here. He's always hurt, and he drops a lot of balls. And if I'm Patrick Mahomes, I have like anxiety over throwing passes to guys who don't typically catch the ball.
Aldrin, you've been talking about this game a lot. Cal in Miami. Is Memorial Stadium all bleachers?
I went to a Cal game years ago, basketball game, and I went to one football and one basketball game. Oh no, somebody built a Photoshop of you with a grill, just so you know.
I'll check that out. Is that on Twitter?
Yes. Welcome back into the Insiders. It's a marathon here. We are looking for your calls. Call the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320.
We got Ramsey with us.
Oh, we got Ramsey, of course. See, that's what happens. You call out Ramsey, he shows up. Ramsey, what do you got for us?
Just this tackle, whatever situation is, it's mind-boggling. It's baffling.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this? Explain it.
It goes back, for me, it goes back years. From when you had the previous commissioner, Larry Scott, who left a lot to be desired. Then they hired George Kliakoff from the Midwest, but he couldn't keep the true Pac-12 together and allowed 10 of the 12 teams to move, whether it be ACC, Big 12, Big 10. Now you want to bring in these other schools to the Pac. Now I call it the Pac whatever because I don't have any interest because my alma mater, Arizona State's now a Big 12 team. So, I mean, it just became extremely frustrating. If you would have done the right thing, found a way to keep the money, keep the original conference together, it would have worked. It would have stayed and would have worked just fine. I'm disappointed in the simple fact I don't know the next time Arizona State, whatever team it is, I don't know the next time they're going to play a game in California, which I could rely on anywhere from at least 6 to potentially 8 to 12 games, depending on the sport, per season that I know that they would be in California. Now, I couldn't tell you the next time because especially with being in the Big 12, they've got games where they can eventually go to West Virginia. They can go to Central Florida. I mean, it's going to be opposite for football this season because Central Florida in Orlando is coming to Phoenix to play, but that could flip. It's just became a mess in all of college football.
Appreciate you, Ramsey.
I agree. 6-pack it is.
6-pack, but yeah, Ramsey's kind of like it's whatever at this point. I get what he's saying about it.
I get it. I mean, it's lost its way. Like, and I get that they do have a television contract. I mean, like, so NBC in San Francisco, it's 3rd and Harrison is the NBC Sports Building, and then the Pac-12 is the next floor up. Well, NBC has 2 floors, and then Pac-12 is above it. It's like right there. It's in the same building. So, like, I feel bad that a lot of people have probably lost their jobs and everything else, but at the same time, like, this happened and you didn't do anything about it then, and now you're sort of piecing together this weird thing.
Yeah.
And we're going to come up with clever names for it.
I've never been able to get into like college football fully.
I can't either.
I can't. Like the conferences don't really matter to me. Like it was always like I was always just pay the players and that's fine or whatever. Now that they did, it's cool. But I don't know. I've never been a bit. I wonder how much that's to do with like the South is just that's all they got.
What I don't like is just the blowouts. Like to me, like why are you playing? I get why the teams are playing a game where it's going to be like the point spread is 65 points, and you're like, oh, okay, why are you even taking your team there? And it's because they make so much money.
Yeah.
So a team's like, oh yeah, we'll go play a promo game against you. We'll play a preseason game and just get trashed. But even during the regular season, there are a lot of like really wild spreads, and I'm like, I'm just not down for it. I strangely sat and watched college football on Saturday. Like,
oh yeah, I was doing that all day. Like I can I can
yeah.
watch, but it's just I have no team. It's just whoever loses fine, whoever wins fine, I guess.
Yeah, and then like I was watching like fake Patrick Mahomes. Well, I don't want to say fake Patrick Mahomes, but like the
Rayola is that Dylan Rayola?
Yeah,
his name is
Rayola. Yeah, who's trying to be like a Nebraska's quarterback. Who's trying to be like a Patrick Mahomes guy. And of course, his dad was a center for the Lions for like 14 years.
Uh-huh.
His godfather is Matthew Stafford. So like he's got all kinds of ties to the NFL.
Him and Mahomes got the same quarterbacks coach too.
Yeah, they also have the same haircut.
That's facts.
Same facial hair. Yeah.
That was crazy. That one video where he's walking on campus, he's got the shades on. It's like, no, that's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. It's like, man, I get it, but like, get your own shtick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to bash on a college kid, but like, just kind of strange the way this is going. Yeah, Jesse, we've been talking all day about the game tonight. Of course, the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins will face off, and what could mean everything. Is this the most important game of the season?
No, just for the sake, it's week 2. It's week 2. Like
I know. Yeah,
but we'll see. We'll see what they look like. I think they win, but it's literally the boogeyman has kicked your ass for so long you can't even predict it.
It doesn't feel to me that the Bills should be that good this year.
See, but like they have Josh Allen, and I feel like that matters a lot. Like for me, like I said, I call him as a four horsemen of quarterbacks, and honestly, we could talk about this guy because he might be out of there, but it's Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, and it was Joe Burrow. And I feel like if you got those guys, you're always fine. Like Joe, we could talk about him or whatever because his risk might be cashed, but
I kind of feel like Joe Burrow has fallen out of that.
He might have.
And it was also like there was a point where you're like, okay, is Justin Herbert going to be the guy that steps into that? And then all of a sudden, no.
Yeah.
And, again, maybe he's able to figure it out and put things together. But again, sort of the same thing that Josh Allen's going through where they wiped out all of his wide receivers and his running backs and started over. And he's got a new head coach and you're thinking, okay, is he able to piece it together and all that stuff? Maybe he is. Maybe he'll be able to respond and build the team back up. But I think that there's a lot of transition in this season specific of the NFL. And then there's a lot of like continuity teams.
Mm-hmm.
The continuity teams, I'm not going to put the Chiefs in the continuity team, although a couple of their guys are back. Maybe because Rashid Rice became such a huge piece of what they're doing. And they still have They still have Taylor Swift's boyfriend,
That guy.
Kelsey. They've added so many pieces outside of that, where I look at teams like the Lions, like the 49ers, where they're established who they are. Even, I know it sounds strange, but even like Tampa Bay, like
Yeah, they've been around for a little bit.
yeah, there's continuity between Mike Evans and like Baker Mayfield and everything that they're building. Like I like some of these teams that have kind of held it together. And I think Miami fits into that. They're a continuity team.
You're just waiting for the results with them.
Well, yeah, but I think it's possible that we're like, they've shown flashes of being so good that when they disappoint you too big.
That sounds right.
You know what I mean? It's they're a team.
It's just you're expecting so much. It's like, nah, like they just what was this?
Yeah, they put up like 400 yards passing, and they've got a wide receiver pushing for 2,000 yards, and you're expecting all of these things. And then when they fall on their face, it's usually so epic. And I would put the Dallas Cowboys in sort of the same boat.
Yeah.
Like, when Dallas flops, it's like, oh my God.
No, that's a good call, I think.
Like, what in the world just happened to you? You went from, again, like week 2 last year was a Mike Fiorio or whatever. He literally calling the Dolphins and the Niners like the two teams of destiny. And everyone's expecting these guys to represent the AFC and the NFC in the Super Bowl. And then the Dolphins just faded. And you're like, man, what exactly happened? So I kind of hope that this continuity thing that we're talking about, it plays out, because you are looking at a team who has a great quarterback who is trying to establish who his people are, right? Even like Kincaid wasn't all that, a big piece of what he did last week. But then you have the Dolphins, who same coach, same quarterback, same wide receiving core for the most part, same explosive runners, whether they're healthy or not, but the same idea. Even if they are going with a new running back tonight, it's Jeff Wilson, who's been there for what, 2-3 years?
3 years, I think.
Yeah. So you have a lot of pieces in place. And I kind of want to know if it matters in the NFL as much as it does maybe the NBA. The NBA is all about continuity, where I think the NFL, they try these things all the time. But
well, the NFL is different in the sense you only get like a 3-year shelf life. And if you haven't figured it out or aren't close by year 3, you're out of there. And they're probably blowing it up again.
Yeah, but that's not what they do with quarterbacks. So typically quarterbacks, I mean, yes, there are a bunch of quarterbacks who come into the league who burn out and who are gone. But then when guys establish themselves, they're usually there 8 to 10 years, sometimes longer. Quarterbacks, rare that you see like a superstar quarterback change teams midway through. So I'm intrigued. I'm pulling for your team.
Thank you.
I would like to see your team.
Chatty House, we need the vibes. We need it. I don't want to come to work tomorrow all sad.
You don't want to come?
No, James.
I don't. Yeah, because we have to do a show tomorrow.
Yes.
It's not going to be a 3-hour
What?
show.
I'm going to be, oh, yeah, Josh Allen was so great yesterday. James Cook ran all over. No, I don't want to do that tomorrow.
I feel bad. If that happens, we're taking up a collection so Jesse can get a grill. Not a grill, but a grill.
I might just have to get both.
You're going to have to get both?
Yeah, just the grill while I grill.
You talked about vibes right there. Coming into week 1 of the NFL season, I don't think that there was a team with stranger vibes than the 49ers.
It was a weird offseason because I asked the guys last week, I think it was. Like, did they have a bad offseason or was it just really loud?
Oh.
Because you got your guys, like Trent Williams was signed. He's here now. He's got his deal. Brandon Ayuk, he's here for the next however many years. Like, everything you were kind of worried about, like you got taken care of. So like, yeah, like it was the loud offseason compared to a bad one, I guess.
No, I think that makes sense. But when you get to the last week of training camp and guys are just starting to sign, and the Ayuk situation is figuring itself out, the Trent Williams situation is figuring itself out. But on top of that, you have all this mystery and questions about Christian McCaffrey. I think the vibes coming into week 1 were like super funky.
I'll fight you on that one a little bit because I feel like if Trent's coming in like that week, Brandon Ayuk shows up, like your boys are showing up that week. It's like, all right, we got our guys back. Let's go now. Like it's football season, week 1. Like we got our team here. Like we're good now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I also think that you're thinking, okay, it's week 1. You have what most people consider a very, very good opponent in week 1, and you're worried that they're going to come out and just get stomped. Just
Oh,
because,
were we worried or were they worried though?
well, and that might be because I think that's something that Shanahan kind of addressed yesterday. Like, hey, look, I've been here the whole time. Like, these guys, we're having a good time. We're all we're pulling the same way.
If I'm George Kittle, I'm a Hall of Famer. We're good. If I'm Deebo Samuel, like I'm Deebo Samuel, we're good and all that. Like you got CMC here. Like I feel like those guys, Fred Warner, whoever you want to throw out, like wouldn't let them get to that because it's like we're here, we're good.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
No, I do.
I think it was more for us to worry about than they were actually worrying about it.
Yeah, but they should have been worried because Hufanga is still out, and we don't know when he's coming back. He hasn't been pupped, but we don't know when he's coming back. Not only Hufanga, but Navarro Bowman. Like, when will he be back? You don't know. So it's not just like the offensive players that we're missing. The defense is missing players as well. And so I think it's interesting that we saw a team that went in with like kind of suspect vibes and came out, and all of a sudden it's like, oh no, vibes are good.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe the vibes just weren't suspect.
Yeah.
For them, they were like, it was busy. Like, because bring it back to the Mike Brown coaching thing or whatever. On Twitter and all that, we were freaking out. Wait, why is this all so public? Blah, 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 blah. Why is this all like, and a week later, Mike Brown is good.
Mike Brown.
He's got his contract.
He got the extension.
And it's like on us, on our end, it's like, oh my gosh, like what is going on? What's going on? What's going on? But in reality, it's like, it's not that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
I think that might have been the case with the 49ers too. Like I get that like they were frustrated, no doubt. But as far as the vibes and going into week one with the squad you got, I think they were fine.
I think you're right a little bit there. I think the situation with Mike never reached a point where it's like either Mike's going to be here or he's not. It never came to that.
That's true. Yeah.
But it certainly the vibes weren't good. There was definitely a possibility of him walking into a lame duck season. So like I mean that's just but we hadn't got to the level where we knew what the players were really feeling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's at first when all this is happening, the NBA is very different. Like I think the NFL, because they have OTAs and they have mini camps and they have, rookie camps and all that stuff. There's all these moments where they're touching base with each other. Right. And the NBA is like, once you're out of the playoffs, like you're gone.
Yeah.
Like, there's free agency, there's draft. You might come back and hang out for summer league. But again, just think of this, like the Kings season ended like April 16th, whatever the play-in game was. They all get together for a couple of them fly in for the California Classic, right? That's July. So we're talking about like 2.5 months later, right? Month and a half later.
Yeah.
No, all of June, all of May, 2.5 months later, they're getting together. So there's like this huge gap. And then once that ends, it's like, hey man, we're not getting together again until like they had their little week that they went to Santa Barbara, San Diego, I want to say
one of the Santas.
I think it was San Diego. They went to San Diego for just like to hang out as a group. We've seen players like get together and have competition. Again, Jay Crowder is coming in this week to hang out with the group of players that are playing here and kind of do like a free agent tryout type deal. But my point is that there is so much separation, and with the NFL, like it does feel like they're together way more than.
Oh yeah, they're together from OTAs are what, April, I think.
Yeah.
So from April till the season's over.
Yeah, and it's like everybody.
Yeah.
It's like they all pop in, they're there for a week or two, and then they go back and they do their thing, but they always have these moments where they're touching base. Like again with baseball, it's 162 games. You're together from spring training in like late February until October.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like such a brutal stretch where you're.
Do we feel good about the Niners now though?
I think I do.
Even with McCaffrey dealing with his Achilles tendonitis and all that.
I think you feel better because when you have a player like Jordan Mason step in and become something, all of a sudden it like adds this element of, hey, this is really cool. Like there's a lot of potential here and it's untapped. And maybe again, maybe you get into the playoffs and you have McCaffrey go down midway through a game and you need Jordan Mason to step in and he's a guy that can put up 150 yards, and that's a big deal. Again, you get into a game where he's out and you make it to the next round of the playoffs and you're like, oh, what are we going to do? We lost Christian McCaffrey, our season's over. No, maybe it's not, and maybe the Mason stepping up like this it'll buy you 8 to 10 carries a week for the next 16 weeks.
Get the man with PR too, please.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, and that's one of those things where you don't even think about,
Yeah.
like when you're prepping for that game, it didn't dawn on you that there's a possibility that
He goes off and maybe he has a post-game press conference.
that Mason could be just so good that he's going to be asked questions on the field.
You imagine Niners PR staff? Yeah, Kyle, when you talk to him, yeah, he's not gonna hit the podium. No worries.
No, I mean that's where you're at though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like you don't prep most of your defensive line. You know, you're going to prep Bosa, or at least you've had conversations with Bosa. You know what's going on. You're not prepping the second linebacker next.
Yeah.
Whoever it is starting next to Fred Warner. You're just not like getting into it with all of these guys, and then all of a sudden you have a guy who blows up, and then press conference gets a little wonky, or on the field interview. I'd also say the other thing with the 49ers going into the season is that Ricky Pearsall got shot.
Yeah, that's another thing that happened.
All
All
in the same week.
That was one of the. Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, like everything happening like within a couple of days of each other. Like you're trying to build up to a season, and all
I was thinking football, which is like all this stuff, and then like Ricky Pearsall gets shot, and he's great and all that, but like that's just so much you're dealing with.
Yeah, it ends up being an inspirational thing, and I don't know how much Ricky Pearsall was going to play anyways. Like I don't even know if he would have been in uniform likely on opening weekend, but would he have been part of any game plan? And the answer is probably not. Between Juwan Jennings, between Ayuk being back, between the other guys who had been in practice the whole time, I think that there's a possibility. Oh, did I say Navarro Bowman? I meant Dre Greenlaw. Sorry, my bad. Dre Greenlaw's out. But anyway, I think it's just it adds another level to the chaos that's happening with the 49ers.
Yeah.
And then they come out of week one. It's like, man, we just crushed a team that everyone is talking about, that everyone thinks is amazing. We just crushed them.
Yeah, it's kind of like a sense of, like I've said earlier, it's like a sense of relief. Like we're all right.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Like a major sense of relief. Now, it's the NFL, and we've seen this 49er team like come out last season. They were just rolling, and then all of a sudden they got complacent and just got buried 3 weeks in a row. And that's not something you want to see from this team. You want to see them sort of ride this throughout the season. And, but again, I think adding Mason maybe gives you the confidence that you can keep going, that you can mix things up. You can be different.
I'm sure if I'm Kyle Shanahan at this point, it's like, give me whatever running back and I'll have him rush for 100 yards.
I don't know, because he wouldn't give anybody else the ball at all.
Well, he knows what he knows.
Or he's going to sign Matt Breida tomorrow just in case.
He's on the practice squad, I think, right?
Yeah. That's something where you're like, okay, look, he's gonna go find like Tevin Coleman and like bring him out of mothballs and like, hey man, I might have an issue here. I need you to be here. So I don't know. It's intriguing. We do what do we got tonight? What time is the game?
5:00.
5:00. And do we?
I don't believe we don't have the game.
We don't have the game. The game's on at 5:00 tonight. Do you know who's favored?
Miami 2.5.
Ooh.
Yeah, 2.5 points.
Are you taking that?
Yeah, I think they're winning today.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're winning today.
You think they're going to defy all the odds?
It's literally, if you look at the matchups and all that, they should win. But it's just how much, what do they call it? Rent do they own in your head?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's always the problem, right? You're worried about a team.
I don't think Buffalo respects Miami in the sense where they think Miami is soft. I think they think they're a finesse football team, and I think they can punch Miami in the face, and Miami's not going to do nothing about it.
You think so?
Yeah, because I've heard Daryl Dawkins, and he's their left tackle. He's talked about it before.
That's just weird.
I think that's how they feel about Miami. Like, they almost like don't respect them. I get it though. Literally, they blow them out every time.
It's kind of like the guys who played in cold weather and the guys who don't play in cold weather. And Miami, like they're in the tropics, and then you have this team that's like gritty and like Buffalo, New York, like blue collar town. Again, they play in the snow.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys can't play in the snow. But I don't know. I'm intrigued.
We'll see what happens.
If I too will choose Miami tonight. That's who I'm going with.
You got any matchups this weekend you're looking forward to? Or you got your eyes on? I got my eyes on the Raiders this weekend. I want to see what that Raiders offense looks like. They got Baltimore this week, so that's going to maybe look a little ugly, but I need to see a little bit more from them because I was a little scared after last week.
Okay. I'm not intrigued at all by Cleveland Jacksonville, although that could be a very good game. I'm not intrigued at all by Jets and Tennessee. There's some amount of intrigue with the 49ers Minnesota game.
Bears Texans seems nice too.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Williams had a lot of jitters last week, so I want to see what he looks like kind of this week.
Okay.
And then the Texans and CJ Stroud, that's kind of my team where it's like, if someone's going to knock off the Chiefs, it might be them.
Is it just me, or like, are they becoming everyone's second favorite team?
The Texans?
Yes.
They might be.
They're just so much fun.
Yeah, well, CJ Stroud, like he's like we talked about Joe Burrow, and maybe he's kind of falling out of that top 4. CJ Stroud might be the one who's kind of next in line to join those guys.
Okay, so we've got the Bengals Chiefs. I think that's going to be a fun game. I do. I think the Bengals will come back a little bit. I don't think they'll beat the Chiefs, but I think they'll have a bounce back. Eagles Falcons is intriguing because I don't think Kirk Cousins is that bad.
Yeah, I wonder how much of they're still dealing with his injury coming back, because if I hope I'm not mistaken, but I don't think they ran any play action in that game against the Steelers.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
I have to recheck that stat. Either they didn't run it at all, or they ran it like an insanely minimal amount with him.
I know they couldn't figure out a way to get DeAndre Swift involved at all. So I'm not intrigued at all by the Steelers Broncos. The Rams Cardinals, nah, not really.
Yeah, Soren throws in Tampa, Detroit. That should be good.
We're here. Hey, look, I think we're out of time, Jesse. We actually the A team is actually here.
I don't think we need to go to break. Ask him if he's fine just hopping on.
Are you fine just hopping on? We don't need to go to break?
Yeah, we don't need to go to break. We already ran our breaks because we took our 12:43 break at 12:28. So our next break's not till 1:13.
Oh, your next break is until 1:13. I haven't logged on. I can. So, hey, we survived.
We can just do a changeover.
That's what I'm saying. Just do the changeover, quick. Hockey switch.
Here we go.
Hockey switch.
You guys all ready? Oh, that's true. Yeah, we did have a situation yesterday with Kenny, and it wasn't Lil KC. I meant the cat.
All right, James.
I meant
God
the
damn
cat.
It's done. Now they're never gonna let us do another hour.
The cat. It was Lil KC had problems. Big KC had problems. It all happened. It all happened. How was the show out there? You guys have a good time?
Fantastic. Yeah,
Sweet. Yeah, it looks like a nice little crowd here. I've got to go get into a meeting, so it's just the day. This day
make us some money, James.
This day is never going to end. It will never end. Jesse, thanks for joining me all day.
It was fun. 3 hours. Shout out to the chatty house.
We'll be back tomorrow. We will have Faraz Siddiqui here from Upper Hand Fantasy to talk all of fantasy football, and you guys can have all kinds of questions for him as far as who you need to start, who you need to sit for fantasy teams. We'll also have a lot of football to talk after, of course,
the Miami Dolphins beat the Buffalo Bills.
After Jesse's Miami Dolphins smack around the Buffalo Bills, hopefully. So we'll have all kinds of stuff to talk about tomorrow, plus some previews on the rest of the weekend of NFL football. I am going to hand off to Damian Barling.
All right, while you hand off, one take
He's
fades
right
in the
here.
chat. Bro, I am 5'6". I am not tall at all.
See you guys.
All right. We in here, baby.
D-Lo and KC. Wow.
Now
All right, later, guys.
Will you fix your damn camera?
What's wrong with it?
It just looks like a little talking head. Like,
Well, dude, my chair doesn't go any higher. What am I supposed to do
can
here?
you angle the camera down so you don't look like a
Look it.
no angle? Like move the.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
I don't apologize for being short.
No, it's not that you. Well, it makes you look shorter. That makes it look better. And then we can see the Dolphins.
I got it.
The Dolphins joint.
Now I'm about 6'2" right now.
That's facts. That's facts. Like, let's get your mic on. Try
Check.
Is this your first day? We got to add you to the stream and everything. Man.
Well, usually it's just already in.
Well, all right. Gotta hit this button. But you know what? Just for fun.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
We in here, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What's good? What's good? What's good? Appreciate y'all for being patient with us. Big thanks to James. Big thanks to Jesse for holding things down for an extra hour while we took care of some very important KSFM business out in the lobby, man. A nice little event with our man Marky Basie and a number of people who are kind enough to listen to our show. Shout out to Young Zell.
Yeah, man.
I think he made his debut on 106.5 The End this morning.
Hey.
Shout out to that boy Young Zell. What's good, everybody? I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm just pressing buttons. I had to run the intro just because we needed an extra couple seconds to change the graphics over and do all of that stuff. So James can get to the meeting he's got and go make us money and do all of that good stuff.
Yeah, man. We here.
Woo!
We here.
All right. Week 2 of the NFL season gets underway tonight. It's the Bills at the Dolphins.
I feel like I might be one of the rare people that see this game a certain way. Like, I think this should be easy work for Miami.
Easy work, huh?
Easy work.
I can't say easy work.
Easy work.
Explain yourself.
Miami's the better team at home on a short week. It's clear as day.
Josh Allen, 11-2 versus Miami. Multiple touchdowns in all 13 of those games.
I understand why Jesse,
I was there for one of those losses.
Look, I understand why Jesse, a Dolphins fan, has a certain level of respect for the situation. I get it. I did the same thing the other day with Aaron Rodgers, even though we beat his ass every time we play him.
Yeah.
I said, look, man, it's Aaron Rodgers. I respect the game. Humble hearts. That's how I feel. I'm an outsider in this situation here. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at it. Buffalo, I don't believe Buffalo's that good. If they win this one, they're going to have to show me something. They're going to have to, okay, I'll salute just like I did the other day when Josh Allen played a phenomenal second half and brought that team back. But I don't. Miami's better. Miami's clearly the best team in the division. This is their division to win. And Buffalo, they just not good enough. And it's a short week, and they got to travel.
Buffalo missing a starting cornerback too, I think.
They clearly.
I don't want to say
Miami's better.
On paper, they're better. Miami's got to prove some things, I think. It starts with today, though.
I think it's a good call right there. It starts today. Like you can. I don't think 1-0, 0-1 really moves the needle in any direction. 2-0, 0-2, you can have conversations with that. The season is a little bit different than it used to be. Like those guys used to love that 0-2 stat that just can't even possibly be relevant anymore because it like there's more games.
Oh, they can't wait. They're ready.
But it wouldn't make sense because there are more games now. Well, you're probably right. You're probably right. But yeah, a 2-0 big early season win. Sure, that can absolutely go a long way. We mentioned the 11-2 that Josh Allen is versus Miami. 2 on the other hand, 1-6 versus Buffalo. 7 interceptions in those games. Is this game more important for Miami than it is for Buffalo?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Miami,
okay.
you're trying to prove something to yourself at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
That's
I mean, you
Buffalo. Like I was talking on the insiders. Buffalo does not respect the Miami Dolphins. They think Miami is a finesse team. They think they're soft. They think they can punch them in the mouth, and Miami's not going to do anything about it. And they've said as much. Like I said, Daryl Dawkins talked, I think, last year or whatever after they beat Miami in Week 18. He's like, yeah, this is what we expected. So Miami, you got to prove it. You got to prove yourselves to them, to yourselves too.
Absolutely fair. I agree with that. But
it's a good Thursday night matchup, by the way. It's a good little start to week 2 right here.
I absolutely agree with all that. But this year ain't last year.
I know you hate Buffalo. I'm just
well. That's going a little too far. I don't hate Buffalo at all.
Not a big wings guy or what?
I don't hate Buffalo at all. They're just not.
You hate the Bills.
They're not as good. No, I don't hate the Bills. I ain't got no problem.
You hate Josh Allen?
Not at all.
You hate something about upstate New York. I don't know what it is.
No.
Is that like fake New York to you?
Not at all. Not at all.
New Yorkers don't even go to Buffalo.
Yeah. Buffalo's its own.
Nobody want to go
yeah.
there. It's like leaving the country. I ain't trying to go to Buffalo. I've been to Buffalo. I ain't trying to go back.
You been to Buffalo?
I have.
Wow.
Yeah, I went to a wedding that was on the Niagara Falls, the Buffalo side.
Gotcha.
I guess Niagara Falls crosses both
I heard the
countries.
Canada side is fantastic.
That's not surprising because I've been to Buffalo, so that checks out.
The view. I mean, I heard it's the Canada side is the better side.
Yeah, so that's why it wasn't fun. It's horrible. It doesn't even feel like it's in New York.
Buffalo feels like it's either
like
dusty or it's snowy.
Like where are we?
Yeah,
you said we was going to New York. What the hell is this?
This looks like Wyoming.
Facts. Facts.
I've never been to Buffalo. I've been to Cooperstown. I went to the Baseball Hall of Fame when I was younger.
Okay.
That was a long drive.
That's upstate, right?
From New York City to Cooperstown. And one that I don't plan on making probably ever again.
Yeah.
If I ever ended up in Buffalo, something went horribly wrong.
If you ever wind up in Buffalo, it's because you couldn't get into Canada for some reason. No, sorry, buddy. You forgot your passport. You're not allowed in over here. But this does feel like these are fun games. Like we did this with the opener with the Ravens and the Chiefs. How it feels like a little bit. Feels like game was obviously important for Kansas City. It felt like a bigger game for Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those types of games exist throughout the regular season. I love the fact that we're getting two of them in a row here. Ravens obviously fell short in their quest against Kansas City last week.
Enjoy it because it's Patriots-Jets next week.
Ooh.
Well, I'll enjoy this one tonight then, and
Ooh.
We'll have a nice little Thursday to ourselves next week.
Oh, they always do that though. They do a great job with that first game, and then it just kind of tails off.
Well, tonight's the first real Thursday night game, right? That's not a Thursday.
Well, no, that's
night
what
game
I'm.
last
That's
week.
what I'm
That's
talking
an
about.
opener.
That's what I'm talking about. The Prime video.
Mm-hmm.
They do a great job week 2 with their first game.
I forgot.
And then
games on.
And then it just kind of just falls off a cliff.
When does Al Michaels sound like he's fed up? Before or after halftime?
Before.
Yeah, I go before. I go before.
Al Michaels. It's almost time, man.
If you don't want a beer, go home.
Almost.
Bro. Yeah, it's almost time.
Almost.
I'm trying to show some respect and give him.
Okay.
He had that year. Last year was the bad year. And I'm going to say, all right, well, I'm going to give you another opportunity to show that that was just a fluke and not where you're at. But I think it's time.
Sir, that wasn't a fluke. It's time.
Yeah.
Hey. He's got to go. He's got to go. But his cranky ass will be there on Amazon Prime tonight. This will be a fun one, man. I'm excited for this. It's a good kickoff to week 2. There's a lot of games to look forward to. Of course, we'll look ahead to all of them. We'll talk about the 49ers, and Raiders got a brutal task ahead of them.
It's going to be a tough one. I'm not going to say like the Dolphins are going to beat their ass. I just think they're going to win. Like it's going to be a good game, and they're going to win by 2 scores. Give them 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shannon Sharp, who absolutely dominated the internet yesterday. Well, actually, shout out to Chris Haynes.
Glad you finished that sentence there.
Well, he did. And
dominated the internet.
He did. He absolutely did. I mean, okay. Well, let's talk about it. Did Shannon do anything wrong?
No, not at all.
And honestly, like I was talking to James about it, I think Shannon did handle that as best as he could.
I think he did too, and I don't either. I think he was very kind to not acknowledge what looked to be clear to both of us the second we saw the video the first time. I don't know how you get on Instagram Live as an accident.
Yeah, you guys got to explain that one to me.
Like you can't throw your phone and it go to Instagram Live.
Right.
Like, again, Shannon was, I think Jesse's 100% right. He was clearly embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
As much fun and jokey joke as Unc can be, he did not find this funny. He was clearly embarrassed, but he took the responsibility upon himself and didn't acknowledge. We saw the video for 10 seconds and we're like, doesn't happen on accident. We've gone on Instagram Live enough to know that you can't throw your phone and you could throw your phone and the camera opens.
Mm-hmm.
You could throw your phone and it becomes unlocked and it does like that. That happens all of the time.
Right.
Going live on Instagram Live, you're 100%. That's too many steps. Even if he threw his phone on the bed with the Instagram app open, still don't work.
The only thing that possibly could happen, like I'm just thinking of any scenario, is maybe he was already planning to go live and Michelle just pulled up and was like, right now. And maybe the thumb hit the live button there. But like I said,
I'm gonna walk myself.
He's holding the phone. He's
button.
like, "Yeah, I'm about to go on live," and then Michelle says, "No, you're not."
Hit this
and
button,
and Michelle wants it right there, and then he like, puts the phone down and.
Well, sometimes you do what you got to do.
Taps the light. That's the only way.
Did you see? R-Truth might be the funniest man in the world. Did you see his video today?
I didn't see it. I saw a thumbnail.
Yeah, well,
and it looked like
R-Truth was having way too much fun. I realized I don't even know how to go live anymore. What's this?
It is a lot of
live
different steps, like post,
okay,
reel,
if
story.
If I hit that, oh no, it's actually it's not that hard. The only explanation is the one that you just laid out. Yeah. Even though he said he's never gone live on Instagram before,
and that's
so that was
I tried to help you.
So what? So what you're saying is Unc was about to go live on Instagram for the very first time in his life, and young lady walks in and says, "I'm ready to go to work
now." That's what she said. Now.
Shannon is,
and Unc said, "All right, now."
He's a single man.
He ain't doing nothing wrong.
He ain't doing nothing wrong.
You see, they're selling night clap T-shirts now.
Well. Sometimes, hey man, sometimes you just got to take advantage. Sometimes you gotta. I guess don't take your phone to the bedroom anymore. I don't know, man. I don't know, but shout out to our man Chris Haynes, who saw an opportunity. He saw the door open. He was like, I got a video from Shannon Sharp shouting out our little hair spot, our little beauty supply, Charlene's Beauty Supply. I'm gonna post that right now.
There you go. Great, and couldn't be a better time.
Went crazy. It went crazy because everybody knew this is epic timing from our man Chris Haynes right here. Absolutely epic. Hang in there, Shannon. And shout out R-Truth for being the funniest,
just a legend,
WWE Hall of Fame.
Funny, being absolute.
Put him in. Put R-Truth in the Hall of Fame right now.
He's a legend, man. He's one of the best. He's one of the best. And I don't remember any matches that he had. He's one of the best.
I just remember they once put The Miz and Truth against The Rock and Cena at Survivor Series. That was like The Rock's return match leading into the match with Cena at WrestleMania.
And then Nia Jax concussed him, right?
That was one of my favorite moments.
Did
of all
she?
Time.
I don't know if she concussed him, but I think she threw him into the railing or whatever.
Ass.
Yeah.
Oh, man, who did Nia Jax not concuss?
Nia Jax beat his ass on the way to the.
Oh, that's right. At the Rumble.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. She did take out Truth on her way to get into the Rumble. Yeah, that was a little wild. We are thrilled that you're here with us. Matt George going to join us in the final hour of today's show. We're going to. You asked for it. Let's do it today. Tomorrow's a big football day, so you wanted 2 games in the countdown of the top 20 games of the Kings season.
Absolutely.
Well, we got those 2 games today, number 13 and number 12. We'll have those for you. As DeMar DeRozan continues to make his appearances all over the media promoting his book. He was with the Breakfast Club and Charlemagne and that crew over there. Yep. Pat Bev has some ideas for the Sacramento Kings. Talk about that. The Pac-12, is back.
Yeah.
Question mark?
Ain't no.
We'll talk about it.
It's a period.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me rephrase that. Let me try that again. Pac-12 is back.
Yeah. Big Ten. That's
that's true. That's true.
Oh, and by the way,
some of those ACC legends from
the ACC proud. Stanford.
Katie Ledecky, Christian McCaffrey.
By the way, I don't know when this
John Wooden.
I don't know when this is going to happen, but look, do me a favor. Allow me, you could join as well, to be the only people, the only media members in Sacramento that stand up and defend Sacramento. Because everybody else just riding with everybody. Oh, days, sale, all that. I'm sorry. Let us be the only ones standing up for Sacramento in this whole A's saga because it's getting ridiculous. It really is getting ridiculous. Nasty work going on.
All right. We'll talk about that as well. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Marky Basic can sing. Wow. He's got a fantastic voice.
He absolutely does. Everybody good in here? Y'all good? Securing the Bagley, what's happening? Soren, what's good? Drew Down, what up, baby? Aldrin, what's good? Mondo, I see you, boy. JT Lowe, what's cracking? Dave Garcia, Michigan. Zabo. Russ. Appreciate y'all being here, man. Sorry we were late. Filthy McNasty, what's happening? Scooter,
Filthy
Germs,
McNasty.
what's good?
Johnny G.
Oh, man. Shout out DJ Oasis, too.
Yeah, Mr. 916.
Y'all know how hard it is for me being out of my routine. My stomach dropped when I saw Kyle was out of town and needed to ask James to stay another hour. I was like, oh, no. Oh, no.
Zebra, what school you go to? You go to Woodland, Roseville? I'm trying to think of any other school. It's Roseville that's orange and black. I think it is.
What are you going to say, Jesse? No, I know. I was trying to signal to KC, don't ask a follow-up. Don't ask a follow-up. We got to get out of here. Dang it.
Marky Basie looks like Chris Long.
You guys remember we were invited somewhere on Saturday. Y'all remember that text thread? Mm-hmm. Shout out to my man Chris who said, "Yeah, we're gonna go early."
That's what day is that?
Saturday. Eaton, I'm not out for any high school football this week. I have plans Friday. Big thanks to our man Greg for pulling up on us yesterday from Train with Map Training. Yeah. He created a website for you, for our people out there, trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. You can access all of the different supplements that we talk about at Maptrition. You can access it right there from that website. You can get an appointment. You can fill out like questionnaires. They got macro calc, all sorts of stuff in here. It's right here on this website. Great stuff. And he put this together for us. Trainwithmap.fit/ ESPN 1320. Again, you can access all of the supplements that we talk about on the show. You can access a number of other things, including the do-it-yourself macro calculator. And if that's stuff that you don't understand, it's all good. You could book an appointment to talk to him. And as he said yesterday, he's happy to talk to everybody who reaches out to him through this website. So trainwithmap.fit /ESPN 1320. I mean, run down, be damned. You appear to have something you want to get off your chest, so why don't you get it off your chest?
Yeah, man. So I'm from Sacramento, California. You know what I mean? I'm from Sacramento. I love Sacramento, and I want what's best for Sacramento all the time. And I just keep, all the news coming out about, the A's and will they play and all this other stuff. And there's people in my own city, working against that opportunity and not really telling the whole story, not representing the story the right way, in my opinion. Now, whether or not the A's should be moving from Oakland or not, that's a separate situation. But what I do know is there's a possibility. I'm just saying possibility because they hadn't played a game yet. Anything could happen. But there's a possibility of the A's playing in Sacramento for up to 3 years, 4 years, or whatever the case may be. That's a fantastic opportunity. It's not a joke. It's not a clown show. That's a fantastic opportunity for this city, period. And all anybody ever want to talk about is John Fisher and look what he's doing and he's doing all this. Man, I don't care about any of that. This is a fantastic opportunity for the city. And I would want all these people who come around and talk about, it's bad for the city and, you want to get played. How the hell is Sacramento getting played in this? Sacramento will be getting played and Vivek Ranadive would be getting played if they got into this thinking, yeah, they're going to stay here forever. Nobody's coming there expecting that to be the case. It's very clear every time it's brought up. They're here for a certain amount of time. They're about to go to Vegas when it's done. Until the Vegas thing is completely off, then that's what I'm going by. They're here for 3, maybe 4 years. Simple as that. We're going to have a good time. We're going to watch some Major League Baseball. We're going to watch the A's for 3, 4 years. And what that leads to is whatever it leads to. Does it lead to expansion? Maybe. Does nothing ever happen again? Quite possibly. But there's a lot of people every time in the media, the only people that I've heard in the media that have shown what I feel is Sacramento the proper respect in this city is myself, you, and Jake Gayden. Everybody else in this city has looked for a way to crap on this situation, crap on Vivek Ranadive, crap on the city of Sacramento for taking this opportunity. And like I said, I guess we'll be the ones to stand up for the city. There's I want to stand up for the city. Now, you're not really standing up for the city. Because if you were, I'm outside talking to people. I'm talking to people in a number of different age ranges who are extremely excited. And they know exactly what's going on. They know that the A's are a temporary situation here. Nobody got the wool over their eyes. But they're excited. Oh, man, every time I talk, man, it's going to be dope, man, having this. I can't wait for summer nights. Night games, A's games. We want to go out, hang out, watch the A's, see some Major League Baseball. There's a lot of people, regardless of what anybody will tell you, there's a lot of people that are level-headed, that understand what's going on, that are very excited about this opportunity. And don't let nobody tell you different. Don't let nobody tell you different. And don't let nobody tell you different about Vivek Ranadive. I believe he knows what he's doing. He's out here trying to get things done, period. While, and I'm gonna say it because we got other owners out here that told us what, 5, are we going on 5 years ago, 4 years ago, had renderings of a stadium that we ain't heard not a damn thing about since. In that time, he done bought another team. But he's standing up here, and you want to talk about protecting the city. You want to talk about making sure the city don't look embarrassed or anything else like that. That guy told us he was about to get something done and then left and spent that money somewhere else. So I don't want to hear all that no more. I'm sick of hearing that. I'll continue to say it as long as I need to say it. This is good for the city of Sacramento, period. Ain't nobody embarrassed that the A's leave, if they get used. Nobody embarrassed because we know exactly what the vibes are. I'm telling you right now. This is how I look at it. This is how I believe you look at it. I think a lot of people in the city look at it. The A's are going to Las Vegas. They're going to be here for 3, maybe 4 years. We're going to enjoy that time, and then they're off doing what they're doing as a franchise. Anything else that comes of that is nothing but a plus. Nothing but a plus. If the A's stay for 15 years, that's a plus. If Sacramento gets expansion, that's a plus. But none of that stuff is expectations. I want people, realistically, I don't want to hear about John Fisher and all this other stuff. I want people to call in, get in the chatty house, do whatever you need to do. At me, at KingKC_916, whatever you need to do. And tell me, what is the downside of Sacramento, West Sacramento, and Vivek Ranadive doing this? I don't see one if it's a level head, which I think everybody's got that's involved. I'm just sick of my own people in this city talking crazy about this opportunity for the city, talking crazy. And I out of respect for people that I love, I got love for, who are A's fans and all this other stuff, I don't really be talking about it too much. But it's our own people who are out here fueling the fire. They talking about they trying to keep Sacramento from looking like an embarrassment. You're fueling the fire for everybody that's trying to cause embarrassment right now. Ain't nobody standing up for the city right now. Nobody's standing up for the city right now. So that's why I say I'll do it. I'll stand up for Sacramento. D-Lo will stand up for Sacramento. Because ain't nobody y'all listen to standing up for the city right now. And I'm sick of hearing that stuff.
So a couple of things, if you want to get in, call the Elk Grove Kia talk line right now, 916-909-1320. I normally fall back when you have something to say about the A's for a couple of reasons. You say it with passion, you say it with eloquence, and you say it exactly the way I would say it. I don't feel the need to repeat a bunch of different things that you said because I feel the exact same way as you. I feel bad for Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
And Drew Downs said something that I wanted to point out. Drew Downs says A's fans are just upset, and they're entitled to that. And here's where I disagree a little bit with that sentiment. And this is the part that's, I think, KC is alluding to a little bit, is I'm not sure what A's fans who live in Sacramento are upset about. Residents of Oakland have the right to be upset.
Mm-hmm.
A's fans in the Bay Area have the right to be upset. But if you're an A's fan who lives in Sacramento, what are you upset for? Because if the idea is holding on to these childhood memories, you're going to miss me with that. And I know what point Drew Down was making. I just wanted to point that out here in the chat. And then I'll mention Dr. David here. Dr. David says the A's playing in a AAA stadium is a clown show and a great opportunity for Sacramento. Both things can be true. Fair enough, Dr. David. But let's point out a couple of things here. The A's playing in a AAA stadium isn't just about John Fisher. I understand he is a very easy target because he sucks. Mm-hmm. Arguably, or perhaps inarguably, the worst owner in professional sports. But I beg you to not absolve Major League Baseball of this. Oakland, the A's, and Sacramento are in this position because of Rob Manfred, not John Fisher. I'm not absolving John Fisher of anything.
Right.
They're in this position because of Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred is the clown show. You think back to what happened with Sacramento. So many people have tried to make this correlation, and this is a terribly flawed analogy when people draw the correlation to Sacramento and losing their team and all of that. But think back to that experience. David Stern was willing to allow it to happen until he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
When David Stern saw what he wanted and what he felt like the city needed, he was the one who said, this isn't happening. I'm going to explain it to everybody else in this room why this can't be allowed to happen. He took charge. He didn't get backed down by anybody. I want the Sacramento Kings in Sacramento.
Simple as that.
David Stern allowed that to happen. The situation that Sacramento is going through right now, the situation that the city of Oakland is going through right now, that's because of Rob Manfred. Fisher sucks.
Mm-hmm.
F. John Fisher. Got all of that. You buy that t-shirt over at DeLoandKC.com.
Mm-hmm.
But Rob Manfred is just as accountable for this as anyone else. And I'm with you. Give me baseball for 3 years. Give me baseball for 2 years.
That's it.
Because I'm not going to San Francisco to watch baseball. I'm not going anywhere to watch baseball. I don't care about it enough to travel to see it. Like, one, you know how hard it is to get me to travel anywhere to see something? I'm not doing it for baseball. But if baseball's around the corner, hey, fellas, let's step out tonight. Let's go watch the Giants. Let's go watch the Dodgers. Let's go watch the Mariners. I don't care. Let's go to the park and hang out.
And there's two different things that can be going on right now. Because, like you mentioned, feel bad for Oakland, the city of Oakland. We talked about it a number of different times. Lived in San Leandro, stone's throw away from East Oakland. Used to go to the Coliseum to go watch the A's. Some of my first dates with my now wife were Dollar Dog Wednesdays, getting $3 tickets to go to the games. I have nothing but fond memories of the A's in Oakland. I feel terrible for that. But at the same time, I'm excited for this moment here in Sacramento. This is an opportunity. And here's the other thing that I don't understand. Look, man, I'm just me. I'm just speaking for me in this situation. Maybe D-Lo feels the same way. If Vivek and city leaders had this opportunity and didn't take advantage of it, they might all have to go. Because, like, what would you be doing here in this city if you had an opportunity? Nothing's guaranteed, but an opportunity to bring professional sports here to this city, temporary or maybe for good. And you say, nah, we just don't. See, it's not the right time.
It's, you know what it's making me think of? Because it's all we know, right? The situation played out the way it played out, and that's how we react. That's what we know. It reminds me of the 2031 pick swap. Oh, them nerds had a field day with the 2031 pick swap. The Spurs got the best asset in the whole deal.
That's still crazy.
But imagine news breaks from Sean Cunningham. Well, the Kings had landed DeMar DeRozan, but they didn't want to give up a pick swap in 7 years. What's the reaction if the Sacramento Kings don't trade for DeMar DeRozan because of a draft pick? A swap, not even the loss, a swap of a draft pick in 7 years. Now let's apply that analogy to this conversation.
You cooking.
Imagine Sacramento has a chance to land the Oakland A's for 3 years. A's baseball. The city of Sacramento has the opportunity to land Major League Baseball for 3 years. And they go, oh, it's only 3 years. No, we don't want to do it. And news breaks later that Major League Baseball and the A's ownership were willing to bring the A's to Sacramento for 3 years, but because it was only 3 years, they declined. What's the reaction? Because please don't forget, and this is the part when this all started, and I guess life is just a thing where you have to repeat yourself over and over and over again. Whether Sacramento is here or not, the A's are not in Oakland. They are absolutely not playing baseball in Oakland next year, the year after that. Fisher and the A's were not working together. They were not going to come to a resolution. They were not going to fix. They were not going to do what USA did for the WWE in their little 3-month in between time. They weren't going to do that. They were going to play somewhere else. And you find out Sacramento said no because, wow, it was only for 3 or 4 years. What's the reaction?
Craziness.
Exactly. We react to what we know, but we don't think about the other side of this. Well, what if they had said no? You feel good about that? Again, Oakland A's fans in the Bay Area have every right to be upset. And I will sympathize with them for eternity, especially that region losing every single one of their sports franchises in the span of a handful of years. But A's fans in Sacramento, that confuses the hell out of me.
Yeah. And the biggest thing for me is like I said, the people with voices going along with that. They talking about they don't want to make Sacramento look bad or don't want Sacramento looking foolish. And they right along with the people, all them people in the Bay Area, the Casey Pratts, the live dive bars that are sitting up here trying to laugh and talk crazy about Sacramento. They getting their material from the people here. So you worried about Sacramento not looking bad. You giving them all the material. You're like, yeah, you right. You right, last dive bar. You right, Casey Pratt. This is embarrassing. We do look like clowns here. What? Nah, man. Nah. That's not gonna be me. That's not gonna be us. That's not gonna be us. And the other reason why it's not gonna be us is because you playing into the sorry narratives that those guys have out there and all around. That we're dumb around here. That Vivek is dumb. That city officials are dumb. Like, oh, I'm gonna try and get the A's here, and they're gonna stay here for 100 years. And you really think he's thinking like that? He's thinking it's a possibility, but he knows this is what could happen. We can only be here for 3 years, and then they move on. That could be the case. Nobody is sitting around acting like that might not be the case. And I've said a number of different times. Just you saw, I had a conversation with Charlie before this show started. My money's still on them going to Vegas. Because at the end of the day, money always talks. And if there's enough money from people who want it to happen, they will go to Las Vegas. That's where I'm going to lie. That's what I believe until I see something different. So I don't think they'll be here past 4 years. But there's a possibility they might. You don't know. They might.
And if they're not,
it's all good.
That's it.
It's all good. Take your analogy a little bit further. What if they would have went to Salt Lake City for this little 3-year thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then they go to Salt Lake City for 3 years and Vegas fell through. Looks like they're just gonna stay here in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
And what comes out later in the athletic report that Sacramento didn't do it and would have had the same outcome.
That's right.
But they didn't do it because they didn't want to be played for 3 years. All right, bet. Salt Lake City's having a great time. They'd be having a great time with Major League Baseball. So like I said, the disappointment is really just in the people with voices and platforms who are feeding in to the people that are trying to make us look like clowns. And that's what I don't like.
Phone lines are open. If you got something to say about this, 916-909-1320. I think I see Kamara on the line.
Oh man,
Kamara, he's giving us the legal side of things. Kamara, what's up, man?
Is this free? Is this comped?
No, this is not comped.
Wait, no, I don't think he's in the look. He's not in the room.
I didn't call yesterday.
Oh no, he's
because I was traveling. So, but I wanted to talk to y'all a little bit about the DeRozan and just the Kings and everything. If y'all still,
oh no, it's cool. He's not even listening to the show. It's fine. I thought he was calling. I thought he was.
No going off on the A's.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought you was calling to give legal advice. I don't know what it was. Go ahead. Let's talk about tomorrow. I'm with it.
No, my bad. First of all, I want to apologize too. I jumped out too quick on that whole on De'Aaron's shoe, and I meant to call you again. I wanted to call y'all yesterday about that and apologize, especially Casey, like saying that the shoe was gonna be ugly. I'm like, actually, I think it might actually be fly.
I think it might be cool, man. I'm looking forward to see the whole shoe, but I think it might be pretty dope.
Yeah. So I again, this is I know I'm 24 hours late with it. But again, I was just in the air when all this happened, and I couldn't really tap in. So, but as far as like DeRozan and everything, man, I think it's great that him going around to the national media and just kind of proclaiming how Dak is going to be a really great team, and really just before anything, DeRozan he's a borderline Hall of Famer. I think he's a Hall of Famer, top 20 scorer in NBA history. That's actually a verifiable fact with the most points scored, and top 20 most points scored in top 20 in NBA history. But he lends to offer certain credibility that it's hard for national NBA media to kind of like discredit, right? Mm-hmm. And so when it comes to this year coming in, De'Aaron and Sabonis particularly, they're going to need that look. So when it comes to all-star considerations, especially particularly De'Aaron, man, because with the whole Curry thing, I agree with you yesterday, KC, like that look and this profile is going to help him because I think he often disrespected on the national media side and overlooked, even though his stats of like 27 points a game, 2 steals a game, he's right up there, but he's often not put in that conversation. I know they ranked him at 24 as far as most impactful players, top 24 players in the league. But so that was just where my thoughts are on that one.
Are you sick,
bro? Yes,
Uh-oh.
man.
Oh man,
COVID
Kamara.
Go.
No. You know what? I'm actually over it. It's because I was in St. Louis. Now I'm in DC.
Yeah. COVID Kamara down there in Florida. Man.
Just wide open out there. Everything's great. Everything's just moving out there.
Feel better, bro.
Yeah,
feel better, bro. Feel better. Yeah. Okay. I got an interesting text from a friend yesterday about what's going on in China. It wasn't. I'll show it to you during the break. It wasn't specifically about De'Aaron, but they sent me a couple of things, and the conversation immediately shifted to what we were talking about on the show yesterday. If De'Aaron really embraces this thing in China, like Steph did, this could catapult him to an entirely different stratosphere. Because I'll show the videos I got are of Paul George.
Okay,
I'll show you wherever this was. There was like 13,000 people watching Paul George dribble.
Was this when he was played in that game a month ago? And people said he got locked up by the guy. Did you see that video?
I did. I'm not sure when it was. I'll show it to you. I got the impression it was pretty recently, but it ultimately turned to if De'Aaron goes all in on this is a huge step for him.
Yeah. But and I can't wait to see what you'll show. But I mean, the video I saw the other night, they're just getting to the hotel. It's crazy.
Yeah,
like crazy, and that's a whole nother level for him and that he can reach, man. So I'm excited for the opportunities for him. I want to see the shoe, man. I thought I would have already seen it by now, man. They've been out there 2 days. Show me the shoe.
Let's get the host of the hottest sports show in Sacramento, Shaddy House After Party. What's up, Manny?
Rookie of the year.
What's up, y'all? Yeah, my agent told me I had to go back to work today. I guess I'm not allowed to quit yet. So
That's all right. Soon enough.
I mean, I don't know what it's like to. I know what it's like to have a bad owner. I do not know what it's like to go through what A's fans are going through, right? But I think you hit it on the head, Casey. I think it's just most of it is just it's an emotional reaction to everything, right? Like it's not. Yes, some of it's fact based, and obviously what the history is. But it's the reaction. It's almost like I want to say it's like if you're. I know this might not be the same thing, but like your best friend starts dating the girl you dated for like 15 years, you broke up, and then a couple months later, now he's dating her. And it's like, yo, man, like you can't, it's like it's that. It's such an emotional attachment that it's it just hurts, and it hurts so much that you're just lashing out. You're lashing out. You're lashing out, and I don't know what that feels like. Like I said, but
no, it sounds like you need to get something off your chest, Manny. I ain't gonna lie. This sounds like an analogy you felt before.
But look at Manny's still there. Oh, you go. But look at before we go. Manny's there. Let him finish, and then I'll speak about it.
Okay, good. Well-oiled machine here. No, this is good. Thank you. Go ahead. Close us out, Kenny, because we got to go to break.
I was going to say, man, I to be honest with you, I'm not even really talking to A's fans. They can understandably feel however they want to feel or whatever the case may be. I'm more so disappointed in the people here in this city with platforms and that have a voice that are trashing what's going on here. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing. It ain't nothing to do with the fans. Fans can feel however they want to, but when you got people here in Sacramento with platforms and voices trashing this situation, I mean, everybody's entitled to their feelings, but like I said, I guess I'll be the one to step up and say, no, I'm happy for what my city doing.
We'll come back. Looks like the Pac-12 is on its way back.
Yeah, let's go.
Pat Bev has some ideas for the Kings.
Pat Bev, GM.
All right.
GM Bev.
Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You're going to have to show me how to access podcasts later. I have no idea how to do that anymore. You're going to have to show me later how to access podcasts. I don't know how to do that anymore. I know. I don't even know what it is anymore. And if we do Flashback Friday, we have to cut all the music out of the podcast. Well, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that one. We got cocky over at KSFM once, and they finally caught it. Like a year and a half later, because Complex was like, "Do you know what this is?" I was like, "Yeah." We posted the whole hip hop at 50 mix. We posted a 4-hour mix on the podcast. Of course, I know what it is. I got to take that down later. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Yeah, if they got a chocolate chip joint, let me cop one of those.
Shane, are you Malik Monk? Are you Malik Monk, Shane? That's Malik Monk's #1 fan, bro.
I don't think I've ever seen Shane.
No, Shane is in here from time to time, but it's always just Malik Monk, just positive message about Malik.
Appreciate you, man. Don't look at this, Greg.
If you say so, Shane, I'm with it.
Oh man. Nothing gets Casey more excited than Sexy Red or Glorilla. Did you see Glow last night?
I missed her.
Oh yeah,
missed her.
yeah. You would have been proud.
That's my girl, man.
Yeah, you would have been proud. Your girl did that.
Shout out Glow. I saw a clip.
And
I thought
Meg.
I saw Meg. I saw when she had the snake. That was crazy.
Well, she's got Boa and Hiss and all of these snake-related records.
I saw a clip. I thought it was from the VMAs, but it wasn't. I think it was from Hip Hop 50 of Nicki Minaj performing. And Nicki's a mess. Nicki really gets on my nerves sometimes, but I want to see her perform.
See Nicki's tweets?
Hits. I try to stay away from them.
Nicki
is irritating.
Nicki went all in on Stephen A. Smith because I guess Stephen A. said something about Nicki Minaj and started talking about the sex video he was on last night, not recognizing that Stephen A. was in fact not Shannon Sharp. Yeah, Nicki different.
She is, but I saw that clip of her performance. I do want to see her in concert. She's got
Jack
hits,
City Reloaded. Win your tickets.
Features,
win your tickets on 106.5 The End.
That's the place to win them.
Well, you can win them tomorrow. You can win them on 106.5 The End. This weekend, you can win them on 102.5 KSFM.
That's right. That's right.
Well, since you're kind of on a level 10 today, let's
calm down now.
Let's just get all
Get out
of
of my
let's
system.
let's just all get all of Kenny's like exciting discussions out of the way here, and we'll settle into a radio show. I guess the Pac-12 is back.
Oh, I heard something crazy today, but that's all right.
About the Pac-12?
No, I'll tell you later.
What?
No, for real, I'll tell you later.
All right. Shows one big inside joke. Goodness gracious. Fresno State, Colorado State, Boise State, San Diego State. They're leaving the Mountain West and joining the new Pac-12. Will they call this the Pac-12 or will they call it the new Pac-12?
I think they'll call it the Pac-12.
They
might only have 8 people or 8 teams.
Oh, that's all right.
8 colleges.
Well, the rest of the conferences have 49. So
the Big Ten. Is the Big Ten at 20 now?
They're like 100. There are 100 schools in the Big Ten.
At least the SEC didn't put a number on it.
No.
But yeah, Pac-12 is back. Pac-12 is back. And I don't know if you were already asleep at this point, but it was like a firestorm at like 9 o'clock. Well,
I wasn't asleep at 9 o'clock.
Did you see the tweets as they were happening?
No.
So it must have been a little later.
I was working.
It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock. And rumor has it the Pac-12 is looking to bring Boise State, all those schools over.
Mm-hmm.
Then an hour later, it's done. It's official. The Pac-12 is back. I was like, yo, wait, what?
That's great.
Yeah, man. So, I was happy to see it. It's not the same Pac-12, so it's name only, but I'm happy to see it. I think they did a good job with the schools.
I like Will's idea, the 6-pack. Let's call it the 6-pack.
6-pack. Well, they're trying
Sponsored
to get
by
their,
maptrition.com.
They got two more openings that they have to fill to get.
How many are they at? 6 or 8?
They'd be at 6. They need to get 8 to be
they're
accredited.
They're at 6 now.
They're at 6. So they need to get to 8 to be accredited, so to speak, as a automatic bid for a college football playoff. And that's what they'll be going for. So they got 2 more slots that they're going to fill, allegedly, by all reports. They're going to fill. They just got to find the teams. So
you have a theory on Sac State.
I think Sac State should push aggressively. I don't know if they can do it financially and facilities wise, but they should push to get into the Mountain West. This is the time. Push to get in the Mountain West.
Because the Pac-12 is too big?
Yeah, I don't think they can get to the Pac-12. Mm-hmm. I don't think they could do that. But I did think they could get to the Pac.
President Luke Wood is doing just about everything. If anybody can get them into the Pac-12.
And he got cosigns galore, too.
The way President Wood is working, he might be able to get him into the SEC. That wouldn't work for anybody.
Sac State versus Alabama in conference play.
Oh man,
but I'm trying to be as realistic as possible when I say Mountain West. I'd love for them to push for the Pac-12. I just don't. I think that's too big of a jump. And I think
Sure.
there's schools that are probably more deserving in front of them. I think UNLV is a school that the Pac-12 should look at. You got schools like New Mexico. I don't know if they want to do that or not, but New Mexico, maybe they could get them. I even think to a certain degree, San Jose State would be a little more deserving to go to the Pac-12 before Sac State. But I do think Sac State should look to try to get into that Mountain West and the revamped Mountain West. I know there's other schools. Maybe Mountain West is going to be looking at like your North Dakota states, maybe your Montanas, a couple of schools in the Big Sky to elevate them to the Mountain West. And I think they should do it with Sac State. And I'm thinking a lot of California. Right now, Mountain West has a connection to California with Fresno State, San Jose State, San Diego State. Well, if they're leaving and I'm the Mountain West, I got to keep a little connection to California. You got San Jose State, but you get 2 teams there if you get Sac State to come and join the Mountain West as well. Now, facilities-wise and all this other stuff, I don't know what the restrictions are with that. I know Joe D has talked about it before on the show. And I don't know if Sac State has the money to upgrade facilities and do whatever they need to do to clear all the hurdles they need to for the Mountain West. But I think the time is now. Obviously, football runs everything, but I think this will be great. This would be great for basketball, softball, baseball, if they could get in the Mountain West. If they could even do something where I've always said they should try to get in the Big West in basketball with Northridge and Long Beach State and all the schools in California region that don't have football programs. I always thought that's where they should be for basketball. But even if you can get in Mountain West for football, and I don't know if it works for basketball, that might open you up to stay there, or you can go to the Mountain West. I just think the Big Sky I think the Big Sky has run its course. If you have options. If you don't, cool, Big Sky works. But if you have other options, I'd be looking to make some moves.
Each of those schools we named would be required to pay a $17 million exit fee for a planned leave more than a year in advance. The Pac-12 and Mountain West football scheduling agreement signed last year would require an additional payment totaling around $43 million for adding those 4 schools.
They said Pac-12 is going to help with those exit fees too.
Yes. The Pac-12 has tens of millions of dollars because all those schools left them.
Yeah,
they had to pay to leave. So they've got those kind of tucked away, and that will kind of help in this process here. Yeah, interesting times. Interesting times in college sports, man.
What do you think? Do you think there's any chance? I don't think there's any chance, but I'll ask you. Do you think there's any chance Cal and Stanford find their way back at some point? Not right away.
I can't.
But
well, at some point, sure.
And when I say some point, I'm saying like 10 years.
Yeah, like sure, because all we're really talking about is the evolution of money. That's what we're talking about. Can the quote Pac-12, whatever network, can their programs catch up to what these other bigger conferences are, power conferences are, so to speak? It's not just the one. I'll keep saying it. Just keep an eye on the ACC. It's not about history. It's not about prestige. It's about the fact they have the worst television deal in college sports. And there's when there's a discrepancy, and it's like, oh man, that sucks. There's a discrepancy there. And then like they have this deal that I swear is like 10 years or 15 years or something. And media rights fees, so to speak. We don't really use that term in college, but that is essentially what we're talking about. Continue to go up and up and up and up. And all of a sudden, the Big 10, the Big 12, the SEC networks, all of this stuff is worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And the ACC is here at $15 a year. or whatever it is. I don't know that that's the dollar figure, but it's whatever it is. It's a bad dollar figure, and all of the other ones are really good dollar figures. At some point, even for the ACC, this is all going to even out, and once that happens, yeah, everyone will realize it doesn't make sense for Cal and UCLA. It doesn't make sense for them to be where they are. The money's evened out. Let's get back to California. Let's get back to the Pac-12 and go from there.
See, I think,
but I don't think that's close.
No, like,
but you said a
5
decade.
years,
Yeah, I could see that happening in a decade.
I think the only ones that are have the potential to come back are Cal and Stanford with the ACC. I don't think as long as they want them, UCLA's leaving the Big Ten, and Oregon and Washington are leaving the Big Ten.
That's just like stunning money.
Yeah,
like the money is.
Yeah, so they may be the worst team. Well, not Oregon and Washington, but UCLA might be the worst team in the Big Ten forever. But they're going to piggyback along with SC and get that Big Ten money. But the ACC, you laid it out perfectly just now. I don't know if it's going to be lucrative enough after a while for Cal and Stanford to pass up what the Pac-12 is recreating, the money they might be bringing back in, because they're saying that they got, we'll believe it when we see it, because they couldn't get anything right for I don't know how long, but allegedly they've got media rights deals lined up for this new Pac-12 with your ESPNs, your Fox, all this other stuff, and they'll have money coming in that way. And then if the ACC were to lose Florida State, Miami, or Clemson, that conference is all bad. It's already struggling. But if Florida State gets their way and they leave, that'd be nasty. And that could accelerate the process. Wasn't Florida State trying to leave like this past year? And they blocked them a little bit or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know that they were. I don't know that they were trying to leave as much as they were crying for attention. Like I genuinely, I'm being serious. Like I don't know that they were really actively trying to leave. However, because I think if they were, it wouldn't have just been them.
What you think, Clemson too? Miami?
Keep going. Yeah, like yeah, the money difference is that big, and that the thing is that hurts the schools more than that. That doesn't really hurt the athletes because that does help NIL money because you create NIL money that's not NIL money. You know what I mean? Like it is essentially paid for by the school. They just don't call it that. They call it something else. Well, this isn't associated with the school. Great. It's just made up of a board of directors who all went to the school.
Right.
It's a shell game. Like it's one of those rich people things. You know, you get invited to these meetings.
I know.
It's one of those rich people things where it's like, no, we create something to funnel money through it.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. And that has nothing to do with that type of system does help is aided by television deals and all of that stuff. NIL deals, kids can work that out with their agent stuff. That could work through companies, so it's never going to really affect them. But once Florida State, Clemson, Florida, Miami, whoever is like, I'm sorry, they got massage beds at their facilities. They got 55 plunge pools. They got and we over here with a busted. We over here looking like the Cleveland Indians in Major League. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And until that money levels out, all bets could be off.
Omar in the Matthews Matrochetti House says, if FSU leaves, where do they go? Right. They
shout out.
They wanted to go to SEC. That was the plan. Allegedly, if maybe they were just crying for attention, like you said, but the SEC was what they were trying to do.
It might not have been. It might have just put them on notice. Y'all better fix this.
Yeah,
there ain't no fixing it, man.
No fixing it.
They stuck. They stuck.
The killer for them is it's a tale of two sports, really, because they're awful in football, but basketball really works for them.
Who's awful?
ACC.
I agree.
Not the team, but the setup. Well, Clemson sucks this year.
No.
Florida State, I think they're going to win on Saturday. They got Memphis. They got to win at some point, right?
I don't know. You was a coward with your picks last week, but
What?
whatever.
What
It doesn't even got nothing to do.
I gave you 3 picks.
Well, you
I
did.
went 0-3, but I gave you 3 picks.
Well, if you had given the one that was really on your mind, everybody would have won, but you wouldn't do it.
There was actually 2 that were on my mind. I wasn't going to speak on. I saw what was happening in Lincoln.
No.
That's all what's happening. But you ain't going to get me to say it. You ain't going to get me to say it. By the way, I saw a video last night of Colorado State players talking like, yeah, you're going to learn that all them Instagram followers and all this other stuff, that don't help you out.
Who said that?
These players at Colorado State.
Oh.
They're like, yeah, that don't help you out.
That's what they sound like?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to be like, look, you got to come out on this field and you're going to see what's really up at that point. It ain't going to help you all them followers or anything. Then somebody said they got beat by like 30, 40, or 50 a couple weeks ago. Colorado State needs to shut the hell up. Colorado's winning that game. Listen for tomorrow. I might have that on the list. But Colorado, who I don't even know if it's that good, they beating Colorado State.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. My man Tyler's over there behind the board. I feel like Tyler's scared to death.
Shout out Tyler.
Relax, but you good? You good? Just breathe through it, man. You all right?
Talk to us real quick.
You want to talk to us? You know how to turn the mics on? You know how to turn the mic on? It's our man Tyler right here. No, he wasn't ready for that. Jesse didn't train him how to turn the mic on yet. See?
Didn't have his headphones
No, he's got his headphones on. He's ready to cook now.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Tyler,
I ain't scared.
He about to drop a freestyle. You hear him?
A Santa Cruz shirt?
Yeah, that's where I just graduated from UC Santa Cruz. Graduated a few months ago.
This man has done radio shows in the past.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I have one right now too.
He said I'm not new to this.
My man Tyler, welcome to the team, bro.
Thank you, man. It's great to be here. Great to be here.
My man Tyler. Let's get Tyler to turn that mic off because it just picks up background sound. And let's get to your boy. I bet Tyler's radio show is 1,000 times better than Pat Bev's podcast.
Oh man, I can't say I never heard Pat Bev's podcast.
Me either, and I never will.
Yeah, you're never gonna listen to Pat Bev's podcast.
Why? Give me one reason, and I'll do it.
Maybe he says something insightful. Maybe.
Oh, sweetie. Oh, sweetie.
He did show love to Sacramento a couple different times.
Well, okay, tell me about it.
He was talking about who was he talking to?
Is this on your list? Does Pat Bev play before Bill Simmons or after Bill Simmons?
Don't play at all.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to my boy Podcast P last night though. But
that Podcast P is not in that category.
No, that's my boy.
Yeah, Podcast P is not in that category.
But he I didn't see the episode, but it was circulating. Remember, we talked about it. It was circulating around on Twitter and stuff like that, where I forgot who he was talking to, maybe just the co-host, and he's like, nah, Sac be popping. Like, it go down at them Kings games, go to one center be popping. Like, da-da-da-da-da. So he showed love.
Trying to get the Kings to sign him. Get out of here, bro.
Didn't work.
Yeah, stay your ass out of here. Said he wants to see Julius Randle traded to the Kings.
Your thoughts? Because look, so we're both proponents of Julius Randle.
Always like Julius Randle. Yeah.
And we've talked about, look, maybe they need to make that move. We talked about that maybe a year ago, maybe less than 6 months ago or something like that.
Yeah.
But as I heard this clip and started thinking, it feels like that time might have passed.
So let's approach this a different way.
Okay.
If the Kings were to attempt to acquire a player in Julius Randle's tier, whatever that may look like, is Julius Randle the player you want to go for? Like, do you know? Obviously, we are sight unseen right now with this makeup of the Kings. It's a big acquisition. It's one player, but it's a big acquisition of DeMar DeRozan. Can you say you comfortably, no, I know exactly what the Kings need? And then if you can, is that Julius Randle? Like, does Julius Randle provide what you think the Sacramento Kings need? My first instinct is, nah, that doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Maybe I'm missing something. And I've liked I do like Julius. I like Julius Randle now. I used to really like Julius Randle on the Kings, but I don't think I do anymore.
Yeah, that's the same thought I had, because like I said, we've always agreed on that, and it just kind of feels like that time, that opportunity is past with the way this team is constructed right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Keegan. I'm in the minority, I guess, because everybody throws Keegan at the 3. I like Keegan at the 4. You know what I mean? I like him. You talk about we need a stretch 4. That's Keegan Murray. This guy's 6'10". I think he can rebound.
Well, we've
better.
talked about Kevin at 3, right? Like Kevin at 3 and Keegan at...
Well, yeah, but I'm saying whenever, like, even when they talk about marketing, they're like, yeah, now we can move Keegan to the 3.
Oh,
like,
I got you. I got you.
I like Keegan at the 4, but I might be the one-man wolf pack with that. But Julius Randle being here, that eliminates that. That negates that opportunity. DeMar DeRozan is now the starting 2 guard. And now you got a situation, and sound like a broken record, but like I'm always talking about, what does that finishing lineup look like?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I want Monk in there at the
Mm-hmm.
finish.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, if need be, I want Keon Ellis in there at the finish.
Mm.
And now
that don't work. I mean, it's one or the other, right?
Right. No, it's one or the other. But say Monk fouls out, or maybe the last 2 minutes, you need a defensive stop. I need Keon Ellis. It feels like none of that is happening with Julius Randle around. So it feels like the time for that might have passed for the people who wanted it.
Did he offer like a rationale behind it?
No, I mean, you'd have to watch the podcast to see that. The clip cut off.
I ain't going to do that.
The clip cut off.
Well, guess we'll never know. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? Not sure, because the answer was on Pat Bev's podcast, and I ain't sticking around for it.
So yeah, but he was like, yeah, I'd like that. That'd be dope. That'd be dope having him in the sack.
Okay,
To a certain degree. I mean, it's flattering enough that people are even looking at you that way to say like, and he talked about how he liked Julius, you know, and he said, where would you want him to go? He's like, Sacramento. You know, yeah. That's how it came.
Maybe. Okay. All right.
Because the content.
You know what? I don't even know that any of this actually happened. I think you're trying to trick me into listening to Pat Bev's podcast.
I'm not. I didn't get tricked into listening to it. Once again, it's a clip. Shout out Dunk Central and everybody else. But they, they were just talking about Julius Randle. He's like, yeah, it seems like the writing's on the wall, man. You know, in New York, it ain't happening. It's writing's on the wall.
Yeah.
And then
I don't think that's true either. But I mean, I don't think that's entirely true.
They aren't selling his jerseys anymore.
Oh Jesus, I didn't know that. God bless it, he's still there.
Yeah, it's not in the team store anymore. So Julius Randle actually saw that and like
that's hilarious.
On that.
I thought that story was fake.
No, I think maybe we all.
That's hilarious.
Well, but I think Julius Randle was the one that brought it to the forefront on his Instagram.
Sorry, Julius.
But they were talking.
That's kind of dirty.
They were talking about it, and they were talking about it in the context of Julius Randle. And then at the end, the little co-host asked him, like, man, where would you want him to go? And Pat Bev was like, Sacramento. Go to the Kings. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Do you feel like the Kings, and anybody, this is anybody, are the Kings' needs obvious?
To me, they are.
Okay.
I think you would want another, and everybody says it, I'm not breaking news, but another athletic wing. Long, like maybe 6'7", 6'8", that you could throw on 3s and 4s and 2s and stuff like that. I think that's the one thing they're missing.
Okay. So we talk about athletic wings. Does DeMar fit in that category?
He's a little shorter than maybe I would want.
Okay.
A little short, maybe about 2 or 3 inches, but I mean, I think he can get the job done.
But not ideal for what you're talking about.
Right.
So we're really left with Herter and Keegan, and then Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's just me, like, kind of answering the question and talking. Like, I'm not saying they're a finished
I feel
product.
like
I want to see this team.
Yeah.
I want to see this team and what they can do. And then you look at it, and if need be, all right, make whatever adjustment.
I feel like the unsung hero of this group. We got to go to commercial. I didn't even realize that. We was just talking Kings. I feel like the unsung hero of this group might be Trey Lyles. We'll talk about it. We also have the top 20 games of the Kings season, game number 13. We'll have that for you. We're thrilled you're here with us. Matt George coming up in about an hour or so. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, my man. Nice job.
I don't want to go during the show. Let me go now.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hit the mic real quick.
Goofy dudes out here, man. Shout out Lazy for all of his good social media work that he's doing. My man Lazy. Yeah, I got a Flashback Friday planned for y'all tomorrow. If I can figure out how to navigate all this podcast stuff we're dealing with, we're gonna cook tomorrow at the beginning of the show. We're gonna cook for the grown-ups tomorrow. Oh man, Lazy. Oh, right on, Aldrin. Right on. I wouldn't call it. It's not uncomfortable, that's for sure. It's not uncomfortable. I appreciate you. So, trying to figure out how to spice up the stuff I have in the closet, man. Just put different things together. Well, hold on, Kyle. I don't think we ain't going that grown. Jasmine's on the right track. Jazz on the right track. It's the only way to start tomorrow's show. Jesse's gonna hate Flashback Friday so much. Just creates like such a headache for him. I think Jesse leaves here and just cusses my ass out. You believe this fucking idiot I gotta deal with. Calls his fiance, like, you won't believe this jackass I have to deal with every day. It's like, oh, I'm gonna play music. Talk sports, dummy, and keep it moving. Shut up and dribble. Oh, man. Oh, poor Manny. Manny having a tough day over there. Drew down. No one ever needs that. We may never play that song again. Yeah, Flashback Fridays are fire, and it starts at 4 tomorrow, but we start mixing. Like, as soon as we switch over, Complex starts mixing. So that's 3 straight hours of mixing. Teen Spirit Friday. Stop it, Wheezy.
It's my song, though. That's my song.
All right. We back here. It is your song. Everybody is aware of that. R.I.P. Kitten Caraway.
Oh,
shout
man.
out. Shout out to everybody who tied in Kitten Caraway in the chair into some sort of joke. That was fantastic. And shout out to everybody who heard the Wake Up Call segment live. I saw Kyron tweeting about that, man. It was pretty cool.
Damn, man. My boy KC the Cat.
Well, you said what you said this morning. He went out a soldier.
Hey, and, once again, don't call him Lil KC.
Well, apparently not. Don't call him soft either. That man was a. That man was a what? It wasn't me. That's what Katie said. It was not my problem. Hey, my man was.
That's crazy.
Man, my man was a walking Blue Chew ad his short time on Earth. Well, John, like, wait a minute. Like, come on, man.
Oh, no. Come on.
Drew down calling him the bricked up cat.
Yo, man, come on, man. Don't do that to him.
Y'all calling him Die Hard. Dave Garcia called him KC the Rock Johnson. Oh, that's crazy. I'll be honest, as she kept saying it, I didn't understand. It wouldn't go in. I was like, in what? What was the cat trying to go in? Like, I didn't understand. But as she kept saying it, it was like, oh, this cat was just walking around.
Damn.
All right.
Damn.
TCG said that cat had a hard life.
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
Oh, man.
Y'all stop it.
Damn. Poor cat. Poor cat, man. Poor cat.
Oh,
then he wouldn't
man.
eat. That's the other thing. He had to eat.
Yeah, he wasn't eating. He wasn't eating.
Poor guy.
Kitten Caraway, though, is that's high level. That's good stuff, right?
If I ain't doing this, I don't want to live.
Hey, poor cat. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this?
That is crazy. That's a
I didn't even know that was an affliction that struck cats.
I didn't know either. I've never seen it happen. I don't know. Never seen it happen. That's a wild situation. That's a wild situation.
Oh, your namesake was living the life, man.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Soldier.
All right. We continue to count down the top 20 games of the Kings season. KC wanted to do 2 at some point, and tomorrow is going to be packed. So let's get a couple of games in here. We are at game number 13, KC, game number 13 of the top 20 games of the Kings season.
Game number 13. This one, okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is this game too high on the list?
I'm gonna say
I don't.
I think I know why you put. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no because I assume I know why you put this game here.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one reason.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty. I mean,
it was a great moment, though, right?
I think I was having a party this night.
I watched it.
Yeah,
on the way to
everybody.
the party.
Yeah, everybody was at the house, and yeah. Well, tell the story.
Well, it was the Sacramento Kings, 125-104 over the Utah Jazz on a Saturday night in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And really, the entire story of this game is, well, one of the stories was De'Aaron Fox didn't play. That's what also made it crazy.
Didn't even matter.
Keegan Murray, 47 points on the night, 12 of 15.
Insane.
From beyond the arc. What a game from Keegan Murray. And it was a blowout. You know, it was a beatdown of the Utah Jazz. That was the story. Keegan Murray's performance was the story. 47 from Keegan. Wow.
We kept watching that game. He kept hitting 3 after 3 after 3. And everybody kind of stopped what they were doing. Like, how many is he up to? I think he's up to 30. Then they put up on the screen, no, that's 38. He's up to 38 or whatever the number was, but we were off.
Yeah.
Everyone in the house was glued on what Keegan Murray was doing that night.
And people in the chat are bringing it up, and that's the other unbelievable part of this. He made 11 straight threes.
Yeah.
11 in a row.
Yeah.
That is crazy. We go crazy if somebody makes 3 in a row.
Right.
This guy made 11 straight threes in that game. That was great to watch. That was great to watch. And look, who was it? Where I just seen it just now. Zabo said it's this low. He thinks it should be higher than 13. Only reason that it's 13 is it wasn't a compelling game at all. I think. I think for
now compelling games influence the list.
Well,
do we have to relive the fiasco of last year?
I see it working, but
okay.
No,
right.
I mean
okay.
that was something different.
I was just asking.
That was something different.
Broadcast journalist. My school taught me to ask questions.
I think this
is a good one from Warren. They were interviewing Steph after the Warriors game. Right. He was like, he did what?
That's right. That did happen.
That was awesome.
That did happen.
That was awesome.
I'm trying to, obviously I put it here for a reason. So I think there's a couple arguments. I ain't gonna lie to you. There's a couple arguments that it could have been higher.
Sir, this is your list.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying my list is correct.
Oh.
Just like last year. But I'm being, could have been a couple arguments. I could see people being like, you could have put Keegan. It's no more than like a couple spots. I don't think you can go any higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple spots.
No, this is a one. It's a moment though.
Yeah.
It was a moment.
Yeah, that was a joy to watch, man.
Yeah, that was amazing.
A joy to watch. So I mean, usually, like I said, there's a bunch of other different notes and all this. No, it's Keegan Murray 47 points. Yeah, that's the note.
It was 35-23 after one. The Kings went for 44 in the third, outscored the Jazz by 18. This game was long over. Not much from Keon in his starting role, at least from on the offensive end. But despite, in addition to the 47, wow, the trend continues. Good night from Harrison Barnes.
There he goes again.
Domas was 9 of 10 with 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 20 points.
He was slipping. He didn't get a triple-double.
And then Malik
doing what Malik does. So
how many threes did they shoot in this? I just looked at Malik shot 12. Well, Keegan shot 15. Well, it's not as many as I thought. They shot 45. They were 22 of 45 in this game.
2 shot a ball.
Malik was 4 of 12. He was pissed that Keegan was hitting all those shots. He was like, "All right, I'm gonna get mine."
Keegan took 23 shots total on the night.
My bad, Malik. I apologize. 8 assists in that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Team had 36 assists in this game.
Yeah,
7 assists. Well,
just keep passing him the ball. You're gonna get your assists.
8 assists from Domas, 8 from Malik, 7 from Keon.
Keon. When you go back and watch these games, Keon just sneaky is like kind of always good. Like every time you watch him play, it's like Keon was pretty good here. Oh man,
I'm
what he's
looking
doing
to
on
see.
defense, all this, like every time he's kind of sneaky good every time.
I'm gonna have to look up when this started because obviously he played in that one. This was Jazz one. I'm gonna see if I can move backwards real quick. It might be easier to do it this way. Duarte, Jordan, Colby, Davion. I'm not sure when his DNPs ended.
Keon,
because I don't think he got another DNP after starting there. And I'm trying to see if I can track down his last DNP, and I'm struggling to do it right now. And I just exited December. Oh, there it is. It's against the Clippers, November 29th. Kings got beat 131-117. Keon got a DNP in that one. I think, and I think this will be really easy to see. I think that was his last DNP of the season.
Man, that's great.
I thought it was later.
Yeah,
I thought it was later
too. Huh.
Well, I remember us talking about the 55.
Yeah,
or whatever whatever the G League number was.
Yeah.
Because it's like he keeps playing. Like they've got to figure out his contract situation. Yeah, that has to be it. Because all I'm seeing at this point is Sasha. Well, nope. There's a. Well, I apologize. Keon didn't play against the Bucks.
The one in Milwaukee?
He didn't play in the 143, 142. That's why we lost.
Kevin Huerter was cooking that game too. That's what happened to
Kevin Huerter had 26 in that one. Well, yeah. So De'Aaron, Kevin, and Malik were all playing in that one. In fact, everything I just said is a lie because he didn't play versus the Suns either.
The one they lost, the 20-point
The
one?
game, the next game. Yep.
Could have used him for some defense in the fourth quarter there.
Okay. I just made all of that up. Just made the whole damn thing up because he didn't play versus the Hawks. Didn't play versus the Mavericks. Didn't play versus the Grizzlies. When did these DNPs end for my boy? Didn't play versus the Pacers. I'm into February now. Is Keon even on this damn team? Played 3 minutes and 14 seconds in a blowout loss to the Cavs. Didn't play against didn't play against the Pistons in that loss.
It felt like we wasn't seeing. Ridiculous. It felt like we wasn't seeing Keon for a minute.
There's a much easier way to do this. Keon Ellis stats, for goodness sakes. Now I'm obsessed with this, and I want to know when his last DNP was. Game logs last year. No, it's fine. Everybody sit around and be quiet till I figure this out.
Ramsey, we know that we're into December and January or something like
February
that.
28th.
That was his last DNP.
So that it looks like no, he didn't play. Well, that's kind of a weird one. So it looks like he didn't play against Chicago on March 4th.
The home game they lost. Or is that?
That looks like it's on. Nope, that's at home. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. He didn't play on that one. So starting March 6th, he played the rest of the season.
What game was that? March 6th?
That was against the Lakers. That was against
March
the Lakers.
6th. Yeah,
that was the one we just talked about.
That's the one where
that was game number 61.
That's the one where he came in and changed things. His defense, his energy, hitting a couple open shots. He came in and changed things in that game. They just talked about it yesterday. They were down almost 20 in the first quarter, and him and Davion came in cooking, and man, he never looked back.
His what's the word I'm looking for? His usage is so odd. He doesn't play the first 3 games of the season. Then he plays like the next 8. Then he's labeled as inactive, which I assume means G League responsibilities because they didn't know what they had yet. Comes back, plays 1, doesn't play, and then plays the next 11. Then plays 1 in the next 4.
Man, what's going on?
Okay. If there's one thing about Mike Brown that drives me nuts, it's this.
Yeah.
Because did what Keon do change so much from December 26th, the day before he got into that 1-4 stretch, and March 6th?
Doesn't feel like it.
Like I don't know. Maybe it did in Mike's eyes. Mike is the head coach with 60 wins on his resume and multiple coaches of the year. Yeah. So maybe he saw something he felt more comfortable with. But we look at Davion. I was just looking at Davion's game. It's the same thing. Kind of out, just out, no, in, out, gone, and then back. Mm-hmm. Not only back, but back and effective. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I love Mike Brown, but that drives me crazy.
I'm trying to look at like his performances. I mean, he played great in that Lakers game that he came back.
Keon.
Keon. Yeah. And then it was a back-to-back. It looks like against San Antonio,
mm-hmm.
and he played really well in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And he just started to earn
his minutes. Yeah, his minutes really start to change.
Yeah, he just starts to earn these minutes with his play. He had a goose egg against Houston, but it feels like everybody did.
Well, look at the next one though.
Against the Bucks.
That's the Bucks, right? Yeah. He didn't play in the first game in Milwaukee, mm-hmm. but played in this one, mm-hmm. and the Kings won by 35. So you sit Keon Ellis, you lose.
That's what it is. I think he was just playing. When did the starting situation happen?
I have to go back and I see I don't know. What was I have to open the other.
I know exactly when it was.
Okay.
It was Toronto. So he didn't
Toronto. So that's March 20th.
Yeah, that's where he started for the first time. They won, and I guess that got him to 7-0 with him starting, and then they lost the next game.
Mm.
Because Memphis is
I wonder if I could.
Herter got hurt.
Wait, why was he starting then?
Because Herter got hurt against Memphis.
Herter got hurt first?
I thought so.
Oh, yeah.
Herter
Malik got hurt second. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't break down the record. Shoot.
What you seeing?
No, I'm just so yeah. He started so from March 6th, that moment where he's back. There's 22 games left. He started 17 of them. 26 minutes per game for Keon. Yeah, I was trying to see if it would give me the team record, but it didn't.
At the
Because I'm seeing like right out the gate, they won
the team
4 or
record
5
after he started playing.
Well, yeah, after he started playing, because they won 4 of 5, 7 of 9. You know, I'm bad at this. 7 of 9.
I think they went 11.
9 of 11.
I think they went 11 and 10. I believe, because he started playing
As a starter, or just in that stretch.
Just to start playing.
Okay.
Because he started playing on March 6th. They won that game. They went to 35 and 26. They have 46 wins, right, on the season?
46, yeah.
So, yeah, 11 and 10.
You're on a better site than me because
Just ESPN.
Basketball Reference doesn't have the record on here.
I'm
just looking at
just our
stats.
kinfolk over at ESPN.com.
Well, those are our colleagues. Those are our people.
Yeah, so I mean they're above 500.
Yeah,
with Keon in the rotation, and somebody said it in the chat too. And like I said, when you go back and watch these games and you continue to see him, it just gets, yeah, man, he's got to be in the rotation.
Yeah,
like
it's not even a.
It can't. Well, remember we were kind of thinking about it because, rightfully, we were like,
we thought Monty was a little dismissive.
Yeah, right. And it's like, nah, he got to be a part of
his cute little play.
He got
a little buddy went out there and played basketball. Look at him.
He got to be a part of all this. So, yeah, I think so. Mark Wong is right. I guess it's 12 and 10 because they won the game, or maybe it's 11-10. I don't know. Don't matter. They were winning team.
Well, we said it was 22 games, so 12 and 10 makes sense from the March game on. Yeah. We will have game number 12 coming up here in just a few minutes, as we had to kind of catch up and get this top 10 list back, top 20 list, back on track as we start to creep towards the top 10. Asia Wilson set a WNBA record for single points in a season last night. And it feels like, despite the Aces did beat the Fever last night. Despite the recent struggles of the Aces, I don't think there's a lot of doubt that Asia Wilson's going to win her 3rd MVP.
I know how you feel about it. I thought it was crazy when people even started to question it. This race was over a month and a half before the Olympics.
Yeah, it feels like it. Like, I can't even remember who the other person in the conversation was for in the MVP.
Some people try to say Caitlin.
Caitlin moved up the power rankings, sure, but one never changed. It just didn't. Like,
Asia's on another level right now. She's just on another level from everybody else in the league.
She is the best player on the planet, and a 3rd MVP in such a short time is just incredible. She is.
And look,
she could wind up the best She could wind up the best player we've ever seen in that league.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is not even remotely a far-fetched thought.
Ramsey's right enough. You should call your.
There you go.
Having a phenomenal season.
There you go.
Phenomenal season.
I'll take that.
Beat Asia and the Aces a couple different times. But yeah, it was just for number 2. Like that's
what it feels like. Yeah,
that's all that race is for. Hey, she's just so good. Like, you watch the game, you watch her play, and it feels like, obviously she's a human being, but it feels like she doesn't miss any opportunity to score, to get a rebound, anything like that. You give her a look, she's finishing, and she's at the top of her game. She's at the peak of her powers right now.
Man, John Bull got me. You got me on one here. Asia, where'd you go, John? Asia, the best big we've seen in basketball since.
Oh, wait, what?
Was it maybe, man, Sylvia couldn't score like Asia.
I'm about to say he talk. I mean, I love Asia. Go Aces, Aces for life. But he's just talking WNBA. Right.
That was my assumption.
Yeah,
maybe he's not. He's talking about
that.
Akeem. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's talking about basketball, period.
Come on, don't do that, John Bull. Don't do that, John Bull.
Well,
what are we doing? What are we doing?
I mean, Jokic is a big.
Joel Embiid's a big.
Giannis is a big. Like, I don't know. I assumed he meant, okay, well, I'm sorry, John. I was trying to stall you out. John meant basketball. Asia's the best big we've seen since the last Nuggets game. Since the last Sixers game. Since the last Spurs game. Hell, since the last Kings game. I don't know.
Come on. Oh man.
Oh, God.
She's one of the best. And I agree with you. I think we could be looking at the best player this league has ever seen.
Yeah.
You know, when it's all said and
I
done.
think so.
This is gonna be her third MVP.
Yeah.
Third MVP. And if they can find a way, and I don't think it's far-fetched, if they can find a way to win a third
It's
straight
absolutely
finals,
not far-fetched. Yeah, it's absolutely not far-fetched.
because quiet as kept, they've righted the ship a little bit since, people were like freaking out. I want to say they probably won.
They've won 6 of 10.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
They've won 6 of 10.
3 of the last 5.
Yeah.
Got to win against Connecticut.
Yeah, they did get that.
Got to win against the
The tough thing is they're not going to move much. Like I mean, New York is going to finish 1. As the regular season is coming to a close here. New York is going to finish 1. Minnesota and Connecticut are battling for 2. That's 2 and 3 right there. And then Las Vegas and Seattle are battling for the 4. And no one's moving up from these different tiers. No one's moving up. And then there's Indiana and Phoenix battling for 6. You have Chicago hanging on for dear life, battling Atlanta for 8.
Look at the Mystics too. Remember, we thought they might not win a damn game.
Yeah, Mystics. They're still lingering. They got their ass whooped last night, but they're still hanging around. A little playoff appearance could go a long way for Eric Tebow and that crew there in Washington. So,
and actually, for those that,
yeah, you're right. I did phrase that wrong. I apologize. Chicago is battling with Atlanta and Washington for that 8th spot.
And big game tomorrow. Big game-ish tomorrow. Mystics at Dream.
That's a huge game tomorrow. Yeah.
So,
I mean, as huge of a game can be between 2-12 and 2014.
That's why I said.
But no, I mean it is. It is. It is influencing the playoff race here.
Yeah. And so as I look for the schedule, Mystics at Dream tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Sky at Lynx. So the winner of Mystics Dream, depending on tiebreakers or whatever, might go to 8.
Sky and Lynx. Yeah. Oh, because you got Minnesota beating Chicago. Yeah. I see you. Yeah, Chicago's won 2 of their last 10. That's tough.
But one of them was the other day. Then they won.
Yeah, when Kennedy. Yeah. I think they won the game after Angel went out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They
and
did.
Kennedy had like 28 or something.
Yeah.
I hope Kennedy settles.
Yeah.
Like, she hasn't really had a WNBA home. Like, I hope she can settle into Chicago and be a lot of what we've seen this year.
Right. Season ends, if I'm reading this right, ends on next Thursday.
Okay. All right.
There's about, each team probably has about
handful
2, 3,
of games.
4 more games.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, I'm looking at New York. If it's a 40-game season, I think New York is at 36. Minnesota's at 36. Connecticut's at 36. Yeah, Las Vegas is at 36. So this thing's coming to a conclusion, man, and the playoffs and the W go by quick. So locked in, man. We're locked in.
Yes, indeed.
We have game number 12 in the top 20 games of the King season. We got Matt George going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. And one thing I love about this trend of sports fans hosting national shows, it's amazing. I'll explain.
Okay, I
Dylan
want to
Casey
know.
here on ESPN 1320. Snap training Matthews mattress. All right. Yes, sir. Oh, John Bull is going ape shit in the chat right now. He is here for it. He is here for it. I snapped like he could hear me. Hang on 1 second, guys.
What is Will talking about? Them knees. What are you talking about? I don't know. Just that comment alone. Just
I'm scared to ask, Matt. What are you talking about?
Them knees.
Why does Shane keep talking about Malik Monk? What the hell is going on in there?
Jesse says that's all Shane ever talks about.
All right. Killing me today.
Are you good at dominoes?
Yeah. I haven't played in a long time, but yeah, it's always been good.
I'm not that good. I told you my issue all the time is I try to get points for myself and end up setting up the person that's going after for more points than I just got. Like, let me get that 5 right there. Thank you. I'll take 20.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're every dominoes player's dream right there.
And I don't see it. I don't know how. I try to look. I don't see it. I just see.
Look to see what's on the board, and you just start calculating your odds.
Yeah, I'm off. I'll stick to spades.
Let's see. We got a minute. Jesse, can you hear me? Don't worry about cutting Instagram stuff for me anymore. I got a program that I think is going to help us out. I'm going to try it out today. Do the Twitter stuff still, but don't worry about sending me anything. Oh, no. Oh, the new trend is just, oh, man. The new trend is just to make fun of Shannon.
Shannon? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Cam just posted one. This is terrible. The Shannon Sharp trend is wild. Just stop this. Leave Unc alone.
Unc was getting it.
Well, hey. Hey, Casey the cat died so Unc could live.
I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
The man did nothing wrong. I said the man did nothing wrong.
Through it. I'm like, doing your thing, man. Shout out Unc.
Man is single. He wasn't bothering nobody.
Did you see any clips from the show?
I did. I did. Yeah. I mean, okay. So they did, they had the little read at the end, which is just funny. Yeah. It's just funny timing. But I thought Unc was embarrassed.
Yeah,
he genuinely looked, and that wasn't a work.
Yeah.
Like he genuinely looked like, I can't believe that this happened.
They said before the show aired, like maybe 30 minutes or something like that, they said there was 50,000 people waiting.
Oh my God.
In the little YouTube waiting room.
That's crazy.
To watch that show.
That's crazy. Hey, well, business is picking up.
Yeah, absolutely.
In every way imaginable. including over at Matthews Mattress, where the post Labor Day mattress price war is jumping off right now. You can choose from a Sealy cushioned firm queen or a Beauty Rest Harmony medium queen for just $5.99. They got Tempur-Pedic Adapt hybrid queens. They got Beauty Rest Black LX class medium queens for just $24.99. Whatever type of bed you're looking for, Matthews Mattress has it, and you can enjoy 36 months in special financing with zero interest, with no money down, on approved credit, with equal monthly payments required. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com and find the location nearest you.
And 5x5 sleep by 9 with Matthews Mattress, same day delivery and removal of your old set.
I get annoyed at the new trend of like everybody being a fan. Like, you used to watch ESPN and you didn't really know who was a fan of who, or you would watch certain hosts and you would never know who was a fan of a specific team because it would never really influence the way that they covered them. And you can probably go either way on this, but I did get a kick out of, and Jesse brought it to my attention on Tuesday. Jets, the Greeny, who hosts everything, and I thought he did a really good job, by the way, on so yeah, I thought that was a really good show. I thought that was a really good show, and I think
I'm sorry, who was still there? Randy was still there.
Rex was there. With
Alex was there, huh? Alex Smith.
Yep, Rex had a stunning spray tan. It really stood out, and I know it's not his fault because of the makeup that the makeup that they use for HD. It's not like, hey, let's it's not what you think makeup is. They kind of pat your face and then they literally airbrush it, especially men, because it's not like you're putting like super color to it.
Right.
So they spray it, and my man came out looking like Alex Rodriguez in that magazine cover. And he's got that silver hair.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, Rex. But the show was good until Rex started talking about the Miami police. The show, one thing I think Greeny does really well in those situations is he gets out of the way and he allows the people around him to carry the workload. But he is a Jets fan. And listening to him, they did a segment. What's today? Thursday? I guess it was probably yesterday, called Panic or Patience. And they, the idea was to talk about some of the, the Bengals, similar to what we did a couple of days ago. Right. Of course, they brought up the Jets, and are you panicked about the Jets? Is it be patient, whatever it is. Greeny hates Robert Saleh. I mean, hates him. He won't flat out say he hates him, but it is very clear by the way that Jets fan talks. Oh, he hates Bob. He tweeted on Monday night 7 times about the New York Jets. 4 times he mentioned Robert Saleh or Joe Douglas directly. Yesterday, I was told Robert Saleh is good at defense. Aaron Rodgers is going to take care of the offense. We know how great Aaron Rodgers is. I was told Robert Saleh knew defense, and that's what he was going to do. And I'm like, this dude's talking about him like he's Luke Walton. Like, he hates this man.
Man, it's tough to see, man, because Bob Saleh, my guy, man. I remember he did a great job for the 49ers. And it was 2019 all the way till 2021. I don't know when he got the job, but
this is his third season.
Yeah, sounds right. I could understand that being the case.
Really bad record over those 3 seasons.
Well, look, I'm on record saying this. I know how good Bob Saleh was as a coach. Like he was an okay defensive coordinator. He was bad the first year, maybe the first 2 years. I can't remember how long he was there. And then the year when they turned it around, it was like, yo, I don't think this guy's any good as a defensive coordinator going into the season. It's like, I don't think he's any good. Like this, they need to figure something out. And then he has this great season. The defense is great. He's got energy. He's doing a lot of good stuff. Everything's great. And it was like, all right, maybe I was wrong or whatever. And then the following year was kind of spotty. They had a lot of injuries or whatever the case may be. But I say all this to say, I don't look at Robert Saleh the way I look at D'Amico Ryans. I think D'Amico Ryans is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Robert Saleh was, he's kind of victim of circumstances, I guess you could say. Like he was with Kyle Shanahan. He had a lot of talent, and a lot of the times I felt like he just didn't mess it up. He worked well with those guys. And now he's in a situation in New York where he's got to make sure everything runs well, and it just hasn't been successful. I can understand Green's frustration. A long way of saying that, I guess.
Yeah, Bob's in trouble. It's kind of what this all boils down to. Is I thought Sean McDermott could be the first to go if things go bad. We're probably past that because he, like it would have to go like off the cliff. Like he won his first game. If they lose to the Titans, Bob's got a really, really big problem.
He might not make it to New York.
That's what I'm talking about. He's got a big, big problem if they lose.
I mean, the Titans, I think, are one of the bottom 5 teams in the game.
And I don't think there's any chance Bill goes there.
Yeah, the history.
I don't think Bill would go there. Like I know, like of course, one of the great things about the NFL season, we got the Kendrick news, we got the Dak news. Like right before 8, 9 o'clock. Oh, we're pushing these stories out. Everyone's interest is sky high, and that was no different with Bill Belichick. Well, Bill's don't be fooled by the 27 media jobs that he took. He wants to coach. He has a criteria for coaches that he, for coaching vacancies that he'll take if someone becomes available. But he very much wants to coach. And he's just kind of, he's like the elephant in the room. Not for everyone. He's not an elephant in the room for Kyle or the 49ers or the Rams, but he is for Buffalo. He is for New York. He is for the other New York. There's a handful of teams where, well, I don't know about the other New York. I take that back. Not the Giants. Giants aren't going anywhere. There's no reason for Bill to go there. If the team has expectations, if the Jets defense is really good, and the belief really is that Bob is the problem, yeah, Belichick makes sense there.
He does.
Whether he likes it or not, that's an entirely different story. But if Woody Johnson or whoever runs that franchise anymore approaches him, yeah, that would make complete sense. It would have to be a team that you believed could win. Yeah. And the Bills are that team. I don't agree with it, but the Jets are that team. There's probably a couple other ones out there.
I would push back a little bit on the Jets. I understand they're not very good, but I think of that as maybe a homecoming. And that where he really got his start as a coach. Not his start, but he came to prominence as a coach. He was the defensive coordinator for those Parcells teams.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's a full circle moment. Go back to the New York Giants. They don't look very good, though.
Perhaps.
I agree with you on that.
But I think it really boils down to how do they view themselves. Like if they're willing to, I'm not saying if they're willing to fire Robert Saleh, but if you fire Robert Saleh 4 weeks in, you're of the belief he's the reason why your team is losing.
Yeah.
And we have a team with a quarterback that we're probably not going to be able to win with next year. You basically fool yourself because they don't see the team the way that I do. Their quarterback sucks and their defense is fine. Like, you can go so far as to say their defense is good. What's that sound like? I'll repeat that for those that missed it. I think their quarterback sucks and their defense is good. Who's that sound like?
Sound like the Raiders.
It sounds like the Raiders. And how'd that go? Anybody feel good about the Raiders? Why would you feel good about the Jets? I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is Gardner Minshew. I'm saying he stinks, though. Yeah. I'm saying he's not good. He can't move. Now, that's going to change. He's going to be able to move a little bit better. as the weeks progress. Is he going to be able to move? No, but he's going to be able to move a little bit better. Is that enough? Maybe. Also, I hate him, so take this all for a grain of salt. I'm not like KC where I rip Kendrick Lamar for 5 minutes and go, I love Kendrick Lamar. No, I hate Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I definitely don't hate Kendrick Lamar.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I love my boy Kendrick. But
if push comes to shove, you're putting your little owl jacket on.
Oh no, man! I'm just it's like I said, DeMar DeRozan was speaking to me. I am DeMar DeRozan. Those are both big dogs.
Not
man.
in the Not Like Us video.
Yeah, he's like, I love Drake, and it was in the Not Like Us video.
I hate the I hate the thing that they're doing to DeMar about the Toronto Raptors.
What, asking him if they would have won?
Yeah, like what do you? No, of course not.
No,
Kawhi. No. Oh. Puts his arm around Steve. Steve, what are you doing? I was getting ready to cook. It's a Draymond Green reference. Another athlete I can't stand. But yeah, don't do. What is DeMar supposed to say? No, of course we wouldn't have. Or yeah, we wouldn't have. We got rid of that bum Dwayne Casey. Like, come on, man. I don't know. I guess I just interview differently. Like, that is just a wild thing to me. He knew his team was good. That was a 60 win, or I think it was a 1 seed the year prior. Maybe it wasn't 60 win. It was a really good basketball team the year prior.
It was a 1-2 seed, something like that. And this is going to happen for the end of time, but you know, Drew Down says Raptors lose if Dubs are healthy.
Oh, all right.
The Raptors were up 3-1. What are we talking about? They were up 3-1. And maybe you're talking about KD or whatever the case may be, but I mean, I thought they were going to lose anyway. Raptors are really good that year. Really, really good. But yeah,
Dubs would have won. Stop it.
And look,
stop it.
The Warriors are a franchise championship team. That's fine. I understand that line of thinking if KD was there, whatever the case may be, but he wasn't. And I think the Raptors had an opportunity.
Wasn't Clay running around with a torn ACL?
Yeah, shooting free throws and everything. That was crazy.
That man, did he go? He went running out of the locker room, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
yeah,
that's so wild to look back on.
Somebody, there was a video I saw on Twitter, and they were like, "Oh, how'd they phrase it?" They said, "There's a ocean in between the Splash Brothers or something like that," and they showed video of them at the Liberty game. And Steph is sitting on one side of the court, and Clay's sitting on the other. And it was a Warriors fan. They were just like tears, like, "Oh my gosh, can't believe this happened."
Like Russ and LeBron.
and obviously they weren't even saying it like as if they had beef, but just like it's over. Like,
yeah,
that's got to be tough if you're a Warriors fan.
Yeah, for sure. Ask me if I care.
Do you care?
No. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George expected to join us. Come about 15, 20 minutes or so. Host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Great show from Levi Stadium Monday night.
I saw those guys on the big screen. Well,
yeah, man.
It was the place I was watching at a big screen. That's why I said that.
Yeah, your house.
I didn't watch the game
We
at
all
home.
know how big your TV is.
I didn't watch the game at home. What are you talking about?
You downgraded at 32 Bruce Street. Like, you had to watch it on a much smaller 200-foot television or whatever.
One day we got to reserve the area.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can.
Nah, you can. I don't know if I ain't got it like that.
I ain't got it. See if we can get the tribal chief to hold not our tribal chief, the tribal chief.
Right.
To hold a table for us. Matt's going to join us. He'll enjoy this. Let's get to game 20 of the. I'm sorry, not game 20, game 12 of the top 20 games of the Kings season.
And business.
We had to knock out 2 today.
Yeah, business was kind of picking up with this one. I remember this one vividly because I was going to do
coming back from LA.
No.
Oh, okay. 'Cause that's like half the game so far.
and you say that, and I feel like, man, I ain't been to LA in a minute. I got to go back. But yeah, that happens.
You can take Casey out of LA, but you can't take the LA out of Casey.
Don't listen to this guy, man. But
Casey in LA.
I remember it
Get
because
that shirt made.
because I was going to do the March Madness with Jake
Okay.
and all that.
Yeah.
So I was like trying to watch the game,
Mhm.
but watch the March Madness games, get dressed, get ready to go, or whatever. And this game was drama filled.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
the Kings over the Magic,
Yep.
109-107 on a Saturday afternoon
Yep.
in Orlando, Florida. Kamara was in the building. I'm sure he was.
I was going to say, was he?
I think he was in the building.
Okay.
I think he was.
I can't remember.
But I'll give you some of the particulars for this game, and then give you one of the things that I thought was pretty funny. De'Aaron Fox, 31 points. I mean, it just happens every time.
Yeah.
Every time we talk about this guy, he having a big game. 31 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds for De'Aaron Fox. Domantas Sabonis, 21 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. Slacker. Get that triple-double. Keegan was 8 of 12 from the field, 6 of 7 from beyond the arc with 22 points. And then Keon was cooking.
For someone who doesn't like Keegan Murray, the games where he plays really well are pretty high on your list.
That's because I like Keegan Murray. The hell are you talking about?
Hey, Jesse, they can't hear you. Have you ever tried to trade Keegan Murray before?
Jesse's not even there.
Oh, see, he said no. He said no. Obviously, I've never tried. You ever tried to trade Keegan Murray before? That's okay. You don't know what button to hit. That's fine. Just thumbs up or thumbs down. He's never tried to trade. Only one
Not
of us
for
has.
I ain't never tried to trade him either.
No.
Keep Keegan in Sacramento. Come on now.
Yeah, well, we all agree here. We
Okay,
all
okay.
agree.
All right. All right.
Don't listen to this guy, man. See, you're already fooling a young fella.
All right. We just like
That's
it's,
crazy.
you know, this is a radio show that everybody hears.
That's
Like the
crazy.
amount of trade proposals you have put together for Keegan Murray and a stack of waffles.
Stop it. It was for Giannis. But Keegan had 22, 6 of 7 from beyond the arc, 8 of 12 from the field.
Mhm.
Big time game from him. And that's where it ends. And that may be surprising to some people because there's no Malik Monk here. This was the big, Malik, he's going to be auditioning for Orlando.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
He went scoreless. 0 of 11 from the field for Malik Monk.
Did this end at the line?
So the Kings got a stop late, and Keon Ellis got a rebound, and it wasn't necessarily at the line. It was like they made a free throw. Keon made a free throw, and then I think it was Paolo Banchero had a game-winning opportunity and missed the three.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it was pretty close to ending at the line.
Okay.
And
Keon hit the free throw.
Keon hit the free throw, and the Magic got like 3 looks at the end of the game, and like kept getting off him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And ended up losing.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
This game was drama filled, and this was.
I forgot about those repeated offensive rebounds. That was a brutal finish to that game.
Let me look, because I think this.
I might have to pull that up.
I think this is. Yeah, this was. Oh man, this was after the worst loss of the season at Washington. So people were down on the squad. People were not happy about the squad, man. It was rough. And you go there and everybody, now we got to go to Orlando. We'll probably lose that game. And they ended up pulling it out. And that's when I said, to a certain degree, all's well that ends well.
All right, Mark Cuban.
You expected to win the Wizards game and you lost it. A lot of people expected you to lose the Magic game and you won it.
Mm-hmm.
You end up in the same place that you thought you would be at on Sunday morning anyway.
Well, not to be all Jalen Brunson, but I'd really prefer you not lose to Washington.
I know. That was a horrible loss. Horrible loss against Washington. Will not make this list. I can promise you that. This game against Orlando, this was an exciting game. This was fun.
No, go ahead. I'm just watching. I'm just watching. I'm watching that. So it wasn't the last possession where they got all the offensive rebounds. Is the one before Keon's free throw.
Right. And then Paolo had a 3 to win it.
Yeah, it was kind of garbage, but he did. Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, this is tough. I remember
they got 3 opportunities, right?
Yep. A couple of them at the basket.
Oh. And it was a 1-point game, I believe.
It was 108-107.
Yeah. So they kept taking like little runners in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen Suggs had a couple opportunities. And it was, oh man. I think not Greg Anthony, but Cole Anthony had an opportunity. That was stressful. But Keon Ellis, I kind of glossed over a little bit. Keon Ellis, he had some big time buckets in this game. 19 points for Keon in this game. 19 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds on the night. And it just adds to what we were kind of talking about earlier. This guy, he was, when you watch it, you got to be like, yo, this guy's got.
You left out one of the best parts.
Whatever.
The De'Aaron foul, when De'Aaron got fouled on the backcourt. He got bumped.
That's right.
And they kind of didn't blow the whistle right away. Yeah. And he kind of fell over the line, and then they called the foul.
And everybody said, what? It was a makeup call.
What's my man? What's coach's name?
Adams?
No, it's not Adams, is it? What is it? He was about to beat that Adams, official's ass.
Oh man, what is my man's name?
I hate that I can't remember. Jamal Mosley.
Jamal Mosley.
He almost almost tore that whole place apart.
He was hot. Yeah, and it was the right call too.
No, it was absolutely the right call. It just wasn't called properly.
Right.
Oh yeah, this game had twists and turns everywhere.
And I think because I didn't get a chance to watch the whole game like I normally do with this one, but I think the Kings were up pretty good and kind of blew the lead a little bit. I want to say they were up maybe about 15.
Well, I got them up 5 with a minute and a half left. Let's see where we're at right here.
In the third quarter.
I'm not sure that that's true, but I have to watch a commercial now for Xfinity, so I'm not really sure. I'm just trying to scan this game real quick to see what the scores look like. It looks like it was relatively close most of the game. Okay. The ending to this one though is crazy.
Oh no, it was pretty close. So I
the ending to this one is crazy.
The highest time I think they were up by 9.
Okay.
The third quarter.
So. Okay. They play Orlando tight. I mean, these are two teams that play each other well.
Yeah. So that was game. What we say 12? That's game
number 12.
12. Yeah.
So we're kind of caught up now. We'll have game number 11 before we crack into the top 10 next week.
Damn. Oh yeah, game 11. You're right. No, because I was like, damn, I was trying to get get even.
Yeah, this should do it.
But yeah,
because we'll have 11 tomorrow.
Yep. 10 starts on
top
Monday.
10.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. And then we should be approaching 10 by the time this is all over.
Yeah, top 10 gonna be popping off. I think y'all gonna like the top 10.
I don't even think that's. I mean, I can. Okay.
What?
I don't feel like the season was as memorable.
Nah, you're right.
Like there's no Utah game here.
No.
There's no LA game here. Clippers.
No,
they'll never will be, but
they got a few in here though. They got a few in here.
This one was pretty crazy.
This one was crazy.
This was 12?
This was 12. They got a few.
This
the
had
top
to be
10 is gonna be popping off.
Okay.
Top 10 gonna be popping off for nostalgia.
This was the ugliest, like repeated, like go ahead in the final 15 seconds game, maybe in history.
Yeah.
Like you go ahead because of the weird foul. No, actually, the Magic go ahead. Mike Brown calls timeout. They inbound the ball. De'Aaron gets fouled. They don't call it right away. He falls over the line, and then they call the foul.
Yeah.
Jamal Mosley attempts to murder somebody. He goes to the foul line, makes his shots, and then the three offensive rebounds on the other end for Orlando. Keon gets the shot, gets to the line, and then Paolo
find a way.
Tough,
and then Keon missed a free throw.
Yeah. Yep.
Keon missed a free throw and gave them an opportunity to possibly win.
Matt George joins us to close out this Thursday. Next, here with D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. We were so excited to get into the Humidor on Monday. We went before it opened.
Yeah.
Didn't exactly tell anyone, hey, like the crew wants to come over. We were just like, oh, let's go. Pull the door. Oh, no. Push the door. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Didn't open till 5. Then Mr. Tapia was like, hey, let's go get a cigar. I was like, okay. And then he didn't really get up. And I figured, well, maybe he doesn't really want a cigar. What a game's going on. Maybe he just didn't want one. All right, I'll go talk to Ramsey. Never made it into the Humidor. You need to go to the Humidor.
Definitely need to
over at Sky River Casino. And we'll come back with Matt George on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Panda Express is not very good. My family, they always want to go to Panda Express instead of Chipotle. I'd be like, man, come on, man. What y'all doing? What y'all doing, man? Damn. I'm a Chipotle guy. Oh man.
Matt George probably going to join us here in just a heartbeat. I got to read. This is a GOAT level stat I've never seen before.
Oh.
The highest grossing concert residencies. Can you guess who number one is? You probably can because you might have just heard the music.
Adele? I don't know. I didn't
Number one is Celine Dion.
Ah, yeah.
From 2003 to 2007, her residency grossed $385 million.
Mm.
Would you like to guess who number two is?
I'm gonna guess. gonna say Adele again.
It's a trick question. From 2011 to 2019, Celine Dion grossed $296.2 million. She has the 2 highest grossing residencies in history.
A legend.
That is stunning.
Absolute legend.
Wow.
Yeah.
My goodness. All right. That caught my attention a moment ago, and I had to share it. That is crazy.
See, and the thing about it is, like, I remember you talking about earlier, like going to see Madonna. I don't know if I go see Madonna. And that's no nothing, but I know I respect her legendary status and everything, but I'd be going to that show just kind of standing there. I don't know. I know
enough that I would have been happy, but there was a precursor. The day Madonna was here, there were, like, the show sold well, but there were tickets available. I checked that morning and there were floor seats available for like $175. And that was enough for me to I could do this. And I just wound up not doing it.
you would have been standing right next to your boy.
Who's my boy?
I remember hearing this a long time ago. Your boy loves Madonna.
Who, James? I think James was there. Who?
Your boy Marcos Breton. He loves
All right. Well,
D-Lo right next to Marcus Breton at the Madonna show.
It's bothering me that you're laughing this hard. I'm going to tell you that.
No, it's funny because he's not your boy at all. That's the funny part.
That's good.
I only bring that up because
I'll just keep laughing.
I'd like to see Celine Dion, but I don't know any Celine Dion songs.
Yeah,
and it's like I'd be going just because of the name, which is cool too. But I don't. I feel like I wouldn't truly appreciate. I would appreciate her singing ability.
Yeah.
Like just hearing her sing is like phenomenal. But for the prices something like that would cost it.
Well, kind of tight. I don't really know Adele like that. Like I know, like when the song starts, like, oh, I know this song. I can't sing it. You know what I mean? Like I'll just be listening.
Right. Yeah. Same way. That's why Adele. I'd go see Adele. Actually,
I think I'm seeing Adele's second to last weekend. I think she's there the next weekend, and that's it. These are all makeup shows for March when she shut down.
Speaking of, because you're saying Adele's second to last show, she might be gone for a while. We don't know if we ever gonna see her on tour again. And that reminded me, congratulations, Cardi B, for the birth of her daughter.
Yes, daughter was born.
Yeah, because we don't know when we're gonna see Cardi's album. That's what made me think.
Hi, Matt.
Hello,
Matt. Your thoughts on Cardi B's new album?
Banger.
Yep. Your thoughts on Adele or Celine Dion? If you could go see one, which one would you see?
Adele.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
I would love to hear Adele's version of Heart Will Go On from Titanic, though, because she might make that song better.
That'd be fine. Well, okay, that had a tone to it. Like that song's fire.
That song's great.
Celine Dion. It's the Titanic song.
You think Adele could sing it better than Celine Dion?
I don't know if anybody can sing anything better than Adele. So
that's fine. That's all right.
So Adele, so Matt, you got it because Celine Dion is. I think her voice is unbelievable.
We were watching her during the Olympics. Couldn't hear a word she was saying, but I was captivated. I was like, oh my God, I want so badly to hear her sing right now.
You think Adele is maybe the popular singer, the greatest singer that you've ever heard?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of either. Like I don't think I would ever go see either of them live. or I don't think I'd ever pay money to go and listen to either of them.
What artist would you see? Like if you and like I want to go see who?
Bruno.
Oh,
Bruno
okay.
is number one, and we almost saw Bruno when we were in Vegas for Super Bowl. Post Malone is up there.
That ABC money is no joke.
I said almost.
Oh my
why
God.
Why do you think I didn't pull the trigger? I said almost.
I've been to. I wasn't even almost. I was like, nope, can't do that.
Dr.
Don't apologize for. Don't be like Kenny. You don't have. You got
What'd I
that
do?
bread, man. Well, you know how you get all modest. Hey.
I don't have the money
as
to go
Mark
see
Jones
Bruno.
would say, wear your blessings.
Wear your blessings. I wouldn't be able to wear or hear my blessings when it came to going to see Bruno Mars. Dr. David.
Bruno's bad.
Dr. David, right there on the Matthews Matches Chatty House. Prime Mariah.
Well, there's no, but that was a long time ago.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Prime Mariah was a long time ago.
Prime Mariah was
a long time ago.
I'd say she still was in her prime with Emancipation of Meet Me. As far as singing
that was
ability,
like 20 years ago.
As far as singing ability,
20 years ago.
I keep telling you, I heard her on like a tiny desk singing "We Belong Together" like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, she's at a tiny desk singing that song. Phenomenal.
Matt George is at a tiny desk right now, joining us.
That's actually quite big
from the ABC 10 studios.
It's rad.
It is a large work area that you have over there. First of all, great job Monday. Really enjoyed you guys out there at Santa Clara. And how was that opening night of the NFL season for the 49ers Monday Night Football?
Vibes are great. Vibes are always fun. Levi Stadium is an amazing place to watch a football game in the evening when you're not baking in the sun at a 1 o'clock kickoff. So sorry to those people who have to deal with that. But I love night games at Levi Stadium. It was a long day, but a fun day. I wish the game was a little bit better. The last two games that I've been to at Levi's were Niners Jets and Niners Giants. So both New York teams have gotten smacked the last two times that I've been there. But Niners looked good. It was fun to just be there and soak in the vibes, and fun to have that the show or the game on our station. So sorry, DirecTV users.
Well, sorry to them.
Get an antenna.
Did you expect a closer game, or did you kind of look at it like, nah, I think the Niners are going to handle these guys relatively easy?
When we heard the news that McCaffrey was out, I definitely expected it to be closer. I don't think anybody had Jordan Mason running all over the Jets the way that they did, especially with the start too, because I think that the Niners had 3 and outs on their first 2 or 3 drives or something like that. So it was kind of a slow start, and Moody sure earned his paycheck with the amount of field goals that he got.
Yeah.
But I was a little concerned about the Niners' ability to move the football with their heavy reliance on Christian McCaffrey against the Jets defense that I, like everybody else, went into that game expecting to be significantly better than the way that they played. I was not impressed by Aaron Rodgers at all. He had one good drive in like the second quarter that resulted in the Hall touchdown. And then he had that broken play touchdown, but there wasn't anything that Aaron Rodgers did that suggests that he was a game changer by any means for the Jets, because he didn't even face the best version of the Niners defense, and they handled him pretty comfortably. And the fact that the Niners do what they do and put over 30 points up on a team without Christian McCaffrey and without particularly playing that well, with the exception of Mason. I don't know. I don't think that was close to the best version of the Niners, and they didn't seem to have much of an issue with, quote unquote, one of the best defenses in the league in the New York Jets.
Did you feel like they just picked up right where they left off, the 49ers did?
So I think this is where, with media and with fans, we apply narratives when there are none. Like, that was the narrative was, this is the first time we've seen the Niners since they lost in the Super Bowl, and it's a redemption arc, and they're trying to show that they're capable of going back, and that's not an accurate representation of what they were. It's just a damn good football team that took the field and handled their business. Like, that's really what it was. Like, there wasn't anything that the Niners did or didn't do that suggested, oh man, this team is still hungover from the Super Bowl, or still has regrets and doubts from the Super Bowl. They came in and they said, okay, it's a new season, new slate. We're still expected to be the best football team, or one of the best football teams. Let's play like it. And very quickly, as soon as the game started, I think all of the noise outside faded away, and it was just this is a really good football team.
I really do believe the key to the Niners getting back and potentially winning the Super Bowl this year is they've got to, and it's easier said than done, but they've got to find a way to just treat this like a different season. Like they're not related. Like what you did last year, win or lose, is not related to this year. Show respect to every game that you play, and the whole notion of the only thing that matters is winning the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, we say it and we understand or whatever, but the only thing that matters right now is Minnesota. Like winning that game against Minnesota. That's the most important thing. And if they're able to do that, I think they'll have a dominant season. But that's easier said than done. Like it's almost humanly impossible to not realize where you just came from last year, losing the Super Bowl, trying to get back there again and knowing that you can go 16-1 and the only question you're going to be asked is, can you win the Super Bowl this time? So, but if they can find a way to kind of compartmentalize each game or just this season in general, I think they have a good shot of going back and hopefully winning this time.
Yeah, if I'm the Niners, the only thing that I'm looking back on last season is the fact that they know that they could play better than even last year, and they were right there. Like you have the getting blown out by the Ravens. You struggled more than expected against Jordan Love and the Packers in the playoffs. You barely came back and beat the Detroit Lions to actually win the NFC Championship and make it to the Super Bowl. Like the Niners can look back at last year and say, we got all the way there and had a chance to win in overtime against Kansas City, and we still did not play what we believe to be our best football. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had an unbelievable year. Nick Bosa wasn't playing very well, right? Deebo Samuel was not as good as they believe he could be and feel he could be coming into this season, right? Brock Purdy is another year older and hopefully wiser and more skilled. So if I'm the Niners, I'm acknowledging last year happened, and I'm acknowledging that they made last year's run and were still, in my opinion, the best overall team in football last season with performances and games that did not look good, and still they were able to get there. So, hey, you improve upon last year. That should be enough, based on your standards, should be enough to win a Super Bowl.
Matt George with us, talking 49ers, because, of course, he was at the game on Monday, ABC 10, and Locked On Kings podcast, so we can shift to the Kings. Now, I'm going to ask, because you don't seem as cheerful as you normally are, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
I'm good.
Okay.
Let's talk Kings.
Okay, let's do that. Let's talk Kings, and let's talk DeMar, because DeMar is everywhere. I'm sure Matt George's interview with DeMar DeRozan is about to appear at some point.
I wish.
Well, you and us both, buddy. But he is all over the place promoting this book, and obviously he's talking a lot about the Sacramento Kings, and they asked him for what's your hottest take for the NBA season. He said the Kings are going to the Western Conference Finals. He sang the praises of the Kings. You've covered this franchise for a long time. I asked James a similar question. How different is it to hear someone like DeMar, a six-time All-Star, talking about, the winning culture that they're building and the commitment to winning that they have, and that damn beam that they were lighting. They weren't going to light the beam against us, and just all of these overwhelmingly positive things that he had to say about his decision to come to Sacramento.
The thing that I've taken away from a lot of these interviews that he's doing, and I think this particular quote was on the podcast with Paul George, which, okay, Paul George can get DeMar DeRozan on his show, but we can't. What does Paul have that we don't? That's what I want to know. But DeMar said when he had all these teams to choose from, the Lakers, which just pisses off Lakers fans even more. This is like the fifth or sixth time that DeMar's close to coming to to the Lakers.
Calm down. You guys had no money. Shut up.
Well, and then there's the Clippers, the Miami Heat.
Calm down. You guys
blah.
had no money. Shut up.
And a new arena, though. Like, I genuinely believe DeMar, when he looked at all of his options, he said, I have the best chance to win in Sacramento. Like,
the one that's interesting and all that, Matt, now that we say that, was Philly. Philly would have had the money, right? Because the Heat wouldn't have either.
Well, on podcast P, he was saying he had to wait for Paul George. So if they didn't get Paul George, they'd have the money. If they did, I don't know if they would have had the money.
I see. Got you. I think I misinterpreted that to mean something else. Got you. That makes complete sense. But
I mean, I genuinely believe DeMar and his belief that out of those teams, he thought Sacramento was the best chance to win. And of course, financial implications to financial influence. Sacramento could get him the most money that he was going to get, or close to the most money that he was going to get as well. So that was that's an important element of this too. But like, DeMar recognizes where the Sacramento Kings are at and what they need, and he believes he is what they need. And DeMar is also, I think, aware that he's going into a situation. I just did a podcast on this recently. He's going into a situation where this is going to be different than anything he's ever done in his career. Like, he's never played with a team like the Sacramento Kings are right now, that he is going to be, and this sounds negative, but it's not at all. He's going to be a role player here in Sacramento. He has a specific role to fill. It's a very important, impactful role that still can have him leading the Kings in scoring on a semi-nightly basis, and still being the clutch scorer that we know, and still being that mid-range assassin that everybody expects him to be. He can still be all that. But in Sacramento, he doesn't have to be the dude. He's not the dude. In Sacramento, he's playing second to De'Aaron Fox. But I also think, on the other side of that coin, De'Aaron Fox, I promise you, De'Aaron Fox does not give two you-know-whats who's taking the last shot if it's the right last shot and the Kings are making it. De'Aaron would give that ball to Keegan. De'Aaron would give that ball to Malik. De'Aaron would give that ball to Keon. De'Aaron would give the ball to Alex Len and say, if this is the right shot, you go ahead and take it. Look what he did in the playoffs to find the open man of Harrison Barnes instead of trying to force that shot. Right? De'Aaron will make the right play. So if the right play is getting the ball to DeMar instead of taking the shot himself, and vice versa, DeMar knows that the right play is attacking and two defenders come in and he kicks the ball out instead of forcing up a mid-range jumper, both of those guys are going to make the right play. What DeMar coming to Sacramento adds to the fold is just another unbelievably lethal weapon that defenses now have to figure out how to be in two places at once. How do you stop two at the same time? You can't. And that's what DeMar said when he talked to me at Golden One Center.
We're doing this countdown for the top 20 Kings games of the season. And one of the things I keep seeing in some of these games so far is when Harrison Barnes plays well, Kings usually win some of these games, right? And it's not breaking news, but one of the things last year was and since he's been here, really was the inconsistency of Harrison Barnes, right? Like, he'd have a 20-point game and they'd win, and then the next night you're looking for him to do the same thing. He's got 6 points and they lose, or whatever the case may be. I bring all that up to say it feels like the guy who would, quote unquote, be playing the Harrison spot as far as potentially the consistent scorer and all this other stuff is DeMar DeRozan. And I don't know if 1 + 1 = 2 here, but if we saw in the past, every time Harrison Barnes was scoring and playing well, they would win, and you get a guy that's more consistent doing that same thing, my thought, and like I said, a simple thought would be they should win a lot of games because they have a more consistent Harrison Barnes type player here. And that's one of the things they needed to be a high 40s, 50-win team. Is that too simplistic, Matt, or does that make sense?
Oh, I think it's spot on, Casey. And I even simplified even more down to, it's not just that DeMar is a better version of HB. HB is bigger, taller, longer. So that's important considering Sacramento struggled with their perimeter defense. And I felt like their overall length and size had an issue to do with that pause. I had to do it because
I know it's very good, man. That's very good. Focus, buddy. You got
DeMar,
it. You got to regroup.
Like, think about the amount of times, and I know we've talked about this before at length, the amount of times that if the Kings offense broke down and De'Aaron Fox was either off the floor or was like he had picked up his dribble or whatever, the Sacramento Kings, or they just needed to stop the bleeding because they were on the wrong side of a run. It was Harrison Barnes in the post, or it was Harrison Barnes kind of clear out on the wing and HB go and get that shot. Now, when HB was on, it was good. It worked really, really well for Sacramento. You have a better, an elite version of that now in DeMar. And he doesn't just have to be a specialist in those spots, KC. DeMar can score 20 a night or more if he wants to. But in those particular moments, when you just need to stop the bleeding or got to have a bucket, or of course in the clutch or late in the shot clock or at the end of a quarter or whatever the case may be, you went from a guy in Harrison Barnes who is, good, solid to elite. And that is a major difference that I think we're going to see day one when the Kings take on the Timberwolves.
Do you think you can? Obviously, it's sight unseen, and Casey and I were talking about this earlier. Can you pinpoint what the Kings need? Like, if you feel like this team needs something, can you pinpoint what it is?
I still think it's better, consistent perimeter defense. I still don't buy that the Kings are going to be any better defending the three this year than they were last year. I don't buy it because the Kings got torched from 3-point range consistently last year to where Mike Brown even pointed it out statistically.
Oh my God.
My
God.
lights turned off.
Oh, Matt, are you safe?
There we go.
The
Sorry.
Wyatt 6 is coming for Matt.
Sorry. We're saving power here at ABC 10.
Okay. It was like an episode of The Office, just the lights cut out behind Matt. He wasn't moving around enough.
I'm distracted with every single answer
that's
that I'm
fine.
giving
You're
right now.
fine.
I'm
You're
trying to power
fine.
through it.
You're doing a great job.
What were we even talking about? I don't know. Oh, perimeter defense. The Kings' perimeter defense was so bad to where Mike Brown even remotely pointed it out that if the perimeter defense was league average, the Kings would have had a top 10, top 15 defense in the league throughout the season because of how bad the perimeter defense was. So I'm hoping De'Aaron is a difference maker again this season. I'm hoping Keon with more playing time is a difference maker this season, and DeMar and Herter and Keegan, whichever guys are defending the wings, can be helpful. But with the way Sacramento plays defensively, which is a lot of rotations and scrambling and help, that gave up a lot of open shots, and Sacramento clearly struggled on closeouts, and that's what got them killed in a lot of games, especially on the defensive end. So my biggest need still is just Sacramento's overall perimeter team defense. Because when it comes to like one-on-one lockdown defense, I truthfully told, I have more confidence in the Kings' individual defense against top guys this year than I've had in a long time. Because whoever the wing is, I have confidence in Keegan. Keegan's going to be tested because when it's LeBron, that's going to be Keegan's responsibility. When it's Giannis, good freaking luck, but that's going to be Keegan's responsibility, right? So Keegan's going to be thrown into the fire even more than he already has been, but I have confidence in his ability to hold his own. And then if it's a guard, if it's Steph Curry, if it's Devin Booker, whoever, or Dame Lillard, Fox or Keon, I feel comfortable defending in those spots. So that's a big difference from years past, is the individual defense against the top guys. I think Sacramento has got covered. The question is still their overall 48-minute team defense, and especially on the perimeter.
I'll ask both of you guys a question because this is a good mention by Carlton. You can only change one thing for this year's Kings team. They're better perimeter defense, or they're better at the free throw line. I take the free throw line.
I think it's perimeter defense because I know this team can score no matter what. But your free throw shooting was horrible. I think DeMar DeRozan alone is going to make this team a significantly better free throw shooting team. And I also think last season was such an outlier because the Kings the season before were like 18th in the league free throw shooting wise, which isn't great. It's technically bottom half of the league. But 18th compared to 30th, like there's a difference of last season. If you're 18th last season instead of 30th, you probably win 2 or 3 more games just by themselves, just with that number being different alone. So I have faith with this roster and their ability offensively. I trust this roster completely on the offensive end. Defensively is still the question mark. So if you could guarantee me the perimeter defense is better, I'm telling you that Western Conference Finals prediction from DeMar DeRozan is more than a possibility.
You're taking the free throws, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm taking the free throw, and that doesn't mean that the defense isn't an issue. I just, like Matt kind of just
feel like
out,
you're winning more games no matter which one you select.
That's true,
sure,
true. But I know offense isn't necessarily an issue, but if you can put games away at the free throw line, if you can
scored 142 and lost,
yeah,
as we were looking at earlier.
I just think, and also I feel like I don't know, maybe subconscious, I feel like that's more realistic, that they can be a better free throw shooting team than a better defensive team with the personnel that they have right now. But I could just be projecting.
Well, and to Casey's point too, like throughout the season, the Kings struggled with their perimeter defense, but we could count on a hand the amount of games that the Kings straight up lost because they couldn't hit a free throw. Just like if they hit free throws in that game, it's a win instead of a loss. There were way too many of them to where there were times, I don't know if you guys remember this last season, but the Kings would step to the line at Golden One Center and the fans would groan. They'd almost rather like there be an advantage called and let the Kings just inbound the ball on the sidelines with a fresh shot clock. They would have preferred that because Sacramento and teams knew that too. So teams were not afraid to reach and hack a little bit when they were attacking the basket. So I understand Casey's point completely. If you pick the free throw shooting to be better, if Sacramento can find a way to get their free throw shooting back to league average, I mean, that solves maybe the biggest weakness of this team on offense. And it was bad last season.
Matt, this conversation started because apparently Pat Bev said something on his podcast that both of us refused to listen to, that he wants Julius Randle on the Sacramento Kings.
Cool. Good for him.
Yeah, and we've always really liked Julius Randle, but kind of came to the conclusion like, yeah, it probably doesn't really make sense. Like, why does that fit? And it's Pat Bev, so we just kept going because it's like, well, I'm not going to go try to find context because I'm not listening to that. Kenny refused to listen to it, so everybody's just going to have to be left to assume that he's a dummy.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, he did put out his top centers in the league list, and Domantas Sabonis was not on that top centers in the league list. So that tells me everything I need to know about the IQ of Patrick Beverley. Julius Randle, like D'Lo and I, we've been in like the minority here in Sacramento of how much we like Julius Randle.
Yeah, Casey
like,
too.
Casey, I'm sorry, Casey's in there as well.
Musketeers, man. Us three, man.
Only one of us trying to trade Keegan Murray though.
People believing this.
You're trying to trade Keegan Murray.
Ears start to burn when you bring up Keegan's name. Matt will be at home with his wife and kid, and then all of a sudden his ears burnt. Kenny, God damn it! And he fires up the YouTube, and there's Kenny talking about, well, you can't say no to this. And
love Keegan, man. That's my boy.
I like Julius Randle. He doesn't make any sense at this point. He makes absolutely, because who is he replacing? Keegan?
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, why? No, no. So Keegan's a better defender, and I have confidence in Keegan's 3-point shooting ability way more than I have in Julius Randle's at this point. Plus, Keegan is cheaper and he's younger. I'm just fine. Like, Pat Bev, I'm glad you have your opinions.
That's kind of where we got to what does make sense for this team. And I don't know that I really had an answer. Like I couldn't. I said if you could pull a player from Julius Randle's tier, who would it be? And I couldn't like pinpoint somewhere. I was like, oh, this would really work on Sacramento, and kind of settled on the guy who I think might be kind of the a hero when this is all said and done, is Trey Lyles.
Yeah. I'm very interested in Mike Brown's rotations, period. But I'm very interested in what Trey Lyles' role looks like, because I'm a big fan of Alex Len. I'm a big believer in Alex Len. I think every time Alex Len steps on the floor, I feel like good things happen. He just always stays ready, and he makes a positive impact on the game. Plus, he's a big enough body to where he sets really good screens, and defensively, even if he's not a rim protector or a shot blocker by reputation, he's big, he changes shots, and he takes up space. So I'm a believer of Alex Len playing. That being said, I am not opposed at all to a small ball lineup with Trey Lyles at the 5. But if that's the case, it's not that I have questions about Trey Lyles playing the 5. I have questions of who's around him and who's with him, right? Because in terms of spacing, Trey Lyles as a 5 is fantastic. I thought last year was not an accurate representation of who Trey Lyles is as a basketball player. He dealt with a lot of nagging injuries, especially early in the season. So I'm not concerned at all about Trey based off of how last season went. I think Trey is an ideal fit for this Kings team, whatever role he's playing coming off the bench. He's an important piece of this team. And if he's on, the Kings are going to go or are going to have a lot more success.
Go ahead.
No, can you walk me through the Trey Lyles 5 thing? What does that look like?
So, I'm curious about what it looks like next to him, right? If you're going small with Trey Lyles at the 5, I don't know if there's any scenario you can do that with Keegan Murray not on the floor, because defensively, I have concerns. Now, you could play Trey Lyles at the 4 with Sabonis on the floor with him, and then he's more just a perimeter guy. But typically, we see Trey Lyles getting a lot of those minutes when Sabonis is out of the game. So that's why I look at Trey Lyles at the 5 and I say, okay, who are you playing at the 4 next to Trey Lyles that isn't catastrophic defensively because you're not going uber small with Kevin Huerter playing the 4. I don't think you're not having DeMar DeRozan play the 4. I don't think so. If you're comfortable playing Trey Lyles at the 5, I feel like Keegan has to be on the floor with him the entire time. If not, then Trey Lyles is a 4 on this team, and you roll out Alex Len.
I agree 100%, and I like Alex Len like you do, and
like
I think
Alex.
there's like Alex. I think there's plenty of times when you can have Trey Lyles as a small ball 5. I watch. That's another thing I see when watching some of these games too, is I see Trey Lyles, and I get hyped up for the season he might have because to a certain degree, he's going to have a little bit of a lighter load as far as like scoring, needing him to score, something like that. And I think, Matt, that could make him score more, because he's going to get a lot more open looks. He's going to be able to play a lot more freer offensively because I think their firepower offensively is going to be so great elsewhere. It could just make him just feel right at home out there on the floor.
Trey Lyles strikes me as the guy that is maybe might have some of the most noticeable benefits of playing with DeMar DeRozan. Because if you watch a lot of DeMar highlights, like YouTube DeMar DeRozan passing highlights, 1, you're going to see that he's an underrated passer. 2, you're going to see that he makes a lot of good decisions while in midair. But number 3, you'll find out the amount of assists DeMar DeRozan gets to corner threes. It's nuts the amount of times DeMar hits the corner. Because DeMar, when he attacks from the mid-range, he can attack straight away, top of the key at the free throw line if he wants to, but he typically likes those spots like right on the wing, right? Kind of not necessarily the elbow of the free throw line, but a little bit more over where like the 3-point line really starts to do that deep curve on the wing. Just inside there, those are his sweet spots on both sides of the floor. If he gets the ball in those spots, defenses know he's looking to shoot. So typically when he dribbles down into those spots and starts to move his way like towards the corner, but not all the way into the corner, whoever is defending the man in the corner is typically the guy that's coming over to help. And DeMar, if he has enough space, will raise up and shoot that shot regardless of the 2 coming over. If not, DeMar kicks out and finds that corner 3. If Trey Lyles is just sitting in the corner with a lawn chair and a book, because he loves books, waiting for that corner 3, I think he's going to benefit from it a lot because DeMar will find him in that spot. Keegan will benefit from being in that spot. Kevin Huerter, Keon, like the Kings, when DeMar DeRozan is on the floor and has the ball in his hands, the Kings need to always have a dude in the corner. I'm telling you, go and watch the highlights and look at the amount of times that DeMar finds that corner 3. It's automatic for him.
Trey Lyles would never be on page 1.
No, he definitely would not. He's the last page. He didn't finish it. Before I want to ask both of you guys this before the show ends, before Matt leaves. But there's breaking. It's not really breaking news, but our people over at Front Office Sports following this whole Pac-12 thing, and they tweet out, and in their story it says Sacramento's local politicians and business leaders are planning a campaign to help Sac State into the Pac-12 or Mountain West. A source tells Front Office Sports. Said the school would need to go the NCAA's FBS transition process, and just them putting that out there lets me know like people are really talking about it, or they're really trying to figure out if they can make it happen.
People
Matt,
are really talking about it.
Yeah, facts. Matt, how you've followed, you've been here the entire time in the city, and you're dealing with sports people on a daily basis. How realistic you think that is for Sac State to be able to get to the Pac-12 or Mountain West?
The biggest concern that I have with it, from my understanding of conference realignment and conference changes, is as a lot of stuff with the NCAA, financial. So when I first heard about this, I'm thinking, okay, like financially, that's a big change for Sac State, who already has to try to compete with the Wild West that is the transfer portal and paying players and things of that nature. So Sac State is already trying to navigate. I had a really good conversation with a friend of the show, David Patrick, right before DP went to TCU. Is that where he went? Or LSU?
LSU.
Yeah, before he went to LSU, like we had a conversation about just how difficult it was even for him from a basketball standpoint to manage the Wild West that is how college football and college basketball and college athletics are changing. So finances are already at the center of it. But KC, what you said there that piques my interest is the fact that there are business leaders and politicians, city leaders getting involved. Okay, now the money doesn't sound like as big of a problem if there's actually going to be a backing behind it, right? Because if they're not involved, then I think Sac State is relying super heavy on donors and things of that nature to make this jump happen. And I don't know how realistic that is, considering how long, I mean, I know it's football compared to basketball, but how long it's taken them to figure out what to do with the nest and their basketball arena. So if it weren't for the city leaders and business leaders getting involved, I would say it feels like wishful thinking. But if others in this city recognize the opportunity and try and jump on it, which seems to be a consistent theme with this city and athletics over the last couple of years, then I think it's more than possible.
It's time, Casey. Break open that checkbook and start getting some of these facilities, man. Well, you're one of the biggest donors in Sacramento. Well, you should be one of the biggest donors in Sacramento.
I did say last night I would dedicate $1 a month. You can lock me in for that.
Oh, all right. Well, we can lock in Sac State to being where they are right now. Where are we tomorrow night, Matt?
We are at, where are we tomorrow night?
Well, you should find out.
Rematch of the of a section championship game, the 12 Bridges Raging Rhinos against the Casa Roble Rams. So I'll be at Casa Roble High School tomorrow night.
Holy Bowl's on Saturday. Jesuit and Christian Brothers at Hughes Stadium. They said they're expecting 15,000 people. It's
always a blast. It's always a blast. Hughes Stadium is a great location for high school football. When those kind of crowds show up, it's always a good time. If you're just a fan of football and you have no dog in the fight, but you want to just go experience a fun high school football atmosphere, go to the Holy Bowl at Hughes Stadium.
Yeah. Do you have a Friday night show, or is this just rolled into your
It's like slapped onto the end of the newscast. So I handle the game of the week. I'll do like an ESPN style 2-minute highlight package of the game that I'm at with interviews and things like that. And then Kevin is back at the station. He'll do highlights and stuff for the rest of the games that we cover. So,
and for people that don't know, do you shoot the game?
Oh yeah.
You do everything yourself.
I'm on the sidelines with the camera, shooting it all, writing it all, cutting it all. Oh yeah.
You do like 4 jobs when you're out somewhere.
Yeah, well, that's media. Y'all know. Y'all know the grind.
Well, as we head over to our other radio station, we're pretty familiar with that. Head over to trainwithmap.com/ESPN1320 or maptrition.com. I really encourage you to go with Train with Map, M-A-P, trainwithmap.com/ESPN1320. You can get access to all of the supplements that I take on the show. We talk about the strength enhancers. We talk about the fat burners, the cravings crushers. Greg was in here raving about the protein shakes. Is because they are on point. You can get them all. Use the promo code DLO1320. I think you either get 10% off or you get free shipping, or I think you could choose between the two. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's awesome. Trainwithmap.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you're locked in to the Locked on Kings podcast with our man, Matt George, and of course, all of his great coverage over there on ABC 10. We're going to head over to 102.5 KSFM. We will see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Dolphins. My guy, Jesse.
Excellent. Good stuff, Matthew.
Oh, my God.
Just before Matt goes, before anybody goes, and we do have to go. Anyone want to explain this to me? What exactly was going on in that 3:00 hour?
It was all day. Shane just
that last line is I caught a lot of
I just read that. Yo.
All right.
Oh man.
I guess we'll just go. You guys live your life. And I don't think so, but well, all right. Can you imagine if John Bull saying it was worse, how bad it actually was? We love you guys. We will see you here tomorrow.